Oh, live on the right, but now gotta be live up over here. And maybe scoot. Okay, let's get YouTube Studio up, and then we gotta get obviously tabs so we can see what we're watching. There we go. Throw huddle up there. Get YouTube Studio open. Funny enough, here's the. Oh wait, that's the 2025 season preview. Okay, actually, really fast. I'm gonna click this channel before I accidentally click the video. I'm gonna click the channel. So I think I've referenced this podcast before. This is Coach Holcomb of Rochester Mayo High School. And I want to say it was this one, week 4, where he was talking about, or maybe it was week 5, leading up to the game with Lakeville South, and he was talking about all the stuff that we did on defense, and I was like, oh. Now I never noticed this until way after the fact, but just knowing that this existed, I was like, huh. Yeah, Mayo knows how to get it done.
Part of Mayo football. If you need any,
there's 2.5 minutes.
You're a few days removed from the game now. I've had plenty of time to watch film, look back. Saw a few times.
I'll get YouTube Studio open in the meantime. There we go. Get that over there. So I can actually see what's going on in chat. Content. Live. And yes, I am indeed live right now. Boom. Happy Saturday, Mr. Platt. Oh, where is... Oh, that's right. I still gotta grab the link. That's what I'm forgetting. But of course, Insta doesn't let you do that on desktop version, so I gotta actually go in on the phone, find the link to the stream, and then I can actually get it done. Oh, yay, technology. That would be the one. See that link, throw it up on Insta, and then we'll get going here. Boom, sticker. How was my day? It's fantastic. We hit chest and try at the gym. There's never a bad time for chest and try. Or my bad, not chest and try. That's tomorrow. Saturday is back in bicep. I had a total brain fart there for a second, which is funny because I literally just got back from the gym, got all cleaned up, and then onto the stream we go. Live now. Get perfect. There we go. Now it should be easier for everyone to access. Let's get into it. So I don't know if I've got... What's for dinner is Saturday night. Saturday steak. It's what we always have. A little bit of steak, a little bit of rice, and today mixed up with some air-fried asparagus. Vegetables good. Ooh, all these teams were posting recently. Alright, so let's dive into the pool. Let's see what Stillwater and Forest Lake have for me today. Which one's got the better film? First of all, is anyone actually looking in the pool? Oh, we do have somebody in the new 6A pool. Obviously, yours truly is in there, but then Eastridge is looking at something. Eastridge added this? 10-7. That would have been week 18. Why did Eastridge add Minnetonka versus... Yeah, because 21-31. That was the week 8 matchup that I broke down. Why is Eastridge uploaded? I'm not crazy. Yeah, that's Eastridge. I'm clicking Eastridge, and that's where that game's showing up, huh? You know what? That makes total sense because I'm not thinking. Who does Eastridge play week 1? Minnetonka. That totally figures. But I'm going into the old 6A pool. I'm trying to pull film from last season. Oh, funny enough, Eastridge is completely active in here too. Not only are they active, they re-uploaded their game versus Park 4 separate times. Yeah, because there's week 8. That's their first round playoff game. Oh, here's the game where they bodied Lakeville North. Weird. Rogers finally loads something? No. Moorhead finally loads something? No. Andover? Still just their usual 3. Dude, that's a bummer. All right. Let's look at the teams that we want to take a peek at today. Stillwater. Stillwater versus Minnetonka. What is this? All right. Coach Lance is curious. We're going to take a peek at what this is. I have no idea. Other items, end of season analysis. Don't let anybody know because we don't need to notify all the kids that I'm doing my thing in Huddle. Before we get into today's film, I want to know what this is. Did I not just put it in here? Where did I just share that to? Oh, you know what? I'm an idiot. I got to refresh. That's Coach Lance having user error. There it is. I guess it uploaded 2 of them instead of just 1. Hey, that works for me. At Maple Grove? Is this a scrimmage from last season? This has to be, right? There's officials and everything. Did Maple Grove scrimmage Stillwater this season? Wait, that's not... So they're at Maple Grove. This is obviously Stillwater in the white. This is really low resolution camera. But black jersey, blue helmets. That is Minnetonka right there. Oh, you know what? Easy way to tell. So it's not 2023. Minnetonka is in the 3-4 defense. So Coach Lombardi is there. I don't know if that's him right there. But this would be 2024 or more recent question mark. I just don't know if that's this season or last season. Who's playing quarterback? Is that Nick Kinsey? That looks like Nick Kinsey. Yeah, so I'm going to assume this was last season. Bummer, I was hoping for something original, but no, that we have re-uploaded scrimmage film from last season of Stillwater playing Minnetonka going at it. Next, there's Emilio next to him. Classic swing pass. They pulled a Prior Lake there. Jumped. Is that Nick? That has to be Nick Kinsey. Oh, yeah. I'm going to assume that is. So, bummer. That's from last season. I was like, oh, is there like a joint practice? Or is this from like a 7-on-7? But, no. Sadly, it was not. Bummer. Go back into Stillwater. The Stillwater at Forest Lake film has 146 clips. What about the Forest Lake side of things? Varsity versus Stillwater is 161. What did I say the other one was? 161 versus 146. I assume Stillwater probably has a better camera. But then again, we've got like an additional 20 plays. You know what? I'm just going to add both really fast and take a peek. What do I recommend from Taco Bell? Eating somewhere else, probably. Taco Bell's not good for you. Stillwater Forest Lake. I'm mainly just doing this because I want to check the quality of the camera on each of them. The Forest Lake film does have significantly more plays. Here we go. So Varsity versus Stillwater is the Forest Lakes footage. Oh yeah, see, like, here, look at right here. There's a weird little fuzziness around some of these players. Now, if we watch the Stillwater film, oh, that's shaky cam. Oh, okay. Is this handheld? I think this is handheld. If that's the case, I might be sticking with the Forest Lake film. Cause, oh my goodness, we're bouncing. Yep, we're going with the Forest Lake film. Stillwater, bye-bye. Here we go, Forest Lake. And you know, I've never watched this game on Huddle before, but I have seen this game before. So if I go over to YouTube, I've watched the Forest Lake versus Stillwater football. That's from 20. Here it is. This is the one that they live streamed.
Tackles. What is your kind of
Oh, say, that guy looks a little bit familiar, doesn't he?
observation on what is?
Yeah, I watched this broadcast. I think this was Forest Lake's homecoming game last season. So this is the one I've seen. So I technically have watched this game before. I've just never seen it from Huddle's perspective. Do I like corn? It depends. Corn's a little bit more of starch, not as much of an actual vegetable. There's a lot better things to eat than corn. You know, corn's solid. All right, opening kickoff. We've got Stillwater in the all-white jerseys, the little pony logo on the helmet, and then Forest Lake Rangers are repping the maroon and gold. So they got the kind of, not dandelion. What's the, not marigold? I'm totally blanking on what, like, the crayon color is. That color. And Huddle just closed itself and crashed. That's awesome. We love when Huddle crashes. At least we're only 2 plays in. Alright, let's get full screen. Let's get at it. Ooh, he caught it inside the field of play, took 1 step back into the end zone. Then brings it out. Oh, that's a nice little, boom. Okay, opening kickoff, and we already have a big hit right here. Forest Lake's bringing the sauce. Boom. Gotta make sure you maintain... Yeah, we gotta stay on our feet after laying out a big hit like that. Love the hit, but it's not gonna do a whole lot if we take ourselves out of the play immediately. Oh, no, and then we're slipping tackles. I mean, the coverage is there. We're doing a pretty solid job of containing... Except on the backside. These two are creeping in a little bit too much. And probably number 9 needs to just stay out here a little bit longer. Just so that he can play safety just in case he reverses field. And then arm to... Ooh, look at where the hand placement is. Hands a little bit... Well, not just a little bit. Way too high. Its hands have got to be around the waist down there. Arms around the waist. Shoulder into it. Blocked there. Ooh, then slips another tackle. Then we finally get all the Rangers to the ball. And a pretty nice pile. So here we go. Let's see what Stillwater's going to get done. Oh, there's Howie Johnson. He just towers over everybody else. Now a 4-star defensive end. He actually just had an interview with Minnesota High School Football Network not too long ago. I want to say that was just yesterday, actually. Great interview. Watched it a few times. So I think I touched on this when I did my pony doubleheader way back in, I think that might have been June, May or June, when I first talked about Stillwater and how, I don't know if it was that they didn't have the receivers or they had younger receivers last season, but instead of doing their usual 10 personnel, like 2 receivers split, no tight end, and then Mr. Kinsey back here next to Emilio, it was a lot of 10 personnel, but now we're seeing a lot more 21 personnel where we have our tight end, the Y. Got your fullback back here, then our running back there, X receiver, there's our buddy the Z. So it's just kind of a weird look, and it's funny because Stillwater, like, traditionally, they've always been an I formation offense, going way, I don't know about 80s, but historically they've been an I formation. You know, now I'm curious, so I do want to open a new tab. I want to see Stillwater, Burnsville, Prep Bowl. Maybe it was 1983. Oh, here it is. Yep. Prep Bowl number 3.
Now we got to go help people customize and save
hundreds. On. I don't care. There we go.
Saturday.
Oh, that's old school. Stillwater, Burnsville. Apple Valley was 18. Oh, it's Stillwater, who they beat. They had to go through Apple Valley and Stillwater used to be in the same class. Definitely strange seeing... And they had a close game with White Bear? Dang how times have changed. Oh, here we go. I remember this play from Burnsville because it's a fumble, I think. Yep, and then Stillwater recovers. We want to see Stillwater on offense, though. They doing flexbone or are they doing their I formation here? Oh, they're doing a T. An unbalanced T. Oh, no, it's balanced. Coach Lance is dumb. I mean, it's essentially the same thing. It's a pro T instead of a pro I. Just move him right there. Then there you go. And then they fumbled and Burnsville got it. Interesting. Classic run, though. So, I mean, Stillwater's been doing pro stuff for a very... And that was from 1984, mind you. So, they've been doing pro stuff for a long time. I think they've only recently started to do spread stuff because, you know, when you've got quarterbacks like Max Shikenjansky and then obviously Nick Kinsey right after him, you can start to spread it out a little bit because you've got the quarterback that can accommodate that. Oh, hitting him with play action the first play of the game. I wonder if Stillwater falls for this, or Forest Lake falls for this, because who pulls? Was it the backside guard or tackle? Okay, it's the backside guard that pulls. Nice fake. This is what's interesting, though. If you're expecting power and you see fullback that way and then guard this way, it can't be power, because you would need you to pull around inside, and then the fullback would have to have his kick out block, and that's not there, so you know it's not going to be power. So nice play action. 21's open in the flat. Oh, no. Gotta get hands up. Hands weren't up in time, and they were too far apart. See how we tried to clap it? Right there. You can see it goes right through the hands because we're trying to clap instead of spider webbing it. Then it doinks off the helmet. Oh, right in the face mask. That's a bummer. Was that the correct read? Was anyone else? So normally when you've got like a play action, is it a levels concept? Okay, it is. You got back out of the back. You have a 10-yard drag, and then we've got a fade on the outside, and then backside post. Pretty common. Levels, flood. All kinds of teams run this. I mean, Shakopee calls it waggle when they do it out of their flex bone. They have a wheel route in the backside, but, you know, same thing. What's interesting, though, so if you do, like, at Jefferson, when we used to do this read... 1's there, 2's there, 3 is your check down. If that's all taken, you have to scramble, go back to the backside post. So reading through that, there's definitely 1 is covered. Next up, there is somebody close. I'd say the actual read should be right there, number 2. He's got a lot of space to work with. Probably should have looked at the tight end. But hey, it's hard to see stuff like that, man, out on the field. That's why you go back and watch film, so that coach and the player can be like, we had this right here, that's what they're giving us. Or you can even do that in the middle of the game. Now that we've got all the TVs and everything on the sideline, Game Strat, and whatever other software teams utilize, so many tools to help with that nowadays. Is there no play there? Yeah, there was no real play. Also, shout out to Forest Lake for having the scoreboard. That's awesome. Just like with Anoka, we can see what's going on. Oh, whoa, do we see double vision over here? Watch, as soon as this player gets to the like right corner, look at him, all of a sudden he turns into 2 people. Oh. Oh, look. It must be like a straight line going right here. Because if you look towards the sideline, these dudes are starting to like dissociate or split apart too. Dang. Oh, and then look. See, there is a line right here. Watch. If I play slow motion, you can see the official actually split apart into 2 people here. Right there. And if I keep playing it, he comes back together as 1 complete person. Dang. Maybe that's just a thing with, like, the windows that they have on their press box. Yeah, I know Lakeville North does that all the time. Funny enough, one of the games I broke down was Stillwater Lakeville North. Same school colors and everything. Both like I formations. Both like to play power. Seen some coincidences here. So is there any threat of a jet sweep? No, it's a pre-snap shift. Go to a twins look. So first down, hit him with the play action. And you can see Stillwater Forest Lake is ready to bring a blitz on the left side. They have an outside backer. Both outside backers are up. Inside backers blitzing. That's a 6-man blitz right there. So what do we think they're playing underneath it? It's got to be man or cover. Well, can it be cover 1? Because if you think about it, 6 are blitzing. That leaves man. He's probably man on the tight end. But then what is the safety doing? Is the safety manned up? Or is it a cover 1 and he's just got deep middle? He shifts over to the to receiver side, and then just kind of hovers over the middle. Oh, and there's power. See how I was talking about earlier? You got to pull the backside guard around. We have the kick out. Oh, but we missed the kick out block. Ooh, so close. If we're able to get fullback on that shoulder. Number one plays this sort of well. As soon as you get the down block, what you really want to do is try and get nice and tight. Take on that pulling guard right there. Because if you do that, gap shrinks. Now you've got two guys trying to push you in one direction. There's nowhere for the play to go, and if he bounces it out, well, your buddy's here to take it. If he bounces out of that, buddy's here to take it and bounces it out. You're to the sideline. You're scraping over. Inside backer scraping over. Pretty well defended. And we're getting some nice blocks downfield from Stillwater here. Oh, my guy, big number 78 right here. Nice double team at the point of attack. We love to see that. But then we got to get up to the backer after the double team. Do we get up to the backer? No. But then, I mean, it's kind of hard to say. So normally when you run power like this, you get a double team on the backside here, and it's up to the opposite side linebacker against a 3-4 defense. But obviously, there's nobody here because he blitzed. And then you don't want to take him because that's not your job. The pulling guard coming around going to take him. So maybe get our tackle up to hit a safety, because if the tackle hits the safety at that point, you're kicked out, you're accounted for, and then boom, boom. There we go. Mr. Rosario is gone. Moorhead Spuds Football posted a new reel. I'm sure they did. All right, now we got pro right again. Or is it pro left? Where's Nick Kinsey? No. He's in gun with a sniffer. They put the fullback up as a sniffer right here. And quarterback's there. Interesting little formation. This looks like some Chaska type stuff right here. Stillwater Ponies or the Chaska Hawks going into your pistol spread with sniffers. I mean, at least they're staying true to like their pro identity. Pass situation, obviously, it's 3rd and 8, 3rd and 7. And we threw the swing pass. Uh-oh. We're going to get there. I think we're just short. So if we go back and we look at this, why did this swing pass work so much better than, say, like a Prior Lake? So when Prior Lake does their swing pass, they run verts off of it just to try and clear everybody out. What Stillwater does here that's awesome is their receiver actually runs like a 5 and in, almost like a shallow slant, and then just spots right there. Then you get a swing outside of it, and you see how that motion just lures the defenders in. And then the tight end ran clean up the seam, which drew the corner over. That's actually really nice design, because then it gets everybody over there in the secondary. And then there's nobody left on an entire third of the field, where you get one of your best players in space. That's actually really well designed by Stillwater. Oh, but they marked him short, though. We're going to... Yep, they're breaking out the punt team. Bummer. That... If only we gotten a completion on 1st down. 2nd down was pretty solid power run, and then 3rd down. Well designed, but needed a few more yards. So now you're giving Forest Lake a sort of short field. They only have, what, 54 yards to go? That's not too shabby. 55 yards. Spotted him an extra yard. So here we go. Oh, and the Rangers are under center. Normally they're in their pistol set back here. But they're in 12 personnel. We got like a Trey open look here. I don't know if this is a receiver or an H-back. It looks like he's more of a receiver, like your H-type kid. H, Z, X. And then they do have a tight end. Y's on the line. I don't know if... I'm pretty sure that Forest Lake always has a tight end. I don't think they ever have any formations where they just don't have tight ends. We have Stretch. Ooh, we've got Stretch. First play of the game. One of Anoka's favorite plays. One of STMA's favorite plays. Ooh, was that the inside backer? I remember from the Lakeville North stream that Stillwater has really good inside backers, and their D-line's pretty solid. And it is. It's actually the... Look at the backside inside linebacker here. Forest Lakes is the right guard. No, it's the center. Center's trying to scoop up to the backside backer. Oh, he just barely gets the backside of him. I think another thing you see, he kind of curls a little bit. Especially on a stretch block like this, we really want to make sure we're staying ahead of him, getting to that side, and then logging him a little bit. Turn him that way. That way, once he's turned, there's your running lane. Oh, hit the undo button. There we go. Oh, and look at this double team on the outside backer. We get a nice double team to the outside backer. We shift off onto the safety. Oh, we had downfield blocking there, man. If our center is able to get a piece of that inside linebacker, that would have been a big play for Forest Lake. But, you know, all the credit in the world to Stillwater's inside linebacker. He's tackling a little bit high, but his ability to read that play, follow the stretch blocks, track the running back, and get off the center, all within, like just a few seconds. That's pretty awesome. That's only a 2-yard gain. 2nd and 8 for the Rangers. Now we're in pistol. So we're still 12 personnel. Tight ends here. Our buddy, Mr. H, the Sniffers, back there. R, Z, and X. I don't know if Forest Lake uses, like, letter terminology like that. It's hard to say. Because they're not fully a spread, and they're not fully a flex bone. They're like a weird gun bone, pistol flex. I don't know what the proper terminology is, but that's essentially what they are. They do triple option plays out of a spread. Spread option, question mark? Maybe that's the best word for them, but they're very good at it, and that's their identity. I can actually say Forest Lake has an identity on offense. This looks more like an insert right here. I don't think this was an option play, because if you look, everybody's blocked. It's not a midline, because who's my B-gap defender? He's getting blocked. Ooh, and this is a nice job by Stillwater's defensive line. Stillwater playing an over front? Stillwater is playing an over. Or are they? I'm trying to see where all of Stillwater's lined up, because it looks like he's in a 2, or the defensive end at the top is in a 2 technique, and then the nose guard's in a 2 technique. Obviously, our backer out here is in a 7. But where does that leave this defensive end? Is he in a 5? So we have a 2. That's what makes the most sense to me. He'd be in a 2, defensive end's in a 5. That makes sense, because the defensive end, nobody goes inside shoulder. He probably was just in a, 5. Maybe he's in a 6 head up. No, because the 6 is head up on the tight end. He'd have to be a 4, which that'd be a weird alignment. A 2, and then a 4. But they are, either way, just as Stillwater is shifted over that way. Which makes sense because, ooh, and that's actually nicely done by the outside linebacker. He gets a down block. He's right there off the edge. Got to be a little bit tighter, but that's still played pretty well. Ooh, number 10. This outside backer, though. See how he's grabbing on both sides? You never want to fight a whole offensive lineman. This hand, if you can get outside shoulder and then get your right hand inside right there in the chest, that's how you want to fight him. And then control that outside half so you maintain gap integrity. Because you're not worried about the gap inside of you. That's not your job. It's your buddy's job. Oh, and look at the technique by Stillwater's inside linebackers. Hitting him with a little snake hand. It's not even a full swim move. It's just a snake hand. See how the elbow or the shoulder and elbow doesn't come too high? It stays straight instead of swimming all the way up and over. That's nice technique for Stillwater right there. I think both inside linebackers do it. This one doesn't. He just gives him a little wrong arm. But they both immediately get off the blocks and then make the tackle. And then number 84 here, he just kind of lets go. I would have liked to see him rotate the shoulder, dip and rip a little bit to get off that, and then make the block, or then make the tackle. But hey, it's still a good job. That makes it 3rd and 6 for Forest Lake. Obvious passing situation. Let's see what the Rangers dial up on 3rd and 6. They're in 11 personnel now. Sniffer's not out there. Looks like... Oh, it's an unbalanced formation. That means that the tight end here is ineligible. Does Stillwater know that? My guess is no, because our outside backer's out here. Safety's cheated over on... Oh, interesting. If I had to guess what they were going to do, I'd probably say this outside backer's going to attack, this one's going to drop, and then we're probably going to play like a cover 3 here, and then he's going to come down to the flat to replace that outside backer. You don't just stack a safety behind a backer for no reason. Oh, is it man coverage, question mark? Because he goes with them. Oh, it was a bad snap. What was the play, though? Oh, it looks like it was just a bubble. Oh, no, but look. Oh, no. It's one of my biggest pet peeve with bubble routes. So see how the receiver here, he's in motion. Watch. He has to do a full 180 on the fly. And then what's he going to do? Turn another 90 degrees back after that? All you got to do is when you're doing this way, just turn your shoulders and keep running like that. There you go. Then you don't need to do a full 180 with your hips. Do like even 90 degree and then keep sidestepping this way. Catch in stride like that and then turn and then boom, there you are. It was Mounds View was the one that did bubble routes really well, just like that. Dude, Mounds View's so well coached. Like the more and more I see film of them, I'm just like, they know what to do over there. So bad snap, 4th down. Obviously, Forest Lake's going to punt. You're not... Oh, and that's such a bummer, too, because they had really good field position. But, you know, like I said, a lot of credit to Stillwater's front 5. Those D linemen and the inside... Or the 2 inside backers for Stillwater are pretty darn good. Oh, and then we arm tackled here. Look at this. Nice catch. Finds a lane. Gunner gets to him, but slaps him with his right arm all the way out. No shoulder. Gotta get shoulder into the waist, or shoulder into the hip. Oh, that's rough. So, did they give them all the yardage on that punt? And out of bounds close to the 40, and I think they gave it to him at about the 39. So, hey, that's pretty solid field position for Stillwater. You only got to go 39 yards to score. Oh, and hey, what a way to fling the momentum around. Forest Lake had a short field after Stillwater goes 3 and out. Your defense has an incredible opening stand. Then special teams sets you up with great field position. Stillwater's got the momentum now. Power. Nope. So see how you can tell it's play action? Guard pulls this way. Fullback go the other way. Interesting that our blockers are going 2 different ways. Seems more like a pass protection to me. And sure enough, it is. Oh, and then the receiver just makes a move. He just running a post, or is this a go? Yeah, he posted in a little bit there, so there was a post. Nice. Beautiful play action, and obviously when you have a quarterback like Nick Kinsey, look at the arc on this. But did the football go off screen? When does the football go off screen? There it goes. Just went up there. Now when does it come back? Oh, there it is. Just came in right there. Down it goes, into the hands, and into the end zone. That's a quick strike. And I love the play call from Stillwater. I mean, how many teams do you know that go to, like, taking a shot after a quick turnover, especially when you're in opposing territory? Shakopee will go to a fade. Prior Lake will go to a wheel route out of the backfield, or a rail, whatever they call it, out of the backfield, along the boundary, and then Stillwater will just hit you with their play action. Nutty. Great play, great call, especially for the situation. Like I said, man, Stillwater had the momentum, and they're pretty solid. Now how's the Forest Lake going to respond? That would be the next question. Because they went 3 and out. They had a bad snap. Ooh, touchback. So now you got to go 80 yards. It's a bit longer than the 55-yard field they had earlier. We're still in 12 personnel. So this is the thing I wanted to remember is, like, what does Forest Lake exactly do? I think I said earlier they're gun option, which is very unique. They're the only gun like, obviously there's your triple option flexbone teams like Centennial, Shakopee, and Egan, and now Rosemount in 6A. But they all do it from under center out of the flexbone. Seeing like a pistol option team like Forest Lake, very unique. I mean, even the speed option they run, there's not many teams that do that in 6A. Like, maybe once in, like, a very blue moon Wyzetta. But, like, off the top of my head, it's, like, Rogers and Rogers and Andover who are new. But outside of those two, it's mostly just Forest Lake and Mounds View. Are there, because, like, obviously, like, Mason West probably isn't doing a lot of speed options. Eden Prairie doesn't have speed option in their playbook. Minnetonka might. I don't know if I've ever seen Minnetonka run a speed option. That'd be a wild play if Minnetonka starts running speed option with Caden Gutzmer at quarterback and then Caleb Francois at running back. It's quite the speed option. Speaking of speed option, here it is. We know it's a speed option because if you watch the sniffer back here, I guess the H, depending on what Forest Lake's terminology is, notice he leaves the outside backer unblocked because he's going to be our option. And then what do we have in our secondary? Ooh, and I'm not a fan of Stillwater's alignment here. We'll touch on that in a minute. Champlin Park. What about Champlin Park? Oh, speed option. You were right, Mr. Mayor. No. Does Champlin Park run the speed option? I don't know if I remember seeing them run the speed option. They do have, like, a whole lot of different run plays, but, like, specifically the speed option like this? I guess I'd have to go back and watch. I don't know if they do. Maybe on varsity. So, two things about this. One, we leave the outside backer unblocked because he's going to be our pitch key. He attacks the quarterback like he's supposed to. Quarterback pitches. And now, if you look downfield, that sniffer is at the safety, wide receivers at the corner. There's a pretty solid running lane right there. And this comes back to Stillwater's alignment. So I can understand if they're in a balanced front right now. If you go right down the middle, I guess their front, like the front five, are shifted over a gap. A little bit of an over front instead of like a 4-0-4. Looks like we have a 1, a 3, stand-ups, and a 5, and then a 7. Kind of like we saw in the last drive. Interesting, though, because you're giving me inside veer to this side all day because you have a 1 and a 5, only a safety here, backers a little bit too far over to support. I guess the thought process behind this is they're taking away... I don't even know. So what I would do is, like, this is fine in a 2x2 scenario, but it's not. We have 1 receiver here and 3 on this side. So what I would think of doing is there's got to be another player we slide over there. Say we can bring a safety over. Some teams will put a safety down here, rotate this one up, and then bring an outside backer over. Then you have 2 outside backers on the same side. One of these guys needs to be brought... Whew, excuse me, dying over here. To the other side, just because it's a 3x1 set. Otherwise, as is, Forest Lake has numbers to that side, which they take advantage of here. They've got the blocking out front. Ooh, yep, and receiver blocking makes big plays. Dude, what did I just say? Receiver blocking makes big plays. Look at that. Well, I guess that's sniffer. Receiver blocking on the edge is pretty awesome. Might have been able to argue there was some funny business at that frame right there. Ooh, can the safety catch him? Where did that safety come from? Oh, it's the safety on the backside, all the way over here chasing him down. Funny enough, wasn't that what I was just talking about at the beginning of this play? Just imagine if one of these guys was over a little bit more. That way he doesn't have as much ground to cover, especially against a 3x1 set. Yeah, love what Stillwater's doing with their front, but in the secondary, might be able to rotate somebody over. And then, wait, what are these two doing just touching each other down here? Are they, like, dancing for a second? It's like the receiver's like, hey, man, you want to dance? Let's put hands together. Hey, we're all about loving this game, man. Everybody's got a mutual love for the game. I just was not... And it is homecoming night for Forest Lake. This was their homecoming game. I just was not expecting 2 players of opposing teams to be hitting a homecoming dance. Only 15 plays into the game. But here we are, and there it is on film. And then it's like they realized, like, oh, yeah, we're still playing a football game. Let's dance later. How bizarre is that? You love seeing the hype from the Rangers sideline, though. Oh, there we go. We got the lights popping. Every time the Rangers score, it's one of their signature things. The lights go nuts in their stadium. We love to see that. I gotta see if I can't get myself up to a Forest Lake game. You know, I can actually go to a Week 1 matchup because for whatever reason... 15 of the 16 6A football games week 1 this coming season, like in a week from or 2 weeks from now, are on Thursday, August 28th. 15 out of 16. 1 out of 16 is on Friday the 29th, which of course happens to be Lakeville South. So lucky me, we get Friday night lights. But the weird part is, like, it's not the weird part, but the opportunity is that now I'm free Thursday night to go to any other 6A game of my choosing. If I want to go up to Forest Lake, watch Prior Lake at Forest Lake, I can do that. If I want to go watch the big anticipated matchup of Andover at Wyzetta, I can go head up to Plymouth and go watch that. Probably not going to go to Blaine or North at Blaine. I mean, I already know what Lakeville North does. There's nothing new there. And I mean, Blaine, Lakeville South, probably not going to see. We haven't seen Blaine since 2015. I think it's the only time we've ever, and that was that's the sole time we've played Blaine, and it was that long ago. Hey, Mr. Rich, how's it going? We have interesting that they're all in a straight line. The wings aren't really that far off. I mean, that is legal in Minnesota. You can have everybody on the line if you want to. Oh, interesting. He stepped down right away. If we came a little bit tighter off the butt, even by an inch, we might have been able to get there. Stillwater's edge defender almost made the play. He's pretty darn close. And just like that, we're tied 7-7. You know, I want to watch, what was the outside backer doing on the touchdown? Because I know that one of the things I guess complained about when I did the Stillwater doubleheader, it was their North game and then the game against White Bear. But especially when they were playing North, I noticed that for some reason they kept shooting their outside backers inside, and then it was the inside backer that then rotated to outside contain. And I found that odd because I'm assuming, like, obviously, there's no doubt the two inside backers are great athletes, but normally your outside backer is a kid that can cover in space and is going to be faster than your inside backer. So this is the kind of body type you want defending the edge, not necessarily that. This is more of your run plug up the middle or just dropping back into your seam or your hook to curl right there. What does outside backer do? This one comes off the butt. He's a little bit too far out. We want him tighter. And then this one shoots in right away. Oh, this is the big thing. So he shoots inside, and he's just thinking, I need to go make a tackle and make a play. What I really would have liked to see, especially once he got a down block from the tight end. See how tight end down blocks? It's a real nice double team at the point of attack, by the way. I didn't mention that earlier. Nice double team at the point of attack on the speed option. You gotta jam or whack that sniffer coming across. You can't just let a free blocker downfield. Give him a little bit of zest, knock him off course. That allows your safety time to get up to where he needs to be. Or if you just stacked another safety or another outside backer to that side anyway, then you would have had numbers. But yeah, there's a few things Stillwater could have done on that play. That'd be a touchback. Let's see what the ponies are going to do to respond here. Maybe this is why there's so many extra clips. Bunch of random, like, in between the plays recorded. And then there's weird overlap, too. Alright, Stillwater's back in the pro I feel like the tight end's going to move here. So as I'm looking at this, tight end and X are on the same side. That means the tight end is currently ineligible. He cannot catch passes because he's covered. So he's got to move, right? What? No, it's just power. I guess it's an unbalanced power. Oh, also, you know what? I didn't even realize. So, going all the way back to my Forest Lake versus Prior Lake film, I don't know if it's when there's a tight end necessarily, but Forest Lake loves stacking their strong safety down in the box off the edge and then playing cover 3 on top of it. Oh, yeah, see? So they're pointing at the tight end. So they are trying to stack the strong safety to the strength. And here he comes. He's over there. Also, they just move Howie Johnson inside to a 2 or a 3. They did. They're playing a bear front. So what is a bear front? Bear front is 3-0-3. Playing nice and tight. The 46 or the 85 Bears did this in the old 46 defense with a 3-0 and a 3 technique. It really makes it difficult to run inside and you necessarily can't get double teams. We see this a lot against the power T. We know how to get around it because there's ways to get around it. But this is a pretty smart play. So if they're stuffing the middle and I'm Stillwater, where do I want to go? Outside. Funny enough, if Stillwater actually ran toss out this way, it wouldn't be too shabby of a play, especially since you see the safeties are stacked down on this side. Get him to chase the deep safety, block there. We can, but then where do you get the double team? You'd have to get a double team there. Our buddy the fullback would have to take him. Backside guard has to come around and take him. That double team would have to get up to opposite backer. You could theoretically make power a toss to the backside if we pulled a guard, or even just power at that point. Either of those would be pretty solid to the backside. That's what Forest Lake's giving them right now. And obviously you're not going to know this because it's first down. Like, how do you know what they're going to come out in off the break? You don't. Oh, what happens to our poor fullback here? He hits him on the outside. Oh, but he's hitting with the shoulder. Actually, he's not hitting with his shoulder. He leads with his head right here. He just lowers his head into a shoulder. He gets knocked down. The defender isn't impacted, other than the fact that the defender's tackling an offensive lineman. Oh, he realized after the fact, oh, wait a minute, you're not the ball carrier. You're the pulling guard. What? That's really weird. Oh, and they're trying to double team Howie. Did they double team Mr. Johnson? They didn't. They left him one-on-one. That's... Hey, man, give credit to Still... And that's not even a tackle. That's the tight end. I don't know about that one, Stillwater. That is a 4-star defensive end right there. And not only are we not double teaming him, we're not even putting an offensive lineman on him. We're going to put a tight end on Howie Johnson? Can we watch EP Minnetonka after this, or next weekend Minnetonka doubleheader? No. So next weekend I'm probably going to do, I don't know about a shorter stream, but I'm going to try and cover all the 6A scrimmages just to get a little bit, because there's not going to be too many clips from each scrimmage, just to see what all the teams are doing. The only hard part about that is I have to find where all the teams are scrimmaging at. Like, we're scrimmaging, Lakeville South scrimmaging over at Eastview, so I know all the teams that are going to be there. So I'm like, okay, that accounts for 4 out of 32. Where are the other 28 teams? I think Prior... You know what? Let's take a look. I know that Prior Lake's hosting a scrimmage. Stillwater is one of the best QB in the state and an amazing running back as well, with a pretty solid defense and good size. I have no clue why they fall short in close games. You know, Mr. Johnson, now that I'm thinking about that statement, I think you're probably right. They, at least offensive identity-wise, they kind of struggled last year between whether they were going to be a pistol spread or whether they were going to be like a power, more I-pro style offense, and they kind of went back and forth between the two. And this is always like my thing, is when you have especially 2 different styles of offense, let alone all these extra formations, all these extra plays, how do you find time to practice all of those within your finite practice plan, like throughout the week? Very, very difficult to do that and at least get as many quality reps. So you're not getting as many reps per play. Plays won't be executed as effectively as they could be. No, I definitely agree with you. I think a little bit of definitely the offensive identity, and then I know that they had a really good running back. Quarterback was great. Big school. Maybe it's the lifting program, because I know talking with some of their coaches, they've used, is it ETS, or were they ETS or were they Training House? I think they were ETS, and they were like, yeah, we need to stop using ETS to like outsource our strength program. And I think they're doing it either in-house or through Training House now, but they want to focus more on like actual overhead Olympic lifts. So like doing more snatches, doing more cleans and jerks on top of the cleans. And I think that's going to do wonders for Stillwater, but I'd probably look at those 2 things. And because, you know, Stillwater also has really good lower level football. Like, I think their 9th grade teams haven't lost a game since maybe 2022 or 2021. Like, it's been that long since their 9th grade squad has lost a football game. So you're consistently getting really talented kids coming up, but it looks like there's some kind of disconnect from 9th grade through varsity. And just given my experience at Bloomington Jefferson, which is where I coached at before I was over here at South, I'd probably look at either the youth, well, if youth football does what the varsity does the varsity have an offensive or defensive identity? And then what's the strength and conditioning program like? And for Stillwater, I want to say strength conditioning is probably my number 1 that I'd be looking at for them. Yeah, you're definitely right. I feel like Stillwater should be a pretty solid team. Well, could be. But you know, they make it to state consistently, and they can beat some good teams, but then when they get like to the contenders, that third round of the playoffs, it's like they just hit a brick wall. Like I guess it was kind of close with the Dyna in 2023, but then the year before that, they ran into Lakeville South, Max Chickenjansky's senior year, and I think we smacked, wasn't it like 14? It was pretty rough. The year before that, I don't know how far Stillwater made it in 2021. I can't remember how good they were, but I mean, they're consistently a very good regular season team, but on the third round of the playoffs, it's like, and you also have to consider how does their game translate, because those last few years between Chickenjansky and Kinsey, they've been a lot more of a spread offense as opposed to their old pro I stuff, and that isn't necessarily the best system to run when it's early to mid-November in the state of Minnesota. Like, think about, because that third round of the playoffs, your state quarterfinal, is it an outdoor neutral site game, and that's where they keep getting stuck. Kind of reminds me of Robbinsdale Armstrong in 5A. Consistently can get to state, like that first round of state, the quarterfinals, but then once they have to play outdoors in Minnesota in November when there's snow on the ground, then your more physical teams kind of take over and give them the business, like your Rogers, or in Stillwater's case, I guess Edina was more physical, but they're a spread team too. But they had a nasty running back duo of Chase Bjorgard and John Morpinski, and they had some pretty solid linemen. That's the other thing. Stillwater's got Emilio Rosario, who's like rated the #1 running back in the class of 2026, at least in 6A. Maybe it also comes down to like some minor technique things, like when the fullback tries to block like that, he knocks his pulling guard off course, and then there's nobody to hit the backers. And is this the safety? Safety makes a great read and a great fit here. That's a nice job by number 3. But, and again, this, to me, this comes down as a little bit of scouting too. Like, I have not watched a whole lot of Forest Lake film. Like, the only games I've ever seen are, at least live, I watched this one, I watched Forest Lake Mounds View, and then I watched Forest Lake Prior Lake. That's it. That's what I've watched of Forest Lake, and even I know they always stack a safety down to either the wide side or the strong side of the field, which they're doing again here, and then they play cover 3 on top of that. So, like, if I'm Stillwater and I know I'm going to get a safety stacked down to either the strong or wide side, I think if it's wide side and then strength is into the boundary, they'll stack them into the boundary. But if I know that they do that, I'm going to take advantage of that, do something where I force them to stack the safety down here, and then go back the other way where there's not that extra defender. Now it's 2nd and 7. We had that kind of blown power on the first play. And see, here, I was just talking about different offensive systems. First down, Stillwater's in their pro I. Second down, they're going into a spread. At least it's just those two systems. It's not as bad as like Rosemount was an example I always used to use, where you've got the flex bone, you've got power I, you've got power T, you've got pistol spread. Just all these systems. They were doing option plays out of I formations. All these systems and all these plays that just have no carryover whatsoever. They don't complement each other. They're just all completely random, kind of like a Madden playbook. Just take all my favorite plays and formations and stick them all together, and then the computer can just run it. As kids are not a computer, they can't do that. They stacked the safety down this time. I don't think they did, because no, you don't want to do that against passing formation. Ooh, they stacked up Howie Johnson's in a 2-point. It's almost like a 2-4 nickel package, but not really, because you got big Howie Johnson at D end. He must always play the strong side, because was he on the tight end side here? Yeah, so Mr. Johnson must be your strong side tight end. Or strong side defensive end, not tight end. And then this is the outside backer all the way out here. Well, at least you know what his zone is. He's in the flat. Stillwater ran the ball. Interesting, because you've got 5 blockers for a 6-man box. Where's our mismatch? He blitzed right away, so our mismatch is there, 1-on-1 on the outside. And this is, so thinking about spread offenses, this is why, like, I think I was talking with Hopkins about this. You want to have a quarterback that can run, and Andover takes advantage of mismatches like this all the time. Because, oh goodness, who's the quarterback now? Is it Is Joseph Mapson the quarterback for this year? Or was he the one last year? I think Mr. Mapson's the quarterback this year. And when you just watch, because then think about the numbers. Instead of just 5 linemen, now you have an extra blocker with the running back, and now that's 6 guys. 6 on 6, good. Plus an extra ball carrier as a 7th man. Those numbers are in our favor. We like that. And then suppose they did bring this outside backer back down. Well, now there'd be a 3-on-2 out there. So and that's how Andover really gets you. They just play around with stuff like that, and they're able to find mismatches in the defense just by alignment. Coach DeVellis is really good with that. Speaking of good, we do open a hole here. Is this an inside zone? What is this? The film going to play, question mark. There we go. It like jammed itself all the way against the edge there. That was really freaky. It looks like it's an inside zone read, because if you look, Mr. Kinsey's riding the handoff, and I do like that out of any defender they're reading, it's Howie Johnson, because hey, if you know that that's the best defender and you can't necessarily block him, use him as your read key. That's really smart by Stillwater. They get a big old check mark for that. That our buddy outside backer loops inside here. I don't know if this is a design stunt or if he's just reading it. I feel like, oh, what happens here? Is this a run play or a pass play? I'm only asking because if you look, Stillwater's left tackle does a kickback step here as if it's a pass pro, but then on the right side, but then everyone else is run blocking. You get a down block from the guard, center backside guard of a nice double team in the nose, backside tackles going up to backer on the next level. Yeah, something definitely broke down here. And you know, imagine if you did like an inside quarterback read on this. You left him unblocked, and then we had all that same stuff plus quarterback running the ball with a lead block there. Now you really have numbers on your side. That makes it a 5-on-7. Yeah, I don't know. This is kind of strange to me. Mr. Johnson does stay pretty tight off the down block. That's nice. Ooh, just a little snake hand over. Love to see that. Pursues down the line. And he freezes Mr. Kinsey. You know, now that I'm thinking about this, I feel like that's a strange play to run because Mr. Kinsey's not like a revered dual threat quarterback. He's more of a pocket passer. Running's not his thing. And I don't think anyone on the Stillwater staff wants Nick Kinsey running around with the football. Yeah, so I mean, design-wise, yeah, it's a solid zone read other than the left tackle's got to remember it's a run play, not a pass play. And Stillwater actually has solid double teams. I remember in the week 1 matchup with Lakeville North, the double teams were definitely something that needed to be improved upon. And it looks like Stillwater's improved upon them. That's awesome. Oh, and the right side of the line does such a good job. We have a nice double team up to backer. Sneaky little move by the nose guard here. I do not like that the nose guard's fighting 2 men. You never get, whenever you're getting double teamed, you never get hands on 2 men. You get hands on half of 1, and then you work hips to split the double team. That's just how you fight double teams. But because he yanks the jersey down and at least takes one of them with him, that opens up his backer to get a clean look. Although the pile just kind of falls on him and Howie Johnson pursues from behind. Number 1 did a pretty solid job peeling inside, but he did give up the edge. But I mean, it's not that much of a threat because there's no run going out there. Mostly because our left tackle did a kickback instead of a run block. That's a big boy, too. All right, well, now it's 3rd and 5.5, 3rd and 6. Call it 5.5. Now, that looks like 3rd and 6. So more likely than not, passing situation, back at it with the spread. This time it's a 2x2, and the safety's not stacked down. Safeties are both back there. Obviously reading pass. Interesting that the outside backers are a little bit more out. They're just inside the 2s. Blitz an inside backer. That's pretty solid coverage. Looks like we're going to get a cover 4 on top of this. Ooh, what was the penalty? False start? Oh, yeah, both the receivers false started. But, I mean, pre-snap, and he's creeped up a little bit, you can usually assume flat, flat, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then if these 2 are in the flat, you don't really need 2 guys covering over the middle. So teams like to send 1, drop the other back. And there you go. Now you can see Forest Lake's cover 4 defense. That's exactly what they did. And it's a solid coverage. Normally, like, I can understand wanting to go cover 4 here instead of cover 3, because thinking about where they need to get to. Yeah, but then again, it's only 6 yards. You'd think you probably would want to cover 3, because then, like, just drawing between your secondary, your front, you'd want 4 at this level where they can get the first down, and then only 3 deep. Maybe the thoughts, if you only have 3 here, like, sure, they can catch it, but then the 4th man here is going to come up and fit. I don't know. Either way, false start. Now we really want to play cover 4. That way, who cares if they take the flat on us? It doesn't matter. They'll get like a 4-yard pass on 3rd and 11. Congratulations. That makes it 4th and 7. So we're in 3-by-1. Did we stack a safety? No, we did not stack a safety. So my guess is if they are still playing cover 4 here, boom, 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 boom. It looks like our buddy, the outside backer, is going to go in the flat. They blitz him inside. He's got the hook. He's in the flat over here. That'd be my guess in the coverage. He bounced back. No, they're smart. They actually went 4 and 4. So they're playing cover 4, and they left 4 men in coverage. I give so much credit. How often have I said it before where teams are like, oh, it's 3rd and a mile or it's 4th and a mile. We got to bring the blitz. Just play your base defense, which is exactly what Forest Lake just did here. That is a big old check mark. Ooh, got to be careful on the defensive end. But if that's the case, I'm looking at the defensive front. So obviously Mr. Johnson's out here in a wide 5 technique. It looks like the other end and the nose are both in 2 techniques in the guards, which if that's the case, shouldn't we need to bring 1 more off the edge? Otherwise, you're asking the defensive end here to try and work all the way around, and then he would have to come over as well, and then there's not really a stunt there. But because that doesn't happen, and if you look, the defensive end that was in a 2 technique, he gets double teamed, and now there's nobody on the edge. Ooh, outside backer is watching it, though. He's ready to fit if Mr. Kinsey escapes. That's actually really nice. He pushes him off. He sees that he's going. He stays in his zone and does his job. That's awesome. Corner takes him when he goes deep. Oh, but the corner left him. Well, did the corner leave him? If we watch closely right there. Yeah, he gets a little bit turned around. Oh, bummer. Nice little comeback. I don't know if he got his feet down, though. He might have gotten that left foot down. I can't tell because there's a ranger in the way. He did get that left foot down. It's completion. Nice little comeback into the boundary there. But again, I'm thinking if we would have just blitzed on the backside, because if they want to take the flat here, well, who cares if they want to take the flat? Like we said, if they take the flat right there and that's a catch, then our corner comes up and fills, then it's still like 4th and 6. And then Mr. Kinsey wouldn't have had anywhere to escape. That would have been just creep up off the edge. It's a kill shot. Then he has nowhere to escape on this outside. And then he's sacked before we're able to fully get this route completed. Because that does take a while for that to develop. But obviously, 3rd and a mile, you usually want to play your base defense. So that's a tough little pickle right there. 2-by-2, we're sticking with the spread. I swear when I watched this game live, I remember Stillwater doing way more pro-eye stuff. It's weird to see them coming out in so much spread. Blitzing an inside backer. Yep. So interesting. Stillwater, Forest Lake doesn't stack safeties down when an inside backer blitzes. And if the inside blitzes, the outside are not against 10 personnel because they're going to be flat there. And then we're going to play cover 4 on top of it, right? Oh, look at that. Oh, but my buddy number 33 here, what does he do? His receiver jumps inside and he goes to put hands on him instead of staying in his flat zone there. Got to get to your flat zone because if you do, this is an easy INT. Because remember, your corner is bailing deep. He has a deep quarter of the field. That's their zones back there. The flat right here. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I didn't push any buttons, but we'll just close out of the film. Nice. Gold star huddle. Play 23 here. Yeah, that's just about doing your job, man. We stay in our flat right there. Hook takes the in break. Because as soon as you see that he breaks in, which is right away, Like, do a shout in. Pass him off to your inside linebacker. Let him do that. You stay in your zone, and that could have been pick 6 Forest Lake right there. That's a pretty solid gain on first down. Makes it 2nd and 4. Really opening up the playbook for Stillwater here. They're sticking with the spread still. Who's going to blitz for Forest Lake? They always like to bring 4 and only drop 7 in coverage. Top outside backer this time. They didn't adjust to the motion. And they pulled both guards around. They ran a buck sweep out of 10 personnel? What in the Centennial is that? Dude, whoa. Whoa. So we've seen power, we've seen buck sweep. I don't know, Stillwater. Our offensive playbook might be getting too big, but you know what? The design here gets a big old green check mark. This is like when I was talking about Prior Lake last week and how all of their jet fakes were completely useless because the running back was on the wrong side. Look at Stillwater's design here. It's very well done. Running back is in position to lead block. Jet fake goes that way. Defense looks and some of them go with it, and then run play comes back the other way. So you see how you get the defense going in 2 different directions? That's the whole point of the motion, to get the defense going this way and then run back the other way. Whereas when, like, Hopkins used to do their inside zone off of this, they would do a jet fake that way. Running back would be on the wrong side here, and they do inside zone up that way. So it's like, well, you're just taking the defense to where the play is going with the motion. So it doesn't quite work out. But Stillwater's doing it smartly. They say motion this way, run back that way. Gets the defense going 2 different directions. That's fantastic. And then they pull both guards around. There's some nice down blocks. That backside tackle there is doing the Lord's work against Howie Johnson, just preventing him from getting over. Oh, but we missed. How do we miss? Do we have a kick-out block? No, because we have solid receiver blocking. Wait a minute. Question mark. Does the wideout on this side know that it's a run play? Because he turned around as if he was catching a hitch. But, like, I was giving Stillwater so much credit because this play was so well designed up until right here. When, if you're running it, eventually it's going to be a 3-by-1. You're motioning to a 3-by-1 set. You're going to have one-on-one blocking on the backside. Why would you, especially into the boundary, why would you have this receiver run a hitch and, like, turn around and let 2 defenders just come clean off of him? Why would he not just keep blocking to take out one of them? Because the other one that isn't blocked, or I guess the corner that he could have blocked, because he's going after the outside backer, which, again, mismatch. I'd much rather my receiver block a DB instead of an outside linebacker. Let our pulling guard come around and take the bigger body. I think that would have been a better system. He could have taken him, and the other guard is going to come around and take inside backer. Then you get running back one-on-one with the safety. And I like our odds when we've got Mr. Emilio back here at running back against one-on-one with the safety. Not too shabby. But that's not what happens. Receiver runs a hitch instead of blocking, and then ultimately the corner he could have blocked goes and makes the tackle. He and the pulling guard both end up blocking the same person downfield when there's an unblocked defender next to them that kind of crucial for this play to work. I don't think they got the first down there. Where'd they mark it? They marked it short. Yeah, a little bit cleaner execution, man. That could have been a big play Stillwater. Oh, we're in 22 personnel now. We've got tight ends on each side. We've got 2 running backs. Add these 2 together. 2 tight ends. Add these 2 together. 2 running backs. 22 personnel. 1 lone Z split out there. Ooh, tried to ice him. Was there a hand signal with that? No, there was not. If there was, it's not on film. Bummer. What do we call after that, though? This to the right, and then doing some weird motion with the left. Was it a run play to the left? It is a run play to the left. Oh, wait a minute. When he sticks his arm up, is he flexing? He is. He's flexing. Power, and then he sticks his left arm up. Power left. Ooh. Okay, Stillwater. I got you. And I only remember that because at Jefferson, that was our hand signal for power on offense. Go figure. Teams like to use similar hand signals. Like I know Anoka, that's their signal for flood. Same thing we used at Jefferson. Oh no, the running lane was so there. We've got a beautiful double team at the point of attack from the tight end and play side tackle. Play side guards taking care of the nose. The center. What does the center do? Oh, that's where things go awry. Well, I mean, things also go awry here because Forest Lake just brought the sauce. They're blitzing 7. Or I should say they're bringing 7. Not a whole lot you can do against that other than try and check to a toss outside. But the hole's almost there. If the center's just able... Because he's like, who do I down block on? I'm supposed to get the nose guard, but I can't. There's a backer that went behind me. And that's really what kind of blows this play up. The inside backer blitzes this side of the center. On power, the center's taught to down block. So he's just doing his job, down blocking a D lineman. The play side guard... Yeah, what's the play side guard doing? If we're down blocking, normally it's a double on the nose. I feel like the play side guard should be over there picking him up. And then your tackle tight end double that defensive lineman up to that backer. No, because it's power. You don't want to get to that backer. You only do that if you have to, which they do end up having to there, and they get him covered. I'd probably say center gets to where he's supposed to. He down blocks. If you look at the left guard here, he just runs into the guy straight in front of him. Probably should have had eyes up, picked up that blitzing backer. Because if the right guard here is able to pick up that blitzing backer, we've got this one pulling around to go hit a safety. He's kicking out there. Emilio could have had a real nice run there, but instead, it's a 3rd and 1 stop for the Rangers. That's awesome. Got to make sure we have eyes up there, ponies. Got to be able to cover the blitz, especially the run blitz. 3rd and 1, you know. I'm surprised they didn't check to a toss. If you know it's like 3rd and short and Forest Lake likes to come in like up the middle. Actually, it's pretty common for a lot of team or defensive coaches in high school. It's 3rd and short. It's 4th and short. They have to come up the middle. Well, ice them, check to going outside. Boom. 1st down. Reminder for everyone to drink water throughout the day or just throughout the stream. Water is good. I need to remember to drink enough water. By the way, that was a real nice stop by Forest Lake. Stillwater's got a punt again. At least they got the 1st down on that nice pass play, so you're able to flip the field here. Not that that matters. Forest Lake had an 80-yard run the last drive. Oh, that's weird that he picked it up. Uh-oh, was there a... Oh, this might be a 15-yarder right here. That helmet's getting yoinked. Oh, and there's the flag that came out. Oh, what an awful mistake. Oh, that's a bummer. You get right down there. The Stillwater defender plays this pretty well. He rushes down there. Look at him break down and chop the feet right here. Chops down, brings himself. He's ready to attack. And then he's just tackling too high, man. I get that that's a much shorter like ball carrier than you or return man. You gotta tackle low. I mean, you're almost standing straight up there. Oh, and then we pull a Farmington and we throw our feet around. Like, what in the world? Who tackles like this? Is this a technique I don't know about? Because when I see Farmington do it, I'm like, okay, like 90% of the kids on their team are doing it. Maybe they're just doing a weirdly coached technique of throwing your body around when you tackle. I don't know anyone else in 6A that does that until I saw this clip, and there's Stillwater doing that. Now, it's not like Stillwater's doing that every play with every kid. This looks like this is just a one-off fluke. But, like, come on, man. That's tackling 101. You don't throw your feet around when you tackle. You have no strength. Once your feet are off the ground, you have no traction or anything. Has anyone out there ever tried squatting without having your feet on the ground? It's not possible. You can't squat. You gotta have feet on the ground. Same concept. You can't throw your weight around if you're not pushing against the ground. Ooh, just some long transitions. Is there gonna play here? No. Okay. I guess this is a nice thing. That means fewer plays that I actually have to break down. Here we go. This time, Forest Lake still in their pistol. They're in 11 personnel now. 2x2 set. Now it makes sense that Stillwater's playing the way they are. It looks like they're giving him another over front here. No, oh no. So this is the one thing I didn't like about Stillwater, and they did this when they gave up their big touchdown run. I guess the only touchdown to Mounds View. They're playing a 4 technique, a 0 technique. It looks like they're in a 2-4 nickel package, right? Because you have 2 down linemen and it looks like 4 backers. No, this is still their base 3-4 defense. All they did was they moved their 4 technique out to a wide 5 out here and then bumped their outside backer way out there. So what's weird about this is, go back to that player. I'm pushing the wrong button. What's weird about that is there's nobody from the 0 technique all the way to this wide 5. Like, this whole line, and you can see all that space, that's just wide open right there. Like, why would you give a team that big of a running lane? I can understand this in an obvious, like, passing situation, but it's 1st and 10 from Forest Lake's own 31-yard line. I don't know if the Rangers are going to pass on this particular down. I wouldn't bet on it. Like I said, I wouldn't bet on it. Did they hit him with a little midline right here? I think it was supposed to be an inside veer. It is. Look at where the quarterback's eyes are. He's reading our read key out there. But what goes awry? We're supposed to get up to backer. Left tackle misses the inside backer. You got to remember, man, Stillwater's got good inside backers. He's leaning downhill. He's ready to attack. He gets through and he blows it up nicely. Dude, Stillwater's got some awesome inside linebacker play. Like, just even beyond being able to read the play, you watch the technique. Oh, see, look at it. Very subtle right here. Look at the little rip move he throws. See the little rip move right there? He does just enough to get the Forest Lake's tackle's arms off of him. That's nice, dude. Oh. I think their head coach, Coach Labor, was a linebacker in college, question mark. I forget where he plays, or where he played, past tense. But I'm, like, very certain he was a linebacker, so I guess it makes sense the inside linebackers are very well coached over there at Stillwater. Inside linebackers, very well coached. Outside needs a little bit of work. Okay, so now we're in an unbalanced wing slot out of the gun. This is kind of like what you'd see Centennial do. Tight ends in line down here, receiver out there, 2 slot backs. Only difference, Centennial's normally under center. You know, there's your Dalen Cummings, there's Maverick Harper. But Forest Lake does it out of the gun. So, I mean, now you can kind of see where, all right, your triple option plays would take shape. We're getting an over front here, so it looks like a 1, a 3, a 5, and a 7. We have a 5 over here. So obviously if I'm running a triple option play, inside veer to this side with a 1 and a 5 is where I'm thinking of going. We get a nice scoop. We can get a nice double there. Veer down to the next inside backer. Here's your read key. Here's your pitch key. And this slot back can just arc around there. Go get the safety. That inside veer to the right, it's actually looking pretty spicy there, Forest Lake. We ran a jet sweep. Ooh, where'd the receiver on the wide side go? They did a little switch block like Shakopee does, which is funny because Forest Lake and Shakopee have scrimmaged and gone to the Bemidji State camp the last few years. And they're gonna scrimmage again this upcoming Saturday. Well, a week from today, I should say. There's your switch block. Receiver goes down, slot back comes around and blocks the corner because they're switching their blocking assignments. That's nice. Oh, and then see? Then you get to lay blocks like that. That might have... Was there I was looking for a flag because this might have constituted a blindside block. Defender's facing that way. You're coming at him from his blind side and then clocking him. And obviously knocks him to the ground. Pretty solid kick out switch block here by 22, the running back. And again, look, see how the running back is on that side, so the threat of the jet sweep is real. Then if they want to run GH counter back the other way on a later play, they're able to do that. Nice setup and design there, Forest Lake. 34 is the inside backer again, isn't he? Yes, he is. How does he get all the way over there? Oh, He hits another move. This time another knife hand to get off of the... Is that the center that had to get him or the guard? No, that's a play side tackle. Oh, no, I'm actually dumb. It's not the tackle. It's the tight end. There we go. Tight end's trying his hardest to get up to that backer, but 34 was having none of it. That kid is an absolute stud. Technique solid, effort solid, speed solid, physicality is solid. Now if you wanted to go into your goofy thing where you split the defensive end out wide in 5 and have nothing but a 0 inside, you can do that because it's 3rd and 7. Forest Lake's going to be passing. Bring out the pass front. Although the one weird thing about that is Forest Lake is in regular wings. Are they wing or unbalanced wing slot here? They're still unbalanced. Y is down here in a 4-point stance. Your center's here. Guard tackle. Is there supposed to be a fake jet sweep? And probably not. Sprint out pass. Into the comeback. Nice. The tight end didn't go downfield, did he? Nope. Oh, nice little log block right there to seal off the edge. Running back's leading off the front. Outside backer goes in the flat. Oh, this is okay. This is such a great design. So what the Rangers are doing here is they're messing with the flat. So they're having an arc come around here out of the backfield, but from the jet motion. So jet motion's coming across and looking like he's going to run into the flat. That draws the outside linebacker with him, who's supposed to be the flat defender. But they're also running a comeback right here. And the corner is trying to get to his deep zone. So that puts a little bit of a bind here. And then you throw to the gap in between. He's in the flat. He's in his deep zone. Nice soft underbelly in between. Nice catch. Easy first down, Rangers. If Coach B-Scout saw that and drew that up, that is very well designed. Sneaky. I like that. Well, personnel again. Don't do stretch to the left. I'm getting the vibe it's going to be stretch or toss to the top of the screen. There we go, Forest Lake. I see you. Okay. They do like stretch. Oh, nice. Do you see how they're not able to seal the edge here? Their sniffer, I guess that's the H-back, does a great job. He's like, all right, outside backer's going outside of me. If he wants to work out there, I'll work this half of him and turn him outside. That's some solid blocking. And then the tight end says, all right, he's leaving. I'm going to go get up to the next level. And he's blocking a safety. The only thing that's kind of missing is the double team at the point of attack. But the left tackle does just enough on the D end where we can get that to work. He has a solid enough reach block. Oh, no. But then what does the running back do? He cuts back inside. If he would have kept going out there where his blocks were leading him, oh, there's some space out there, man. And you see, defenders, or your block. Okay, I swear I'm not clicking anything. I guess when you draw too much on one title card, Huddle just crashes. It's like, nope, Coach Lance is overanalyzing. I'm done. Deal with it, Huddle. So right here, as soon as you read, I'm blocking him this way and I see my guy's butt, run behind the butt. You never run in front of your man. You run behind the butt, because that's how you follow the blocks. Edina's very good at following the butt. Whether it's GH counter or power, it's not just the running back, Mr. Bjorgard. He does a great job reading it, but their H-back is able to read their guard's block. Their guard can decide whether he has to log or do a kick out on GH counter. Like, Edina knows how to get run plays done. They're so good at that on the fly. Now we've got regular wing slot. Tight ends at the top of the screen. X down here at the bottom. 2 slot backs. No jet threat. There's our counter. We said it was coming. Kind of weird, though. If you were going to run counter off of jet, wouldn't you want running back to be this side? But then again, they're not giving the ball to the running back. They're giving it to the slot back on this side. But it is essentially a GH counter. They're just using the running back to block instead of the H back. It's a weird design, though, because if you look, you have down block. Who's got the kick out? Is it supposed to be like a slot back power? If it is, then wouldn't you kick out the outside backer? Because as is, Oh, he does. I don't know about that. That's tough when you have a little running back try to block an outside linebacker. And this is why I think it works a little bit better with the running back, because then you can have the guard kick out that big outside backer, then have him come inside and take an inside backer, then running back gets the ball. Or you can do quarterback GH counter, because Mr. Johnson's pretty fast. Have running back fake that way, fake jet that way, guard kick out, he comes through, QB take ball. That way the running back can keep carrying out a fake as if it's like a fake block, as if it's a jet sweep, and that's going to get more of these defenders to go with him, especially in the deep secondary. Still got him a first down, though. We'll chew up play clock. Now we're in a 3-by-1 question mark? We have a tight end on this side. But the tight end... Oh, okay, so tight end's ineligible. Our receiver at the top is off. Z's off. H is off. And there's our Y and our X. It's another unbalanced formation. Still, Forest Lake loves unbalanced stuff. Once again, whenever they're unbalanced, Stillwater shifts down to one side. They just slide a gap over. They're not stacking extra defenders over. Remember how I said they would get caught on that earlier? So if Stillwater or if Forest Lake's going to run, they're going to run to the right here. Yep, there you go. Oh, no. Did we miss a block? I think, so if we're supposed to get a block here, you're blocking here. I think you're supposed to come around and get him. Then there's your read key. I'm like 90% certain that's what's supposed to happen on this play. We have a real nice... But then again, I don't know, because it looks like number 0 is not trying to block the outside backer. The problem here is we essentially have two read keys, the defensive end and this outside backer. One of these two was probably supposed to get blocked on this play. I just don't know which one of the two it was. And obviously it got blown up because we left somebody unblocked that probably wasn't supposed to. Oh, that's fuzzy. This is not me or the computer. This is something with the camera, maybe? Or maybe it's the window. Because if you look, it's right here going up and down the 50. You see, like, the double vision. This kid's got a little bit of double vision. But, oh, my goodness. The poor Forest Lake offensive line. This poor Stillwater kid and coach back here. They're all, like, splitting apart into multiple people. They're going through cellular mitosis. So we're in another 3-by-1 set. You've got tight end and your sniffer up top with a wide receiver, and then you have a lone X at the bottom. Also noteworthy, they're pressing. You're gonna blitz out of this? Another speed option. Do we block it? Oh, we almost mishandled the pitch. Did the inside or the outside backer dive in again? Oh, he did, and look what he did again. The same thing as on the last touchdown play. He dips in and around the outs or the sniffer instead of knocking the sniffer to the ground. If you knock the sniffer to the ground and then get the quarterback, now there's nobody to come get your unblocked safety that's coming that way. Sniffer blocks the safety and works him. We've got nice receiver blocking on the outside. And what happened to the D end here? Because that's who was unblocked last time. Now we actually block him. I think it was confusing the Rangers in the last play because there were two edge defenders between 84 and 11 was split out wide. And this is why they got confused. I don't know what the rule is. Maybe it's first man outside, which in this case would be the D end 84 there. Something went awry. But this time, we're looking good. We actually block the defensive end. We only have one read key, or I guess pitch key in this case, which is awesome on the speed option. Nice little kick out. And that receiver blocking makes good plays, man. I mean, look at the wideout and the sniffer. They just keep going, especially the sniffer. He's like, yes, sir, you stay down there. Receiver blocking makes big plays, man. I mean, I can say it until I'm blue in the face. If you're a spread offense and you play wide receiver and you don't block, don't play wide receiver. Simple as that. Now we got a big gain. Forest Lake's also chewing up time of possession, which I love as a strategy because if your offense is on the field, that means Nick Kinsey, Stillwater's best player, is off the field. That's awesome. Ooh, another unbalanced, or is there tight end over there? No, there's tight end on that backside. Never mind. So it's not an unbalanced. It's more of a pro twins. Ooh, and we're running a veer option. Because if you look... Oh, this is such a great time to call inside veer. And this is what I was saying earlier. When you had the 0 and then a wide 5 on top of that. Like, Stillwater, why are we doing this? And, like, again, I said that it was totally fine to do that on 3rd and a mile. Because it's an obvious passing situation. You know they're going to pass the ball. But to do it on 1st and 10... Like I said, it was weird enough when it was 1st and 10 from Forest Lake's own, like, 31-yard line or wherever it was. But now you're going to call it at the 20. 1st and 10 from your 20-yard line. I don't think Forest Lake is looking to pass here. Sure enough, they take advantage of the inside veers. They attack the fullback. Quarterback keeps... Oh, I don't know. That was a tough read. And this is why it's kind of tough to do this out of the pistol. If this was under center, this would have been a dive 100%. He comes up field, inside veer, you dive off there. We do a solid job getting up to the next level. Stillwater's defensive end needs to play this a little bit tighter off the butt. Once you get down block, you're right off of that butt. And then, yeah, it's probably just tough. If I'm the quarterback, I want to ride that a little bit longer, force him to make the decision. Then I pull, he attacks, then I pitch. Block there, pitch man, touchdown Rangers. Who are all these people posting? Blaine Bengals posted a photo for the football team. Interesting. Ooh, are we shifting over again? Now it looks like we're back in a 4-0-4. Maybe Stillwater learned their lesson. It was like, hey, let's not give them a 0 and a 5 technique. That's not smart. Unbalanced formation again, or is this tight end at the bottom? No, it's tight end at the bottom. Yeah, it's number 8. So we're in like a tray open, or not a tray, but like a pro slot look. We're pro right with a tight end over there, and then we got our slot back, the sniffer on this side. Is this supposed to be a speed option? Okay, something looks like it went awry on this play. And I do need to give Stillwater's outside backers credit. They're not just blindly diving inside every play. They are actually containing the edge here, which is solid. Weird that... Where was the run supposed to go? Was it supposed to be like an insert where 22 kicks out and it's like a quarterback power? But I don't think anybody pulled, did they? And there's no threat of a jet fake because the jet goes behind the quarterback and it's in the same direction as where the play is going. Yeah, I don't know about this one there, Forest Lake. If it was quarterback like inside zone back that way and jet that way, I could understand. We're starting to get a little bit of the Hopkins syndrome here where the fake was a little bit, there was no fake, so I'm not fooled by the jet motion. And 2, it's in the same direction as the jet. So if you look, which way are all the Stillwater defenders going, especially the inside backers? They're all going that way, which, funny enough, is exactly where we want to run. So yeah, I don't know about that one. That's the end of the... Oh, my goodness. We're only through the first quarter. This time, I think it's the tray open. Tight end and the sniffer on the same side to the right. I assume it's going to be... It can't be an outside run to the right because it's 3rd and 8 for Forest Lake. Got to be a pass. Where was the flat defender? Oh, Stillwater. It's a 3-by-1. Again, we're getting another 3-by-1 formation, and they're not putting any extra bodies over on the 3 side. Really strange. And then if we're blitzing this backer, who's taking the guy that's underneath him? Because if you look at the safeties, they're playing zone coverage. They're not manned up. Well, I guess if they are manned up, he's taking the tight end, but then whose responsibility is it to take... If it's man, does that mean the inside backer has that sniffer? Why isn't the inside backer going with the sniffer then? especially if your outside backer's blitzing. It looks like, man, because the safety's man on the tight end, backside corner's man, he's man there. But then who's this other safety manned on? He's just, is it a cover one? It can't. Is he getting back to the middle? I don't know if he is. I think Stillwater's confused as to what their coverage is here. If it's man, who's manned up on the sniffer? Is that supposed to be? I'm fairly certain it's supposed to be this inside backer. Because there's no flat defender. Obviously, you're blitzing the backer. Ooh, that's a... Is he going to get in? Oh, he did get in. A real nice play call by Forest Lake. I'm just shocked that Stillwater left. And again, it's 3rd and a mile. Why? How many do they blitz? They blitzed 5, almost 6 if you count that inside linebacker that's stepping up. I think it is, man, because the other inside backer reads the running back and stays with him. So is it like a cover 1 look? If it's cover 1, then who's supposed to have the sniffer? I'm like 90% certain it was supposed to be this inside backer. But then again, if that's the case, I'd say it's a mismatch that favors Forest Lake, because you're getting a sniffer who's further out than your inside backer, out into space. Your inside backer's going to have a harder time trying to get an angle out there. I'm surprised he didn't, like... And if you are, man, widen him out a little bit. Have him line up over his man. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, wait, we got to see the lights. Got to see the Ranger lights. There it is. Yes, sir. That's definitely a really strange bit of defense there from Stillwater. I mean, technique-wise, Stillwater's inside linebackers play pretty darn well, but when it comes to the actual scheme itself, I think that's where Stillwater's defense is starting to have issues. Like I said, a 0 technique and then no one until a 5 technique out wide. I don't know about that. I would not recommend doing that. Oh, next play. Lean back a little bit. I gotta relax more when I do this. I've been sitting too far upright. It starts to get at your neck after a while. So I do like the kick return here. You see how we catch it at the left side, and then we reverse field to the right. The only thing I would have liked to have seen is return man's got to run forward a little bit more. If you run forward a little bit more here, it really gets these defenders to cave in, because as is, there's not a whole lot of room out there to work with. If you run upfield, get them to cave in, then you would potentially have an entire third of the football field to reverse to and work with, where you're not going to have a single defender. And he almost gets to the edge, but again, you see how, especially the defender way out there, the end man, stayed out wide. Pretty well coached. Did his job, stayed out there, didn't try and cut inside, but I think Stillwater could have sold a little more by just running forward and then bouncing it out. Because the return man definitely had the right idea. He just got outside before he went upfield. And that makes a huge difference, man, because then that's one less guy to try and tackle you downfield. Another Buck sweep where they pull both guards. Yeah, I don't know, Stillwater. I might not be too big on running the Buck sweep, especially out of 10 personnel. If you think about it, Centennial runs Buck sweep out of 31 personnel. Yeah, it's a heavier run play, so it's really weird to see. And Prior Lake also runs it out of 31 personnel when they stole it from Centennial. So seeing a team try and run a Buck sweep out of 10 personnel, especially because it means that you're leaving the rest of your offensive line in one-on-one blocks against a pretty good Forest Lake defensive line. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I probably would not be looking to go to this Buck sweep at... I don't even know if you would use that in the Metro East, because think about Mounds View's got a great defensive line, Forest Lake's got a good defensive line, East Ridge is always pretty well coached. So I memean, unless you're using it as a meme against Woodbury or White Bear. Well, I guess I can't say meme against White Bear because we know how the Stillwater White Bear game went down. I can't understand why that play would be in Stillwater's playbook. I just don't think it works, especially given the section that they're in. Teams have good D lines. When you have a good D line, you either want to use like option plays to leave them unblocked and use them as a read key, or get double teams on them. Make them work. Grind them down. Speaking of which, I said make it work, and if you look at the back of all the Forest Lake coaches, that's exactly what it says. #work on the back of all of them. So, hey, I guess Forest Lake's got the right idea. Got to work the opponents. Was it 2nd and 9? All right, so not panic yet. Also, Stillwater's in spread. So their one touchdown was in a play action out of the I formation, and ever since then, they've gone like exclusively back to the spread offense. Pass play. Yep. Just hitches to... Oh, double move. Hitch and go. And it was thrown just a little bit out of reach. I think that's just a timing thing. I think if you stutter for a second longer, because the pocket's pretty good, Forest Lake actually brings 5, and Stillwater's able to hold off all 5. So, I mean, that's not too shabby of pass protection. I'm trying to figure out what Forest Lake was doing on the outside here. Was there supposed to be a stunt? Because if they did like an X stunt, then why does the defensive end run inside of the tackle? If they did, especially because if you watch, the right guard for Stillwater here blocks down. If they would have had D end go upfield C gap, outside backer loop inside, boom. There's your sack right there. Because watch, we have the tackle isolated on the outside backer in the D end. He's in a 1-on-2 scenario, not in his favor. But if you look, the Forest Lake kids just run into each other and nothing happens here. If you are going to loop an outside backer inside, defensive end's got to get his butt outside. Otherwise, they end up in the same spot like they just did, and it generates no pressure. Or you rely on Howie Johnson. I think it was supposed to be a double X blitz, because if you look at Howie Johnson and the other outside backer, Mr. Johnson runs upfield, backer loops in, but it's picked up on that side. This was the money side on the left. If we would have just gotten upfield and there, because the right guard's the one that messed up. Left guard does a great job. Right guard, not so much. Maybe it was just slide protection left. But if it's slide protection left, then why wouldn't the running back be looking back that way? Slide that way. He protects back. I don't know. Something is not entirely correct on that play with the pass protection. Oh, wait. He actually caught that? Oh, that was an incomplete. Dude, that's an incredible catch. Wait a minute. He came down with this? I thought it was way past him. That is an insane catch. Outstretched arm, and he brings it in while having 2 defenders on him. Okay, that's a nutty move. That's awesome. He got all the way down to the 20? No, is that how far he got down? No, he got to the 36. Was there like a personal foul somewhere on this? Oh, there is. So ball's out right there. And then defensive end decides to slam Nick Kinsey into the ground long after he doesn't have the football. Helps him up afterwards, but yeah, by that point, the damage is already done. Back judge picks his flag up and is sticking it back in his pocket. That's the head judge sticking it in his pocket there. So, yep. That's not smart. So that turns a big play into an even bigger play for no reason. And just think about that. See, that's why execution is so important, man. Going back to that play, if Forest Lake would have been able to execute this X blitz right there a little bit better and just get that defensive end outside, work outside half of that tackle. Because as is, he just runs into him head up, is working a whole man, which you never want to do as a defensive lineman anyway. We never fight whole offensive linemen. And then you get in the way of your blitzing backer, and because of all of that, we then have a guy getting there way too late, laying a hit, and an insane catch downfield. All could have been avoided if we just ironed that stunt out. Oh, so close. Either way, ponies are in business. Now we're back in the pro eye. We gonna get power here? If we are, maybe power to the right. No, it's a reverse. Oh, he's looking to pass. Where's he trying to pass to? What's the... Was somebody supposed to go out for a route here? I'm confused. So we've got a post down here, but then we also have a 10-yard drag, but the safety picks up the 10-yard drag, and there's another backer scraping over anyway. So, those are both covered. The only thing that's open is if he throws back across his body to that corner of the end zone to get the post coming back to that corner. But he doesn't. All right, now he's going to try and run, and the Rangers pursue. Oh, and the ball pops out. I don't know about that trick play there, Stillwater. Yeah, that's a strange one. And again, you know it's going to be some kind of play action because that's a dead giveaway with Stillwater. Every time they've done that, where they pull guard to the tight end side and the fullback just goes to the weak side and they're going different ways, 100% of the time, that's pass protection. That's play action. That's the same deal here. Notice how none of the offensive linemen are getting upfield. I'm surprised. That's all the concept was. A 10-yard drag and a deep post. There's like nobody in the flat to check down to. And if we're rolling him all the way out this way, wouldn't we want like a fade? Kind of like a levels concept. 10 and then a flat. And then the quarterback can run the backside post, funny enough. Like, there's so many ways this could be done. I don't get it. It's like an all-in bet. Like, hey, we're just going to hope the tight end comes untouched. But it's like, And you know what? I could see this working if... I was about to say, if Stillwater had, or if Forest Lake had a safety stack down, which is funny because they actually do. We stack down here. But the problem is, look where the other safety is. The other safety is stacked over the tight end. He's on the 2 side. So if we would have ran a reverse with tight end over here, but then what is he going to do if he goes out that way? He would have been over here anyway. Yeah, see, I don't know, man. This just... I don't know if I necessarily like this against the play or against the defense that Forest Lake's been giving us. There's not really a whole lot to trick the DBs. And then obviously the fumble. He's looking to throw. The ball's obviously not secure when you're looking to throw. And then events transpire. What do we have this time? Jet motion. See, now we're talking. This is like what I like with a Dyna or like a YZ. When you do jet motion, you're in pistol. Even Moorhead does this. It's beautiful because I have no idea if he's going to go that way to lead block, counter back this way. Like, there's so much versatility, and I can't tell what you're doing before the ball snapped. It's so well designed when you do this out of pistol. Oh, and it becomes a triple option play. Is this an inside veer or outside? This is our center right here, so guard tackle. So it's not outside veer because our buddy the tight end is down here. It's pro twins. It's a balanced formation. It's an inside veer because we leave our first level C-gap defender unblocked. Oh, yes it is. Because see, observe. Inside veer. You've got your read key. You've got your pitch key. We're veer blocking down to get those guys. Slot receiver out here who, you know, just take a shot, copy slot back, boot him out there. Blocking DB. We've got receivers blocking DBs. That's looking good. We get quarterback running at the read key here. Read key attacks the dive. QB keeps, runs at pitchman. Pitchman attacks quarterback. Touchdown Rangers. Oh, but we didn't keep it. Maybe Forest Lake needs to... What are they? Are they at 4 yards depth? Yeah, I mean, they've got heels at 4. They're a true pistol. But it's like, the Stillwater defensive end, that's our buddy 84 again. Well, a few things wrong with this. One, we're giving them a 0 and a 5 again. On 1st and 10, nonetheless. Oh my. If I'm Stillwater, I am taking this defensive package, or just this front, out of my playbook. Why would I ever want to give, especially, like, you're not playing a pass-happy team like Rochester Mayo. Like, Forest Lake loves to run the football. They're a gun option team, pistol option team, whatever you want to call them. Like, running is their favorite thing to do, and they're pretty darn good at it, especially outside and option runs. It's just really weird to see Stillwater doing something that actually plays into Forest Lake. Especially when you consider they're both Metro East teams that play each other all the time. Yeah, I don't know. That's just really not adding up to me, the whole 0 and 5 technique thing. Even though the 0 technique, the nose guard here, he gets pretty solid penetration, but he's slanting away from the veer block, so he's just kind of taking himself out of the play. Yeah, that probably should have been quarterback keep right here. Oh, I'm seeing touchdown, man. If quarterback would have kept, ran at number 11, 11 gives him the sauce. Pitch to our buddy here. Oh, we could have been gone, or it could have been gone. Is that Diesel over there? I don't remember the Forest Lake kids' names. I think that's Mac Diesel and that's Jerkovich, question mark. Obviously, we know Caleb Johnson at quarterback. He doesn't need an introduction. Oh, that was only a 3-yard gain. Yeah, I don't know, man. A 3-yard gain on a triple or inside veer for the dive isn't too shabby, but you really want to read that outside for that read key a little bit better, because if he attacks the dive here like he does, yeah, he's hanging on to the legs. And again, when you also consider how good Stillwater's inside linebackers are, their front 5 in general, they're 3D linemen plus the 2 inside backers, like that is the heart of, literally, in the middle there, the heart of Stillwater's defense. So if kind of one of the things we talked about in one of my previous live streams when they played Lakeville North, one of the not as good parts of Stillwater are their outside linebackers. So if I'm running an inside veer here and they're giving me an opportunity to get the football in space with blockers on DBs and put essentially one of the weaker links on the defense in conflict, that's probably where I'm going to look to go, especially when the read key is attacking the dive. But I will give Stillwater's DN credit. He does play that pretty lightly. It's not quite like a feather technique, but he's forcing the QB to make a decision there. And that takes away the big play. Really nice. Because like I drew up there, if we did have quarterback keep and then he pitched, that could have been another touchdown Forest Lake. All right, we're back in wing slot. Tight end at the bottom down here. 31 personnel. Ooh, another counter. Oh, false start? False start on who? I missed. Who jump? Oh, it's the receiver at the top. This is weird. I never understood why, like, receivers false start and do stuff like that. Because it's like, one, you're the offense, you know the cadence. But number two, like in a spread offense like this, you look down the line at the football and you don't move till the football moves. So it's weird that he does, like, this thing early when the ball hasn't been snapped yet. Strange. Either way, that sets the Rangers back. There goes your gain from inside veer. Oofda. All right, how are we going to make up that lost penalty yardage? Penalties kill drives, man. You got to watch for those. Pass play. Ooh, hitting him with a screen. High arcing tunnel screen. And remember, these are not like 9-foot-tall Prior Lake defenders, so we can actually get over the top of them. Receiver runs behind his blockers. Let's see, do we utilize blockers this time? Because I know against Prior Lake, the screen didn't stay behind the blockers, but this time he does. Oh, this is nice. Very nice tunnel screen here. Watch him stay behind the O-line. That's nice downfield blocking. Number 69 waits to get his man, seals him off. Oh, we just need a little bit better receiver blocking downfield. We have a pretty solid block on 7 here. Corner's not as important. This is the real money block right here on the safety, though. Also, nice that the O-line is getting up to safety. Poor safety right there, getting 2 offensive linemen blocking him downfield. And then we eventually get a solid block right there. They don't call that a block in the... Oh, yep. There it is. I was about to say, I'm like, oh, that's... Receiver blocking makes big plays, man. If that's not a block in the back, if we, like... And this is why it's so important. If at the very beginning we would have just gotten there and sealed him off and just, like, blocked him, then this was, the easiest touchdown of Forest Lake's career. Oh, yeah, you can see the coaches over here on the far right of the screen. They're... Oh, did somebody catch him? Who caught him? Oh, the corner's keeping pace with them. That's number 11, the outside linebacker at the bottom of the screen that ran all the way down there. We got back-to-back penalties on Forest Lake. They're really pinning themselves back deep here. That's a nega play. There's nothing there. Okay. Oh, the lucky thing, though, it was at the spot of the foul. So, funny enough, they're actually back to 2nd and 7, as if the last play never, or the last 2 penalties never existed. Are we 3-by-1? We're 3-by-1 again, and Stillwater still is not stacking another defender down. They're at least shifting their front over to the left to the stronger side. Like, that same speed option they've been killing you with is still there. If he arcs around, gets the safety, he blocks there. We have a nice double team right there. Another double team there up to whoever. Like, there's some solid stuff there. I want to slide another defender over to that side if I'm Stillwater. And sure enough, it's another speed option. Like, it's... And what does the outside linebacker for Stillwater do? Same thing they always do. They dive inside. This time, he at least chips. Oh, nice. He does chip him this time and then stays with the quarterback. But so we have 2 quarterback defenders, question mark? Because is this 28 the inside backer that ends up making a play over here and getting the quarterback? Yeah. He makes a nice fit. Dude, Stillwater inside backers, run fits, good. Receiver blocking, question mark? No, receiver blocking was not there. If we had better receiver blocking, that could have been an even bigger play. But I'm so shocked that Stillwater keeps getting burned by speed option out of a 3-by-1 again and again, and they just won't move another defender to that side. So, I mean, go back to the beginning here and look at it. Suppose they did roll their safeties over like that. What would they be giving up on the back side here that they need to justify having the safety? Is it because they're always blitzing him off the back side? What good is he doing off the edge? Like, you can either just man up on the back side, or if you're that worried about that, drop him in the flat. He can still be a run defender first out there and put him deep. Now you have 2-man bracketing him. And then, now that he's rolled down there, he's flat. You can have 2 up there. Funny enough, you can almost play like a cover 6 right there. Maybe that's a little bit too complicated. Cover 6 for a high school. You could split up, though, and move it to more of a cover 3. If he rolls down, 1, 2, and then make it more of a cover 3 like that. There you go. Now you have flat, flat. He can attack right away, because now he doesn't have to worry about the flat. It's all covered by the safety. And then, since we're already bringing 4, you can have him do his hook, and him do his hook back there. There's ways that we could adapt to this. I should say there's ways that Stillwater could adapt to this, as I just drew up. They're not quite doing it. At least we lay a nice hit on the quarterback. Poor Mr. Johnson's probably going to be feeling that tomorrow. But ultimately, it's for nothing because we don't have anybody left to take the pitch, man. And see, this is why it stinks that number 11 gets off the block. It just puts him in conflicts. It's like, am I a quarterback player? Am I going with the arc? And if he's going with the arc, like, just stay with that arc block so then your safety can come off clean. Because you already have an inside linebacker coming to play quarterback. You get 2 guys doing the same job right here, and It never works out. If you're on defense and you've got two defenders trying to do the same job, you're going to end with some kind of, or end up with some kind of disaster. Like, that's just the way it works. Oh, now Woodbury football just added something to their story. I wonder what the Royals are up to tonight. A lot of teams adding things to their stories. 3x1. This is pro twins. Tight ends to the top side. Twin receivers to the bottom here. They love motioning the back side. And they always put the twins to the wide. Well, not always, but pretty frequently it looks like the Rangers are putting the twins to the wide side of the field. Oh, another inside veer. Are we giving them a... Oh. Stillwater. Once again, 1st and 10. We've got a 0 and a 5 technique with nobody in between them. Like, you're giving Forest Lake easy play calls with inside veer here. I think the whole logic is that they're splitting a backer out wide, so they need to move the D end out wider. If that's the case, move him to a 2 and then move him down to a 2. Are they worried that he has to be wider? Like, he needs to be more of a 3. You can do a 3 and a 2. That's fine. That's what, like, Georgia does. 3 and a 2, and then they have primary and secondary gap defenders. Maybe a little bit complicated for high school, but it would still work. Because then you can leave him in a 7. You've got a 7 and a 3. Backer on top to fill in between. You have a 2 here. Backer up the middle. And then 5. Yeah, you still need an extra man in there to fill in. Safety is your extra run fit. Or you loop that D end inside. Then you have a backer that can still be in the run game off the edge. I don't know, Stillwater. Alright, so what does the defender do? He just sits there waiting for the quarterback. So we should give the dive here. Correct read. That's an easy 4 or 5 yards for Forest Lake. Well, 4 yards. It's the correct read, though. Stillwater's D end. He does a nice job. See how he plays right off the ball? I think that's their returning defensive lineman that's really highly rated for Stillwater, isn't it? Because he does play this nicely. I don't like that his coaches are kind of putting him in a bad spot by making him isolate himself as a 5 technique with nobody in between him and the nose guard. But I do like the way he plays this. He's right off the butt of the down block. He's patient. He lets the handoff happen, and then he's able to make a tackle. Like, sure, it's still a 4-yard gain, but he's preventing a big play from happening with his style of play, or with his technique. That is pretty solid. Because, you know, if he bites that dive right away, it's going back here. If he bites the dive right away right here, he attacks the dive before the handoff. We get the ball out here. 10 attacks the quarterback. We pitch the ball. We've got blocking in front, touchdown Rangers. I don't know about Stillwater, but I'd much rather take the 4-yard gain than I would a touchdown on the pitch. What do we have this time? Oh, we're unbalanced. Tight ends up on the line to the bottom of the screen here. Yep, so it's unbalanced. Why cannot... Dude. I have no idea why Huddle is doing that. It's some new glitch with Huddle where when you're holding the mouse button down, like M1, it just randomly freaks out and is like, nope, I just need to close the tab entirely. And it's not like I clicked on anything because I'm in full screen mode. Strange. Yeah, just that could have been a big play, man. Let's see what we have this time. So the 3x1, they're unbalanced. Oh, it's just a nice little quarterback draw. It's not even a draw. It's like a lead. Did they pull anybody? And it's weird that they did the jet motion because there's no jet fake on top of that. It's just like a quarterback lead where he follows the running back. And he just does nice tight running. You get blocked. Well, we could have a little bit better blocking downfield. We're kind of standing, not getting anyone. Once we get up to the next level, get a body on him. Like 71 here. Go get that safety. If we get that safety, man, eventually we get there. But I mean, it's still a solid play. That's strange that Stillwater fell for that. Did they go with the jet motion here? Because the design is good. Coach Lance likes the design because running back and the gun is on that side. Jet motion, everything looks like it could line up. There is the pre-snap threat of a jet sweep going to the unbalanced side here. And then, but again, the strange part is jet motion go this way, quarterback run go same way. Does defense go with jet motion? No, because there's no jet. Well, actually, he steps there, but it looks like they're not really stepping. It looks like they're scraping over the top and they're run fitting based on where the running back's going to lead block. Oh, 28 just gets a little bit too wide. He scrapes too far over. I think that's 34. Does a nice job filling and taking on the lead block. 28 should be in the back cutback lane here filling, but he's not. He gets a little bit too far over, and that's where it really opens the running lane. Oh, I'm already 2 hours in and it's not even halftime yet? Oh, boy. I need a nap. Uh-oh. So we're in another one of those 12 personnel 3x1 looks from Forest Lake. We've got a tight end, a sniffer slash H-back, and then a Z receiver to the bottom of the screen, X receiver to the top. The running back is way back there at 9 yards. Really? And we're under center. I'm surprised that this isn't like... And it's 1st and 10. Why aren't... I could see... I mean, there is speed option at the bottom of coming down this way. Because, again, Stillwater is not moving defenders over to the 3x1 side. We hit him with stretch. So why didn't stretch work this time? Where was the reach blocking? Did 10 shoot inside? 10 shot inside and the edge was there. We have a double team on the edge defender. Who gives up on the block? Where's 77? Is that our left guard or our left tackle? It's our left tackle. He's engaging the D end. It looks like he should be trying to scoop him and get across to the next defender. But then he gives up on the defender. And defender eventually makes the play. Also, all right, now I'm convinced it's a Stillwater coaching point. Because if you look at the tackle here, what is the D end doing? He's throwing his legs through the air again. So maybe there's only 2 teams in 6A that coach tackling like that. It's Stillwater and it's Farmington. If you go to tackle, you arm tackle and you throw your legs around in a circle in the air. I would not coach tackling that way. I don't necessarily think that's safe. But obviously I don't coach for Farmington or Stillwater, so it's not really my place to coach them on tackling. But I don't know that that's necessarily safe. It's a good play by the defensive lineman. He stays on the outside of the reach block and fights off it and gets into the backfield to make the tackle. Just would have liked to see a little bit better technique to keep him safer on the tackle. And weird that Forest Lake went to stretch there if they've had issues blocking those kids in the edge. And going back to the design of the play. So remember, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, that is like one of the best defensive linemen for the class of 2026. This defensive end right here. He's in a 4 technique. No, he's in a wide 5. Yeah, I probably would have inside veered him again because we have a 0 and a 5 with nobody in between. They're just, oh my god, they're asking for inside veer. They are asking for it. I feel, I don't know, because if you do run inside veer, you either leave him unblocked or you can get a double team on him because as is, he's sort of left unblocked because he's in a 5 technique. The left tackle probably needs to step to get outside shoulder, and the guard can fill in the backside of him. Because right here, you can see you've got 2 Rangers offensive linemen trying to block him. One's engaged with him on his backside, and then the other's pushing his own O lineman. Would like to see him reach across, then he can fill the backside, and then you can double him up to the backer. To work on a little bit better reach blocking there. It's not as bad as STMA, I will say. I don't think anyone's got reach blocking that could use that much improvement. Play action. Speaking of... Oh no, I don't know why. I was thinking of Anoka in my head for some reason on that last play. because they also run a lot of outside zone / stretch. And they do and this looks like one of their play actions off it, where they do a bootleg, fake off of that, reverse. This is so strange, like the design of this. You get jet going this way, but the ball snapped too late. There's no threat of the jet. I mean, if you did fake jet, then fake dive, and then boot out that way with him coming across, that'd be pretty solid. And again, it's another levels concept. Flat out of the backfield coming across. Go back to the draw. Flat. Second level. Third level. Then your man you do the fake jet handoff to. You can come around, have him do the backside post. And then you can even send the running back on a wheel if you want. Like, there's so much you can do out of this. And they both just kind of stand there. Yeah, I definitely would like to see Jetman go into post. Running back after your fake, go into a wheel behind him or a rail route. There we go. Flood rail. Beautiful. Oh, still a nice catch, though. Is this the correct read? Corner is sticking with... That's pretty tight coverage deep, so that's taken away. Flat defender. Well, look at the outside backer here. See how he gets a big piece of the H-back coming across the backside? I mean, he's kind of bear hugging him, but what it does is, and the New England Patriots did this to the Los Angeles Rams back in the 2018 Super Bowl, 2019 Super Bowl. Anytime the Rams would do like fake stretch that way, then H-back leak across into the flat play action back the other way, they always knock down that H-back. Because what does it do? It takes away your check down. So if we would have just stayed, this safety steps down here. If that safety would have just stayed in his zone instead of stepping down and stopping, that play could have been shut down instantly. Because this was well defended, man was covered deep, the flat was well defended. But instead, it's a Forest Lake first down. Ooh, what are we calling here? I see hand signals on the sideline. I get excited. That must be the formation. Slot to the right. Twins left. 11 personnel. That's the formation, but then what's the play call? Or is 11 the play call? He's got a wristband, so I'm assuming 11 is the play call. So, yeah, and you never want to trust those because they change the wristbands every week, so can't listen to those. Is this a Buck sweep? It's another Centennial Buck sweep. They're pulling both the guards around. Oh, and Stillwater defends it real nicely. So watch the guards pull around. Why doesn't Buck sweep work here? I think it comes down to Sniffer is trying to kick or block out the end man, which is the outside backer. I would have loved to see, especially since that guard's pulling. Let's get a double T. It's kind of hard because is Stillwater doing the same 0-5-0 look? Yes, they are, because it's 1st and 10. If it's ever 1st and 10, Stillwater's like, nah, dude, leave multiple gaps open. We got this. I guess the one nice part about that is, think about it. So I've been trying to figure, why does Stillwater keep going back to that? Well, where is Forest Lake running? All of Forest Lake runs are going out to the edge. So if you have a 7 and a 5, you're basically just like saying, go ahead, run it inside of us. You're not going to do it. And so far, Forest Lake has not done it. Other than when they go to the inside veer. Which they kind of gotten away from on these last few plays. If you're going to consistently get the 0 and a 5, I'd be inside veering that all day. That's beautiful. Because then I can get a beautiful double team. I mean, especially if I have a tight end there. You can have tight end up to backer, tackle up to another backer, nice double team on the nose. That is a nice veer wall right there for my dive. Then I've got a read key and a pitch key right there. And then my buddy the slot back here can come and get him. Or we can do a classic shock-a-piece switch tag. Receiver goes and gets him. You switch out and go get the corner. There's things you can do, man. There's a lot of things you could do. But the Buck sweep, no, it's just, yeah, like I said, for the Buck sweep, we need to have a down block here and a down block here up to that backer, and we just don't get it. Because we want the first guard is supposed to kick him, and if he can't kick him, then he logs in, and the other guard comes around to the outside, takes the next man, and that's where the Buck sweep goes. Whereas if, kind of like GH counter, if the first guard gets a kick out, other guard knows, okay, he's kicking out, I go and hit the next man inside, and then there's your running lane. Buck sweep is an awesome play, but you gotta be able to practice it and know where the running lanes are. Or I guess not necessarily where the running lanes are, but understand how the blocks need to develop. Like, I'm not going to show the Centennial film right now, but if you want to see a really solid Buck sweep in MN6A football, highly recommend watching Centennial film. They do it very nicely. And you'll be able to see the way that they're pulling guards adjust. Like, do I have a kick out? Like, first guard through. Do I have a kick out? Do I have a log? Second guard. If kick out, I go upfield. If log, I go around and then look inside. And then all their slot backs are able to read that as well. Another 3x1 look. Oh. 2nd and 10, we need yards. Are we going to get speed option to the top of the screen? Oh no, we iced them. And then we got speed option at the top of the screen. Ooh, okay. Stillwater's outside backer's learning. He plays this a little bit better. He's engaging with the blocker here. So now, see what it does? This safety is now clean to come up and play the pitch man. We just need that inside linebacker to come attack the quarterback now. Or we need you to keep fighting and drive that the slot back into the QB. Ooh, that's an arm tackle. Not going to get it done. Would it have been more beneficial to pitch here? Probably not, because again, well, actually, I don't know. If he would have been able to pitch right here, that's a pretty tough pitch for Mr. Johnson, but if he could have, safety is about to be blocked. You can get a block there. He's looking to attack you, or the pitch key here is looking to attack you. As there's a running lane there, there's a possibility. I love what Forest Lake's doing, man. If you look at how their plays break down, you can see they've got a lot of explosive big play potential. Yeah, I don't know. Are we unbalanced again? We're unbalanced. No, it's pro twins. Tight ends at the... Or I guess pro slot. Slots this side, tight ends over there. 2x2 set. Another speed option. No, this is not a speed option. This is a quarterback lead. Because see, there's no actual threat. But again, like what... Is this supposed to be like a play off of their speed option, question mark? Because if it is, I feel like you want to let him get out a little bit more, maybe? I don't know. Maybe the whole idea is you snap the ball when he's behind you so that the defense thinks, oh, I got to go with the pitch man. And then essentially it's almost like it serves the same purpose as like Centennial's belly, where instead of speed option outside and thinking outside, you get the defense assuming it's going outside, and then you bust one up underneath them. Same thing is like, oh, I am Centennial. I'm going to run my jet sweep that way because I pull the guard out like I always do, but then, oh, nope, I'm giving it to the fullback and it's actually belly. Really nice. Or like Shakopee does something similar because we got an orbit motion. Rocket toss would go that way and then pull guard, kick out, then there you go, belly underneath. There's definitely, like, option teams do have plays like this built in, and this serves the same function as those bellies. It's just a quarterback lead. 3rd and short, too. It's kind of a tough play here, because... Oh, the nose guard. Nice. Stillwater's defensive line all jumps to the right here. I mean, it's not as clean of a shift as Mounds View, where all three of them move in unison. Dude, Mounds View's D-line shifts are so clean and fun to watch. They're awesome. But, yeah, I don't know. It's just enough because now we're... Are we in a 0-4-0? What are we in? The end here's in a 4. He looks like he's head up on the center, so 0. But then he looks like he's in a 3 technique here. So 4-0-3? Question mark? Hard to see from this angle. Yeah, because he hits the guard. He looks like he's in a 3. And you can tell that he's in a 4 because this guard has to step out a little bit or the tackle on the play side has to step out a little bit to get the D end. Where was the double team at the point of attack? Oh, we pulled a Blaine Forest Lake. There was no double team at the point of attack. Watch the left guard here. If we really wanted to get this off, I would love to see this left guard try and clip one of these two. If running back's coming out to do like a kick out on him, then we should have had like a double team out here or a double and then scoop that way, or you go straight up to back, or just something here. We needed that guard to have some kind of double team, especially if he just double teams the D end right here. Oh, that could have been nice. Or have guard and center, double the nose up to the backside backer, sniffer and tackle, double our DN buddy up to that backer. Also, Stillwater stacked a safety down. Where's their stacked safety? I think this is the stacked safety over here, outside the edge defender. He's still taking, instead of taking that edge defender, I guess you still have to kick him out. Safety hopefully goes the jet fake, and then there you go. And then these guys are in the wash. You can probably have tight end run up and go block that safety on the backside. Oh, and that's where the tight end went. Look at that. He did go to that safety. Ooh. Sneaky. It could have worked. I just did not like the blocking on the... not the blocking itself, more so the blocking scheme on the play side right here. I think a scoop blocking on the backside's fine. They all get up to the second level. But play side there could have been different. Also, something I just noticed. 2 players down here, plus another 3. If you're in a football game, your helmet's on, man. Unless you're sitting on the bench in the sideline. Doesn't matter if you're not in the game. There's actually a lot of Rangers kids with pads on that don't have helmets on. Interesting. Yeah, football games going on. That's just a nitpick of mine. Make sure helmets are on and you're engaged. Oh, my bad. I didn't circle 58 at first because I didn't think he was wearing shoulder pads, but number 58 down here is, in fact, wearing shoulder pads. They're just, I guess, smaller shoulder pads. Especially, I guess, when you look at number 64 or number 98 next to him, those are a little bit bigger shoulder pads. Iced them, took a timeout. There is only 3.5 minutes left in the half, so nice use of a timeout. You know another thing I just realized? So I don't know if I mentioned this at the start of the stream, but there is a definitive, well, not definitive, but very likely possibility. Oh, no, that's not even the right word. I should say it's probable that Forest Lake in at the start of the 2027 cycle is going to be going down to 5A. Right now, they're tied with Andover for the lowest, I guess, technical lowest athletic enrollment in 6A. Obviously, Coon Rapids is the lowest, but I'm not counting them because they opt up voluntarily. It's not like they're bound into 6A. So the very bottom of 6A right now is Forest Lake. And unless Coon Rapids decides not to opt up, some of those other schools, I guess it depends on those other schools on the cusp and what goes on with them. Because, I don't think Rochester Mayo's coming back up. I don't know. They're kind of up and down. Buffalo's kind of up and down. Andover, Rogers, and Moorhead are all here to stay. They're all growing. They're going to be in 6A for a while. I think Mounds View's another one that might slightly be shrinking. I don't know. Is this another speed option? Dude, Forest Lake just loves the speed option. And number 11 is trying. Oh, there's a pitch. There's a pitch. Oh, my dude 22 probably needs to take a little bit tighter of an angle here. He's getting a little bit too wide going that way. You want to see him a little bit tighter out there. Tight end's doing a decent job blocking the inside backer. That's a pretty tough block asking that tight end to do, but he's getting it done. You're running with him because it's man coverage. Oh, if the pitch man was just a little bit tighter and we got that could have been a big play, but you know what? It is just enough for a first down, so that's fine. And I am giving Stillwater some credit. They got burned on that first speed option. Forest Lake keeps going back to it. And number 11 is giving the slot back here the work, and he's forcing the quarterback to keep it, and then he peels off and helps make a tackle on it. I mean, yes, you're taking away like the big 80-yard run, but you're still giving them like not like a 4 to 6 yard run every pop. And I feel like that could all be fixed if we just took one. Again, it's funny because Stillwater's stacking a safety down in the box, but it's on the wrong side. Like I said, this is another one of those 3x1 sets. Don't stack him to the one side. You don't need numbers over there. Move him back, put him down on this side where we're at risk, because if he blocks the slot back right away at the point of attack, or if the outside backer blocks the slot back right away at the point of attack, then who's left for them to block? Like, you take, well, yeah, because then he would block there, you attack the quarterback, and then who's left to get the running back? Kind of a pickle. I don't know. That's a tough one. Or you just fight through the block, take quarterback. He's rolled down, and so he reads the pitch man. So now you have a quarterback defender and a pitch defender, another pitch defender. And they only have 2 blockers. So I get that one of them is going to be the pitch key, but it's still a pretty solid way to defend it. It's got that. I want to see Stillwater cheat a safety down. Funny enough, the safety that came over from the backside ran all the way around and then watched the pile push forward and then eventually was like, oh, wait, I'm supposed to tackle that guy. Is it another? Nope, this time it is 3x1 again. Yep, because tight end sniffer on the same side. Oh, hitting him with a little power this time. Okay. Because see, the sniffer gets a little bit of a J block out here. Guard's pulling around inside, running in between. And there's like a counter step to it. Power counter, question mark? Because the blocking scheme is power. There's no doubt about that. But then the footwork of the running back here, see how he steps right, and then steps back left? That's a counter step. Yeah, I guess it's a solid 2 yards. It's just weird that they ran. If you're going to do a counter step, shouldn't you be running GH counter? Which I know that they run some little bit of GH counter. Well, I guess they give the H back the football, but it's the same concept. Okay. Don't fall for the jet sweep. Stillwater, why are we falling for the jet sweep? We know pre-snap, running back is on the wrong side. There is 0% chance that we get a jet sweep or a toss going out that way, because he's not in position to lead block it. And if you look at the Stillwater defense, they're all going that way, even the safety. Everybody's crashing down that way except for, who's this in the backside here? That's a safety that's stacked down in the box, I'm pretty sure. No, it's not. I'm wrong. That's one of their inside backers. No, that's inside backer. That's inside backers. This is the safety stacked down. Number 5. Oh, well, yeah, if I'm the safety right here, here's the hole. I see a guy coming at me. Attack. He waits. He gets around. And then, yeah, this is arm tackling. You gotta get lower. Also doesn't help that there's an offensive lineman in your way. Try to spin you around. Now the poor corner's got to try and do something. That's pretty well designed. But again, going back to the jet motion here, like, what's Stillwater reading? Did they all fall for it? And if you look at the inside backers too, I'm surprised that they fell for it with how well coached they are. Because what are you reading right away? So if you're in a 3-4 defense, you're in a 30 technique. The 30 technique's on the guard. Your guard pulled. Pull. Scrape that way. Got to make that pull call. But no, they go with a jet fake that has a 0% chance of being a jet sweep because our buddy, the running back, is on the wrong side. Maybe other teams don't notice that. Like, obviously, I've noticed that for years, and that's something we coach our kids. Like, you can tell pre-snap, okay, there's no threat of a jet sweep. Don't fall for that, like, motion crap. And we know better. We were able to do that at Jefferson. We're like, hey, it's not a jet. And we could, like, our 9th graders could call that out. I think I made the reference of Apple Valley Apple Valley accusing us of stealing their playbook back in 2022. It's essentially because of stuff like that. Like, how do you know that the jet wasn't getting the ball? Well, because your running back was on the wrong side for it to be a jet sweep. He can't lead block, so we know that the jet fake is pointless. Obviously, you're running it back right there. Ooh, I formation. Ooh, now we're back in a 4 technique. We don't have any of the... Let's say we don't have any goofy stuff. We're in a 4, he's in a 1, and then he's in a 5. We got some weird defensive lineman assignments for Stillwater. Maybe the nose guard isn't a 0 question mark. Maybe it is a 4-0-4, but I don't know. Maybe the angle just makes it look like it's a 4-1-5. But 4-0-4 is definitely more sound. Also, false step by the outside backer. I just noticed that. See how he picks his back foot up and then just puts it back in the ground? That's a false step. Like, look, those two steps right there were completely useless. The first step should have been right foot forward, read step. And if you can't do that from this stance, then your feet might be a little bit too wide apart. Was this a midline? This is a midline. See, we leave this first level B gap defender unblocked. We go out there, we get up to the next level. And what does the midline tell us to do? He attacks the dive, quarterback should keep. Oh, with the quarterback. Oh, well, I guess it doesn't matter. Touchdown on midline anyway. He dives inside right away. I mean, this is why these flexbone plays are tough, man. Forest Lake isn't quite as good as these triple option plays as like Egan or Centennial or Shakopee, but that's just because Forest Lake has a, I guess, slightly bigger playbook. They haven't really done too much today. It's like that one counter play that they keep going back to, the speed option they've loved, and then we've seen a veer and a midline now. It's not like they're really doing too much. It's not too shabby. But, like, my point I was going to get to is if you're going to, like, think of Woodbury a few weeks ago against Roseville when they were trying to run inside veer out of the I formation on top of spread, on top of some weird Wildcat 32 personnel look, and some wing T stuff, and some power I stuff. I think I might have said there's spread stuff, too. But, like, none of those systems, like, play off each other at all. It's a bunch of mismatched, like, Madden or College Football 25 playbook type stuff. You can't do that in real life. You have to choose a scheme. And it looks like Forest Lake does have a scheme. Obviously, they do. They're a gun flexbone tier, gun option team. But if you start to have more plays, then you don't get as quality reps. Like, look at Shakopee, or I guess Egan's a better example. They've got like 8 or 9 plays in their playbook. It's literally like zone dive, midline, inside veer, outside veer. Occasionally they'll run a rocket toss. Once in a very blue moon, they'll hit you with a waggle. And then play action post wheel, question mark. I guess they do have that quarterback trap off of outside veer. But, like, how few plays did I just list? Oh, counter option. That's the other big one I forgot. That's their favorite third down play. It's like, what, 9 plays? 10 plays I might have just listed? That's Egan's whole playbook right there. But because they have such a small playbook, they get an insane number of reps at all those plays, and they can iron out those reads. Like, midline, inside veer, and outside veer are essentially all the same play. And, you know, to the untrained eye, everyone will just say, oh, it's a triple option play. Stop the dive. Well, look a little closer. But being able to read that first level defender in a split second, because, you know, varsity is a pretty fast-paced game. Being able to make this split second, like, think about this right here. Ball snapped. We'll say at about 15 seconds. You have to make a read by 15.86 seconds. You have less than a second to be able to make this first level defender read. Again, that's just how fast it is. That's why when you do go to like a triple option type deal, it's like a Centennial or an Egan, you gotta have a smaller playbook because you gotta be able to practice the crap out of those first level reads. It is so tough for anyone, let alone a young man in high school, to make a split second decision like that, let alone correctly on a consistent basis. Was that the big D lineman, number 49? That was the stud D lineman. I do give Forest Lake credit with the play calling. If you're going to run a triple option play, the defender you leave unblocked should always be the toughest defender to block. Because then you don't have to block him. It's by design. Like, if I was Centennial going against Jade Abasiri and I see him at D end, Boom, we're running inside Viridum all day. He's the unblocked man. Because I know I can't block him, so call plays where I don't have to block him. Boom. It is weird that there's like a fake toss in this midline here, because there's no pitch man. I think 49 runs a little bit too far upfield. He doesn't quite come off the butt as fast. And he's trying to play both the quarterback and the fullback. Dude, midline is such a fast-hitting play. It's so downhill and boom that if you're not there, it's a touchdown. Either way, it is just before halftime. There's like a minute 40 left, and it's 21-7 in favor of the Rangers. I'll bet Stillwater wasn't expecting this. They probably were thinking they were going to have a pretty solid season this season. That was redundant. You're going to have a really good season in 2024. Now you're down 21-7 at Forest Lake on their homecoming. Team that you've pretty much been able to beat the last few years consistently. Now, what would they just call Verts into this? Vert Ray. Oh. This is that route that they got north on. It was North or White Bear where they ran verts. And they had the... No! I'm wrong. You know who did that? I think that was Prior Lake against Forest Lake. So Stillwater watched the Prior Lake game, said, hey, Prior Lake was in 2x2. And they ran a running back seam right down the middle. I think that... And it makes sense because, you know... I don't know. Emilio is probably a little bit better than Levi Eiter. It's hard to put those two next to each other. Those are both pretty athletic kids. But I think he just comes out of the backfield way too fast. Because the way Prior Lake did it, they did like a pass protection, then a release. That way the safeties had time to bite on... Because you see, the safeties do split apart here. But Forest Lake's smart. They're not bringing a blitz. They're just playing their base defense. They've got their cover 4 on. They've got 4 at the second level, 4 at the third level, and they're only sending 3. They're basically making Stillwater show their hand right now. Everything's covered. That's a real nice job by, I think number 1's an inside back. No, that's the outside backer running down the seam. It's a pretty solid job. He's supposed to be in the flat. That's the inside back that's supposed to pick that up. Doesn't matter, though. They were able to take it away. Got to be cautious of that for next time. Make sure we're sticking to our jobs. I guess situationally, you don't really need anybody in the flat, because if Stillwater wants to take 5 yards when there's a minute left in the first half, fine. Well, 90 seconds left. Ooh, a weirdly underthrown ball. Did it just come out funny? I guess the ball comes back instead of up and then forward with the arm motion. More of a bullet pass, and it's just thrown kind of low. You know, I was just saying number 1 needs to stay out in the flat. What does he do this play? He stays out in the flat. Nicely done. Forest Lake's learning, man. Well, okay. Now, how many timeouts does it say Forest Lake has left? They've got 2 left? It must be on the outside because I can't see it. It's not showing me their timeouts, but I'm like fairly certain they've got 2 timeouts left, 1 or 2. And Stillwater's passed twice. The clock stopped. If they run the ball here and we stop them, timeout easily. Running back screen. Ooh, I mean, it was enough for a first down. You got the big boys up front. Was it run to... No, it was run away from Howie Johnson. Howie's at the bottom of the screen down here. He's the left. And they ran the screen away from him. Not too shabby. Smart awareness. And the rest of the secondary is downfield. Now you've got big linemen blocking defensive backs. I'm going to take the O-line in front of them every day. It's a well-executed screen. The only thing that was a little bit weird to me is if you watch on the bottom of the screen here, for some reason, Stillwater goes into a tunnel screen, and that's kind of bizarre to me. Because if I'm trying to get like, think back to when I did the Osseo STMA game. Osseo did a running back screen in the middle, and they had both their outside receivers run inside for some reason if it was a wide receiver screen. And all that did was bring more, like, the secondary defenders inside to where the screen was being thrown to. And I was like, that's strange. Why would you want to lure defenders to the play? So it is a little bit weird to see a wide receiver screen here. I think a better way to execute this would have been, instead of a wide receiver screen, have him block and him run a bubble. That way they go out there with a bubble. And that means if they're out there, then they're not up this way to help make the play. Gets extra defenders away from the play. So much for Forest Lake using timeouts. Now, Stillwater's got the ball rolling. See if we can't get some points before the half here. We still have like a minute 20 left. Mr. Rosario got out of bounds. The clock stopped. Uh-oh, here comes Howie Johnson. Oh, nice catch. That was a deep comeback. I think it was just a little bit of razzle-dazzle. I don't think he was expecting that move because he's running a vert here. We've got a drag. We've got a dig, backside post, and then a fade on top. It's sort of a levels concept. Not quite. I don't think it was drawn this way for it to be a comeback because the guy doing the dig almost ends up in the same like spot here. And normally when you see two receivers that close together, never drawn that way. Still was a nice catch, though. And it was a heads-up play by the receiver. He's like, oh, my quarterback's scrambling. I don't keep running deeper. I got to come back to the football. He did. They connected. Pretty nicely done. Solid quarterback-receiver chemistry there. Still in our 3v4. No stacked safety. So, yeah, Forest Lake, you can pretty much tell what they're doing. Blitz there. Flat, flat, curl. Cover 4 on top of it. So Stillwater might have the deck stacked for him here because you know what Forest Lake's going to give you. Oh, and the blitz got there. Ooh, we laid some wood on Mr. Kinsey. They call that a late hit this time? I don't think so. It was pretty close. Was that a backside hitch? Yes, it was. It was thrown pretty early, too, before he broke on the route. That's nice. Empty set. Quads open. We've got quads to the bottom. One receiver by himself in the top. Oh, and see, remember what I was talking about earlier? How you bracket him and how you stack a safety. And this is what, like I was saying, that Stillwater should have done against Forest Lake's 3x1. Because look, if he wants to go that way, outside backer can still be a run defender, but he's got the flat. And if he goes over the top, there's your corner. They're probably playing a cover 3 here. The only thing I'm not sure about are these two down here. Because remember, one of my complaints was these guys ended up in the same zone all the time. If he's taking the flat, he's got the seam back here, they both have deep, then send him. And then you can have him be just a straight hook player right there. Or have be him a backside seam player. Not that he really needs to. He can probably scrape over this way. Yeah. Oh, Forest Lake. We're doing it again, man. And this is week 5, right? I was talking about this in week 1, and I think even on the podcast today with Caleb, and I think I've mentioned this in a few other live streams. Like, the only gripe I ever give Forest Lake, at least on the defensive side of the ball, is that right there. When they stack a safety down and he plays in the same zone as the outside linebacker, this is a waste of a defender, in my opinion, just because you've got two guys defending the same zone. You don't get a boost by having two guys in the same zone. In fact, it just takes a guy away from defending another part of the field. So, yeah, if safety stacks down, I'd almost just say, hey, inside backer, you're not blitzing anymore. Make the outside guy blitz. There's definitely some other ways to do this. Or you want to be real sneaky, have him take the flat, you stack the safety down, and then have a safety blitz. Stillwater definitely is not going to see a safety blitz coming. There's just something so that those two Or if you did want to blitz an inside backer, have them do a rotation. Have this inside backer blitzes. He takes the seam. He goes into a hook and replaces that backer, and then he stays in the flat. And then there's your deep on top of it. Boom, boom. That would be pretty solid, actually. I guess my point is there's definitely some creative things that Forest Lake could do to, one, get a creative pressure, and two, have a little bit more sound coverage when you do shift down into your cover 3 when you stack a safety. Because 2 men in the flat is not... No. Oh, that was a drop. That should have been a catch. Is that number 10 the tight end? Because he plays both ways, doesn't he? No, that's somebody else. 13. No, Huddle. Stop doing me like that. All right, let's get right back to that play. One of these days, Huddle will stop, crash, and you can see it's not like I'm clicking on anything. It just is like, nope, I'm done with life today. This is the same play. Like I said, my one gripe with Forest Lake, outside backer and safety placement. They're always stacked on top of each other, and they both sit in the same flat, covering the same zone. That'd be nutty if Stillwater introduced a safety blitz. I don't know if it would ever work in high schools. If you think about like how quickly, I guess not this year because Nick Kinsey won't be back, but if you're blitzing from this hash to that all the way back there, that's already a third of the football field just, going laterally. You throw on top of that a little bit of Pythagorean theorem there. It's quite a lot of ground to cover for the safety. So, I don't know. I think probably my favorite idea was move Howie Johnson inside, blitz the inside backer off the edge, stack him back there, safety takes the flat, then there's your cover 3 on top of it. That's probably my favorite of the options we looked at. Because then you get a nice stunt with Howie Johnson. Your linebacker coming on the outside should get a clean look because that tackle is going to block Howie Johnson inside. There's no doubt about that. Oh, interesting. It's a 3rd and 6, and time's winding down. If I'm Stillwater, I gotta make something happen. And we resorted to a rail route out of the backfield. Oh, look at the discipline by the corner on the top side for Forest Lake. He sees an in-breaking route, and he doesn't go with it. He waits there for the wheel or the rail out of the backfield and takes it away. Dude, that is so nicely defended by this corner. Nice job to the Rangers. Wow. Completely took away the rail route out of the backfield just by being disciplined and sticking to your cover 4. It's just like Howie Johnson said on his interview with Caleb from MNHS Football Network. Just do our jobs. That time, Forest Lake just did their jobs, and they forced a 4th down. That was real nice. Also, really weird. Remember what I was saying earlier about it's weird to see Nick Kinsey trying to scramble and run with the football? Like, sure, he's an athlete, but he's definitely more of a pocket passer. Lowering the shoulder and trying to lay some wood. He does give a pop, but, yeah, I don't know that I want to see my stud quarterback taking hits like that, or calling run plays where I'm having him take hits like that. So 4th and 4. I'm assuming they're going to do something to try and ice them first, get a look at what they're doing. No, they just go straight into it. No, ooh, they're not doing a Wyzetta ice. They're going right into it. They think they've got the right play call. It looks like it's supposed to be a sprint out, right? Oh, hips are going back a little bit. See how we're kind of boomeranged there when we throw? If you're going to throw on the run, you got to be vertical, man. And this was just well covered. Is that that's the outside linebacker taking the flat. He stays in his flat. It's covered. Yeah, where was I think the spot route going here, the hook underneath, is probably where we should have looked, because think about it. The inside backer that should be in that zone blitzed. I guess that is a bit of a mistake here. This safety should have seen as soon as, because safeties normally read 1 to 2, as soon as the 1 hooks down like that and you see 2s going out, there's no longer a vertical threat, and if this guy does go vertical, he's a corner's responsibility in your cover 4 now. So you're free to step up and take that away. But because he didn't, that would have been the right read right there. Hitting that little spot route. Especially since you can see pre-snap the backer that should have that zone in the cover 4 is blitzing. And yeah, Forest Lake's deep safety there is just so worried about the deep ball. That could have been a first down, Stillwater. And if I'm the Rangers, would we just taken a knee? Are they actually going to run a play? With 30 seconds left? 37? Maybe they're hoping they can get lucky with a counter. Not quite. Oh my, it's the same design with this counter play. I almost feel like it'd be better if, instead of having the running back lead block, just put the running back on this side. Then do the jet motion across, and then there you go. Kick out, pull around and up, and then running back take ball that way. Or if you really want to sell on the jet motion without having the running back block or do anything, running back lead block out that way. Jet motion, fake that way. Guard kick out, H pull through, Mr. Johnson follow, quarterback GH counter, just like Jacob Sampson, the Mounds View Mustangs. That'd be a real nice look. And again, you can disguise it pre-snap, because pre-snap, I'm not falling for the jet motion. And this time, if you look at the inside backers of Stillwater, they read the pulling guards, they know that something's coming. The only one that really falls for it is number 7 in the corner right here. And I guess this deep safety. Yeah, because he splits out wide a little bit. Stillwater was not as fooled this time. How does number 10, an outside backer, play it? He's a little slow out of his stance. He does eventually come down, but... oh, he's getting driven back by... Okay, little number 22. Look at the running back here, just pushing this giant linebacker back. He's like a foot taller than him. He's just giving him the works. That's some effort right there. You love to see that. Only 20. Are they going to run another play, or are they just going to let this go to halftime? Oh, I think they're actually running a play. Oh. Quarterback insert? Quarterback lead? That one they ran earlier, they didn't block the outside backer because, they don't need to. He's not making the tackle. Oh, who chases on the backside? The end? It's our buddy 84. He gets in there and gets a piece of him. The nose guard doesn't get there. Yeah, 84 ends up all the way down here. I don't think the outside back... No, outside backer. Our buddy 11 ran way upfield. As soon as you see down block, you're not running upfield. You are right off the butt coming down here. I see butt. I follow butt. Butt's going this way. Butt not go that way. So I go this way. Dang. Hey, that's some momentum, though. Forest Lake's putting together drives. So, Forest Lake dance team. I don't think that was on... Looking over here, that is not on my schedule for today, so we will not be breaking down... Oh, there's multiple plays. I do apologize. We're not going to be breaking down the Forest Lake dance team. Or cheer team, whichever that is. Warm-ups check. Oh, and see, here's the other big part. Forest Lake gets the ball back to start the second half. I didn't even think about that. You have a chance to go up 28-0 here. You've been driving. That definitely is not a good way to start the half, though. Muffing the kick right here. And you know what? I can see why. Watch his elbows right there. See how his elbows are split apart? Elbows out sideways, elbows out sideways. You can't do that as a deep returner. You got to have elbows together underneath. Which it looks like he does right here. So I don't know why they split apart at the end there. But the downside of that is you didn't even make it back to the 20. So now offense has a long field to work with. Now, you could look at... Oh, I guess he did make it back to the 20. All right, we gave him some extra yards. Not too shabby. Sure, you got to go 80 yards, but the nice part about that is it plays into Forest Lake's style. If Forest Lake wants to chew up play clock, or just game clock in general, which I recommend that they do to keep Nick Kinsey off the field, then being at the 80-yard line is perfect, because now I've got 80 yards worth of plays that I can go and use to chew up play clock. And if Stillwater's not going to give me up any big plays, I just have to take 4- and 5-yard chunks. That's even more time off the clock gone. Okay, 1st and 10. They love to go stretch. Stretch is a big play for the Rangers, and they love it on first downs. especially if they're on a hash. That's something I'm going to keep in mind for the scrimmage. Like, hey, if we see them on the hash and they line up in this 12 personnel look, then we got to know, all right, 12, 12, 12, 3x1, we're going to get stretched to the wide side of the field. And sure enough, there it is. All right, so now they're in their wing slot. This is where you're more likely to see an option play. Nope, they're going back to their... Oh, is this a buck sweep? It is a buck sweep. Maybe they were inspired by Prior Lake. Oh, it's a nicely run buck sweep, too. That is beautiful, because this time, we don't block the outside linebacker. We do double... Do we double the defensive end? Oh, we do. Look at that. Tight end and play side tackle right there, doubling the D end. You love to see that. He chips off him, gets up to... Oh, he tries to get up to that linebacker. Number 0 barely misses the stacked... Yeah, that's a safety stack down in the box, because these are our inside linebackers right there. Kind of interesting that Stillwater went with the 3-3 stack. So they have a package out of their 3-4 where they stack a safety down to the strong side, and they essentially run a 3-3 stack package out of that. Because there's your cover 3. We used to do that at Jefferson a while ago, back when we were 3-3 stack defense. Interesting little adjustment from the Ponies. I wonder why that's their adjustment out of anything on defense. And then I love that buck sweep fakes. It goes right through the hole where the backside guard pulled from. Play side guard realizes he doesn't have a kick out block, so watch the play side guard here as he comes around. So he knows the kick out's not there because the outside backer comes down. So what does he do? He does a log, works outside shoulder to turn him in. Other guard reads it and goes outside of him, which is beautiful. Now it's our guard one-on-one blocking there and then running back to the edge. Ooh, is this a touchdown? No, he stumbled. Oh, it's a real nice buck sweep, though. I love that for Forest Lake. Keep that buck sweep in the playbook. And again, it's well set up. It looks like there are other plays, so they can get away with it. It looks like they're running their insert play back that way because they have the jet fake or orbit fake going that way. So well drawn up. What a number... Oh, my buddy number 11 again. So, funny enough, this is one of the times where the outside backer for Stillwater should be shooting inside. Because if you look, what do you have? Butts. We don't go that way. We follow the butts. And if we follow the butts down the line here, instead of having to bubble all the way around like that, you could be right back here, and then you're chasing down number 6, and he's got nowhere to go. You're making the tackle. But instead, we do this whole workaround thing when we could have just been shloop right there. Definitely this, yes. This, no. Still a nice run. Unbalanced. Okay, now is it? No, it's pro twins. Tight ends on the top side. Twin receivers at the bottom here. 1st and 10. Do we have a 0? Oh no. Okay, you know what? Just looking, obviously Coach B Scow's a real smart guy with his offense. You know exactly what's about to happen. You've got a 0 technique and a 5 technique. Outside backers all the way out here. We're doing orbit that way. We've got inside veer coming over this way. I almost guarantee we have inside veer right. I guess Stillwater did not make halftime adjustments because they still don't know what... Oh, this is not a good read. I get that he's sitting there, and you're taught that when he sits there, you give the dive. But as soon as I see 84 right here, and he actually plays this really well. Again, Stillwater's got a very good defensive line. Outside backer's not very good, but inside backer and 3D lineman all get a check mark. They play very well. 84 is right off the butt right there. It's like what I was saying that 11 should have done on the last play. He's right off the butt of the down blocks. And he's just forcing them to make a decision on the read. Are you going to give or at the mesh point here? Are you going to give the dive? The quarterback's going to keep. I'm just going to stand here and you make your decision, and I'm ready to play either way. Oh, because this, I mean, Again, like, as I'm looking at this could have been touchdown Forest Lake, because he attacks the dive, quarterback pulls, you run at your buddy 11. Get a block here, get a block here, you pitch to our buddy, I don't know if this is Mac Diesel or who that is. I think Mac Diesel's number 6. You get a pitch out to him there. Boop. There's your blocks. There's your touchdown Rangers. Like, oh, if they just pull and run at number 11 and get the pitch off, they have so many touchdowns on inside veer here. It's not even funny. Ooh, trips closed. Interesting. So this is a 3-by-1 formation with a dead end tight end at the top up here. Is for and still what? Move the safety over. It's 3-by-1. Move the safety. Why are we not moving the safety? Why? It's a dead end tight. Why do we need 2 DBs on this back side of the formation, like into the boundary against 1 tight end? We don't. We don't need that. Or at least have him like play middle of the field defender and then he can play over here. Or are they trying to do a cover 6 out of it where he's got a deep half and then it's deep quarter, deep quarter? I highly doubt, because then he would come in the flat. No, he drops deep. Yeah, they're not playing cover 6. Stillwater, what are we doing? Oh, that's a solid little... Well, only got 2 yards. Now it's 3rd and long. So why did this QB lead not work out this time? Oh, you know what? Because it's a quarterback ISO. It's not like a true lead. How can you tell? Watch the play side guard right here. Do we have a double team at the point of attack? No, we do not. Grr. Also... Stillwater's playing the 0 and a wide 5 again. Just keep hitting them with inside veer until they stop that. Like, and I get it. Your inside veer went like for 1 yard, but that's just, again, that just comes down to the read. If 84 is creeping down inside, quarterback keep outside every time. As soon as that defender, first level defender, like I get that he's playing it slow and he's staying at the line of scrimmage. Watch what 84 did on that inside veer here. He's moving inside right here. Shuffle inside. As soon as you see him shuffle inside like that, I'm pulling. I'm running at my pitch key. Pitch key attack. I pitch. Block, block. There to go. Touchdown, Rangers. It's the same concept here. If they're going to give us a 0 and a 5, like that's such an easy release for our lineman here to get double team on nose up to him, and you get play side backer, and then there's your veer wall. Like, Stillwater's making it so easy for Forest Lake. There's not quite able to take advantage of it. But going back to why this play didn't work, there's no double team at the point of attack because it's more of a straight up ISO. He's going there, he's going here, which I don't know that I like an ISO call from Forest Lake because that is at least not into the front 5 or front 7, whatever, of Forest Lake or of Stillwater. Because like I said, Stillwater's front 5, their 3D linemen and their 2 backers are very, very good. And what ISO blocking means, for those that don't know, it's just hat-on-hat blocking. That means you expect every one of your Forest Lake O linemen to win their battle, their one-on-one battle against each of those Stillwater defenders, when these are the 5 best defenders on the Stillwater defense. I probably would not favor the Rangers in that scenario. And you kind of see why right here. Stillwater wins those one-on-one matchups pretty, or like a good chunk of the time. Yeah. So if we do run, I would not run quarterback ISO, make it more of a quarterback lead. Give me some double teams at the point of attack, and let's make some magic happen. We can bring double teams on Stillwater. It's when we do the ISO blocking that's not quite there. With 3rd and 6, likely passing down. Stillwater, funny enough, is not in 0s and 5s. It looks like they're running their 3-3 stack package. Cover 3. Yep. Ooh. So Forest Lake, if we're getting a cover 3, who's supposed to go in the seam? Running back going up the seam there. Now he's picked up by the safety. Safety was pretty smart there. Stayed with the zone and is going deep with him. Cover 3 is all taken up. That's solid coverage from Stillwater. 11 even dropped out into the flat and stayed in his zone. Nice. Yeah, that's good coverage. I gotta give Stillwater credit. That cover 3 was great right there. And they even took away the flat. That's a great stop for the Ponies. I had no clue that Stillwater went to a 3-3 stack defense. They never did that against Lakeville North. I don't think I saw it against White Bear either. But then again, those two teams really don't spread it out all that much. Obviously, Lakeville North, a lot of 13 personnel, run-heavy team. White Bear, 12 personnel most of the time. They run inside zone like 40 or 50 times a game. So, yeah, not a lot of passing going on there. You don't need a 3-3 package for that. So Stillwater is not coming back out in their spread. They are back in the pro eye. Ooh, that's not Howie Johnson. Is that the outside backer? Well, it is Howie Johnson. So how did Mr. Johnson break free here? Stillwater is running power to the weak side, interestingly enough. And he just follows the pulling guard. Does the center block down on it? No, that's where our problem lies. The center's covered, and he assumes he has to take the nose guard. You can't do that running into the weak side like this, especially when you see that your defensive end... Because, look, remember, Forest Lake is playing a bear front. They're in a 3-0-3 right here. They are pinched in tight. They're not in their usual 4-0-4. That means you've got Mr. Johnson right here in a 3 technique on your guard. So it's tough. Who's supposed to take him? Is the tackle supposed to? It looks like the tackle's supposed to get there, but it's a real tough ask for your tackle. What I would have liked to have seen on this, especially if you're getting a bear front, center has to block down to Howie. Tackle helps him. Guard then has to take the nose. Tackle then has to take him. You're not getting one-on-one blocking against power. You're not getting a double team at the point of attack, but there's a decent amount of space between the 3 tech and the outside linebacker who's in some wide 5 out there. Actually, that's not quite... That's got to be wider than a 5, because if he's in a 3, there's a decent amount of space there. But, that's what they're doing. They're taking away power and anything inside. So maybe, like what I said Roseville should do. Check toss. Boom, boom. You can come around and reach block. He can reach out there. You take the next inside backer. Now he's one-on-one with a safety. Like, there's options here that we could do. I don't know that power's one of them, especially if we can't get a down block on Howie Johnson. And he plays it really well. He stays in the butt pocket of the pulling guard. And he blows up poor Mr. Rosario. He's tackling really high, but he blows the play up. And then he starts looking at the fan. Come on, Mr. Johnson. Football's a team game, my dude. After big plays, these are the guys we want to go celebrate. Not with the fans. We want to go that way. The team. Those are your teammates. That's who we want to celebrate with. There we go. We got one high five eventually. Hey, it's funny. Now that I'm thinking about that, Mr. Johnson did say that he wants Forest Lake. Their goal for this season is a state title. Well, if you want to be a state title contending team, not just making plays like this, but the culture of celebrating with your teammates after the play, that's the kind of stuff that championship teams do. Like we saw in my stream 2 weeks ago when we celebrate by looking at fans, that's stuff that Farmington does. This just, I guess, a bit subjective here, but I don't see the Farmington Tigers winning a state title anytime soon. So, put 2 and 2 together there. So it does set up... Oh, what do we have? We already know it's a play action right here. Guards pulling this way, fullbacks going the opposite direction. No run play does that. We've got play action. And look at that, it's play action. Oh, and they got the comeback again. Who's my flat defender? Oh, you know what? My safety stacked down here. Are we actually sending the outside backer? We did. So outside backer's gone. Safety's filling in as a flat defender. We have a cover 3 on top of that, right? Ooh, our backside outside backer went as well. So if we know it's a cover 3, oh, right here, this is what goes wrong. So the safety's staying in the flat. For some reason, he stops and looks to break in. And I don't know why he does that. You don't need to break in on him. He's covered. He's got the deep. You got to worry about someone coming back into the flat. That'd be the backside comeback. Stay in your zone and keep eyes on the quarterback. Also, where do his eyes go? He looks just for a split second here. Eyes go that way and then return back to the football. a nice catch. Oh, yeah, you brought that in. Oh, my goodness. That just comes down to sticking with your job, man. If you're a flat defender, you got to stay in the flat. Don't break inside. Quarterback sneak Nick Kinsey. Then fullback pushes him through. First down, Stillwater. And they're chewing up play clock. Burn out that Forest Lake defense. I see what we got going on here. Don't do power left. You don't have power left. Ooh, they finally ran toss. Why did the toss not work? Why are we blocking? Reach blocking is pretty solid. The tight end does manage to... The tight end's doing a really nice job on the outside backers. So what's going wrong? Well, the fullback on a toss decides to dive inside for no reason. It's an outside run. We don't want to block inside. What I think is supposed to happen is sort of a switch block on this, because I can't explain why the receiver's going inside other than they're expecting the fullback to switch with him and take the edge out there, and then we run outside of it. That's the only thing I can think of. It's hard. If that's what's supposed to happen, then the fullback's in the wrong here. But if the fullback's supposed to come around and take that stacked safety, then yeah, I don't know. That's making my head hurt a little bit. Either way, we leave an unblocked corner free to come get the football. I don't know why that... Also, why is the corner dropping back so deep? Is he playing man coverage? And why is he playing inside leverage when he's inside of the hash? When you want to be outside? Because if he does an in-breaking route and you're on the outside of him here, well then guess what? You got safety help over the top. But if he breaks outside there, well, that's really tough for you. You want to be in a position where you can help outside, and if he breaks in, you've got your buddy to help you. You don't have anybody out here to help you. That's why you want to be ready to take that away first. Now it's pro, 2nd and 8. I'm assuming they're going to try and run here, get some yardage. Did they actually... Oh, sneaky play action where they actually... Dude, this faked me out because the fullback and the guard actually went the same direction this time. Fullback catches it. Yes, but it's covered. Ooh, this is a real nice job. So, I think the safety forgets that he has to stay in the flat and he starts backpedaling too deep. This is a great read by the inside linebacker. Because he realizes my outside linebacker blitz, there's nobody in the flat, there's a fullback coming out of the backfield, I need to go up there and take him. He hits the Jets. He's tackling a little bit high, but he gets up there, we make the tackle, and he's not flinging his legs around. He's driving through him. He keeps his feet on the ground. It's a nice job. Now it's 3rd and long. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't know if that was as much I don't know about that one, Stillwater, as if it was, hey, nice job, Forest Lake. You know, okay, now that I'm thinking about it, the one thing I will give Stillwater a little bit of crap for here, why are we faking run play to the right and then bootleg pass play to the same side we're faking to? It's like the same concept with the jet sweep fake. If we're doing a play action, do fake power that way. Maybe they were giving, I don't know. Because then, obviously, that creates the issue of, well, the fullback's now going the wrong way. I'm going to sneeze. Oh, bless me. Maybe that gives the problem of, you know, now the fullback and the guard are going the opposite way again. It's too obvious of a play action. I don't know. Either way, I'm not a fan of play action and then pass to the same side the play action goes to. Also, I feel like 45, the tight end here at the bottom, should be running more of a post on the backside. He kind of runs a 5-yard in and then just drags across the formation. Like, sure, he's open, but if you're running more of the post like you're supposed to be, that's a lot of nice space right there to utilize. And it could have been a first down. He easily could have caught that and gotten to the marker before the safety would have come up to get him. Oh no, did I not change the title of the video? Oh my goodness, I did not. Dude, I am an NPC. Stillwater at Forest Lake. Wow. I had the wrong title of the video this entire time. Which is weird because I got the right thumbnail and everything. Yeah, that's my B. I don't know how I messed that up. The description, everything's correct. It was just the title of the video that was wrong. Wait, what happened on third down? Did I miss something? Was there a play here? Oh, no, we're in 10 personnel. Oh, obviously it's a passing scenario, so I guess you might as well spread it out. If I'm Forest Lake, don't even bother bringing the blitz. Where's our safety? No, safety's not stacked down. They're going to play cover 4 quarters here. Okay, we're getting the same look again. Flat, flat, hook over the middle, cover 4 on top of that, and then do some kind of like twist blitz on the inside. I mean, Stillwater's not doing, or Forest Lake's not doing anything overly complicated. I'm just shocked that Stillwater's not doing anything to take advantage of it. Also, if this was a switch route, where was this thrown to? That's what this is, right? This is a switch concept right here. Because you see you've got, or switch, scissor, there's like different names for this concept like that. I guess it's more of fade and then post on top of it. A switch route like that, or scissors. There's like different names for it. But just, I mean, the ball's out way too early before anyone breaks on a route. No one's breaking to where the ball was thrown to. It's thrown in between the two routes instead of to either one of them. And like, so remember when Edina, like I talked about this in my Edina Egan stream, Edina was doing a ton of crossing routes, but that's because Egan was playing man coverage. You run crossing patterns against man coverage to get defenders to have to chase you all over the place and rub across each other and potentially run into each other. That's the whole point of running crossing concepts against man coverage, which is why you see it so much down in the red zone, because a lot of teams play cover 0 in the red zone. But to see Stillwater calling that against Forest Lake when they've only given you cover 3 or cover 4 the entire game, like I'd more so be looking for concepts that beat cover 3 and cover 4 as opposed to trying to just say, oh yeah, scissors is a good play. Well, against what defenses? Is it a good against the defense you're getting? No. Well, maybe we don't want to run that right now then. Always take what the defense gives you. Either way, solid stop for the Rangers. They get the ball back. This is a long punt here. Let's get this fast forwarded. Ooh, nice bounce. Gets it back to the 30. Could have been worse. Could have been out at like the 40. Well, 32-yard line. Spotted on 2 yards. It's about, what, 68 yards for the Rangers to go to score? They're in the 3-by-1 set. They're playing the 3-3 stack, and for some reason, the safety cheated down is still on the wrong side. He's in the back. I guess the whole idea is if the safety's cheated down here, these backers are more to the 3-by-1 side. So I see what Stillwater's trying to get at here. And then safety's still a middle of the field defender. He's not playing middle of the formation. That's pretty nice. There are some things I like. It's pretty obvious you're going to get a cover 3 here. So this was Stillwater's halftime adjustment, was the 3-3 stack. I wonder if Forest Lake knows that Stillwater made this adjustment. They had to have. Ooh, this is nice because there's a potential of a jet fake. The number 6 didn't take a fake jet handoff. We love jet and then dive. That is a solid concept. Do we have double teams? No, actually nobody blocked the nose guard. I don't think that was supposed to happen. If you look, the right guard and the center actually both step opposite directions, and then nobody blocks the nose guard. The center, actually, number 52, doesn't even block anybody on this play. I mean, there were 2 guys that were stacked on top. Because remember, this is a 3-3 stack. There's 2 guys stacked over him. You have a nose guard, and then your Mike linebacker is stacked on top of him. So there's different things we could have done here, for sure. And funny enough, those 2 guys that either one of those guys that he could have blocked are both the ones that help make the play. The nose guard occupies another blocker. Mike Backer comes through untouched. He's tackling way too high, though, which is weird. Number 28's been having I think 34 is probably the better of the two linebackers. 28 is still pretty solid. What does he do right here? He stops his feet. You can't do that, man. You make such a good read. The hole opens up for you. You're driving your feet, and then you shimmy and plant your feet right here. Drive through, and then we're tackling high. See how the shoulder is at shoulder height? No, man. Right here, keep the feet churning, lower the shoulder into the stomach, drive back with your legs. That's how you safely tackle and prevent any extra yardage. Otherwise, they slip out of tackles like that. That could have been a TFL or a tackle for no gain, but instead, it's a 2-yard game because of our tackling form. I haven't had a water break in a hot minute. We need liquidity. Much better. What do we have this time? Oh, don't fall for the jet fake, Stillwater. I'm not liking the design right here, Forest Lake. We're doing a jet motion into the boundary, and the running back's on the wrong side. There's no way this is a jet sweep. And again, it's not. Like, did Stillwater fall for this? No. Watch the two inside backers. The safety fell for it right here because, you know, he's not a box defender. He's not used to that. Watch both the linebackers, though. Both inside linebackers, the actual ones. He steps this way. This one sees pull, and he scrapes. And he dives through the hole, and he makes the tackle where the guard pulled from. That's nice. That was 28 that time. See what happens when he keeps his feet moving this time. He's still tackling a little bit high. Oh, if he would have just tackled a little bit lower right here. Oh, you get your arms around him, but you gotta tackle lower, my dude. Lower tackle there would have been tackled at the line. Instead, once again, we let him get 2 extra yards. So it could have been 3rd and 10 potentially, but we've let them get 2, 3, 4, 5 extra yards by falling forward because of our tackling form. Interesting. It's 3rd and 5, and Forest Lake comes out in 31 personnel. In a passing... Oh, and they hit him with a buck sweep. Play action buck sweep. Nice. Oh, what a play. So why am I happy about this? Go back one play earlier on the counter. What was it that Stillwater's linebackers were reading? They read the pulling guard, and they did it beautifully. So, Coach B-Scout knows that. Within the next play, he's like, okay, you want to read our guards? We're going to do a play action off of it. Go ahead and read our guards. Watch the two backers. They go with the guards? Yes, they do. See how they both stepped that way? Oh, that was so nice. And they keep... Oh, and they're all going that... Dude, that's such a beautiful play call. I love that from Forest Lake. Like I said, I wasn't too happy about the design of the previous play. That wasn't really getting things going. Because, again, just your jet sweeping into the boundary with the running back on the wrong side. You know there's no jet sweep coming. Like, duh. But then, at the very least, it told you, hey, Stillwater's following our guards. All right, play action buck sweep. You want to follow the guards? Follow the guards that way. Play action the other way. And see, this is what, like I was saying about earlier with Stillwater, and how when they ran that play action power, they did play action power to the right, and then they bootlegged and ran the play action to that same side. And it's like, well, dude, you already got the defense going that way. Why are you bootlegging the same way you got the defense going to on the fake? This time, with the Rangers, and this is why it's so well designed, you know they're reading the guards, so we call run play to the left, play action back to the right. That way, defense go that way, football go this way. So smart. And obviously, look at the outside backer, number 11 here. He's like, oh, he didn't get the football? Okay, well, you're useless. Get out of here. It's like, oh, wait a minute. I guess you're not useless. You can catch the football. Oh, look at poor number 11, actually, the outside backer. He puts his hands out there like, hey, where is everybody? What's supposed to happen? Well, let's try and analyze here. What's supposed to happen is you're playing a cover 3, and if you're not blitzing, you're a flat defender. So who's supposed to be... I'm trying to think. Who's supposed to be in the flat? We already established the inside linebackers are scraping over there on the play action. My guess is that our buddy number 11 is probably supposed to be a flat defender here. And then it's 34, the linebacker, who's supposed to come fill and chase the quarterback down. Either way, somebody's not in the flat that's supposed to be in the flat, and that's an easy first down for the Rangers. Also, nice heads up from number 8 there to turn around and start blocking downfield. Is that the receiver, or is that one of the slot backs? That's the backside slot back running a post. No, that's a tight end. My bad. That's a tight end running a drag. Or I guess more of a dig route. 10-yard dig. He turns around and he's like, hey, we caught the ball. I'm going to start blocking. 29's like, oh, I'll be ready to block. Forest Lake's doing a lot of things right, man. I'd love to see the Rangers be successful in 2025. Ooh, did left guard move a little early there? Nothing called. Oh, no. Dude, I don't know why I didn't even see this pre-snap. Once again, Stillwater. 1st and 10. What are you doing? You're giving me a 0 and a wide 5. I wonder if I'm going to... At least you have a safe... Well, no, because this is a safety stack down here. We already established that safety doesn't like to tackle. This just... Ooh. Especially if he comes and crashes inside. He goes there. That's... it's not a favorable matchup. I don't know about this one, Stillwater. And there, sure enough, it's an inside veer. Keep it. Keep it. Why do we not keep the football? Oh, because that's why. Because 49, so I will give 49 credit. There's a down block right there. He shimmies inside, but what does he do right here that's a mistake? He steps upfield. Oh, if you just stayed on your assignment, this play never would have happened. But right here, see how he changes direction? He's coming in, then he goes up. Then as he goes up, uh-oh, he have football? Oh, I miss. Oof, duh. So close. But that's the problem with the triple option, man. Those dives come at you fast. Look at how fast that is. All it takes is one mistake and you get burned. So this is where I would ask Stillwater, what are your rules for defending the triple option? Because... I mean, essentially, what's happening to our buddy, the defensive end right here, is what the triple option teams want. They want to put you in conflict. Are you going to be a dive player, or are you going to be a quarterback player? How do you stop the flex bone, or not even just flex bone, but the triple option? Because it's been around for like when was it invented? It's been like 70 or 80 years. Let's search this really fast. When was the triple option invented? AI. Okay, well, I guess not until the 1960s. No, I'm not interested, AI. History of offense, the triple option. Oh, the origins of the play date back to 1941 in the Missouri Tigers. So 1941. Ooh, I formation triple option. Nebraska used to do that too. But still, 1941. That's 80 years. Over 80 years at this point. That's crazy. Or is my math off? No, that's 80 years. That's 84 years ago. So this is an offense that's been around for 84 years. And it's been long since then figured out how to, like, people have known how to defend it for quite a while now, for a scheme that's been around that long. Yet, two things that I don't like. I do not like feather techniques. This is something that a lot of teams try and do. And I'm just so against feather techniques against triple option teams because... Again, it plays into the hands of the offense. Feather technique forces your player to be both a dive and or a quarterback player, or essentially to have two different assignments. And that's what a triple option team wants you to do. Best way to handle them is to have clear, defined rules and take care of that. If he's always supposed to be a dive player, go and attack the dive right away. And then if the quarterback keeps it, well, now your buddy's there to be a quarterback player. You're going to have unblocked guys. And then after that, now you've got free safety alley to run the pitch. You've got corner to help support with the pitch. And there you go. It's all taken care of. You don't need to do this weird thing where you have a defensive lineman try and play both the dive and the quarterback. Anytime you do that, you've already lost. And there you go. That's why you give up a dive on an inside veer for 10, 11 yards. 10 and a half yards. Oh, they rounded it to 10. But, yeah. Also, Remember how I was telling like other teams whenever they defend like a Shakopee or Centennial, they're like, oh, I got to plug up the A and the B gap. Well, like I said, always watch closer because one of their favorite plays is inside veer, like what Forest Lake's doing right here, and it doesn't go to A gap. It goes off the butt of the left tackle. That's a C gap dive. It just looks like it goes right up the middle because of the veer blocking and the scoop blocking on the backside. So it kind of like builds this rotating wall that rotates around that way. And that's what makes it look like it's just a straight up dive, when in reality, they're hitting the C gap. Just need a little more downfield blocking. Keep pushing the pile. Ooh, like right here. Oh my goodness, I've got two big bodies that could block right there. If they just keep blocking. And our buddy number 10, the outside backer, actually manages to chase this all the way down. Lucky he did, because if we got a little bit more blocking up front and he didn't chase that down, that could have been touchdown Rangers. Yeesh. I don't think anyone scored in the third quarter yet. We still have 4 minutes left in the third. I still have a whole nother quarter left. Ooh, how do you know that's going to be a jet sweep this time? Look at our buddy, the running back. He's in position, and this is why GH counter off of this is so awesome. You can take a step that way, step back that way. H back, or no, might be pulling guard, kick out or log, H back. If he logs, go outside. If he has a kick out, cut up, next man inside. And then there you go. Ooh, is 25 the other safety that chases him down? Who's 25? No, it's not 25. My bad. It's 28. It's our buddy, the inside linebacker again. Okay, dude, this is actually like super nutty by Stillwater's inside linebacker. You are the Mike linebacker, and you're fast enough to chase down a jet sweep. That's actually awesome. Stillwater's interior 5 are awesome, man. The 3D line and their 2 inside backers was the best part of their defense. Things on the edge out here, a little bit more questionable. But, our guys in here, yep. Safety's included in that. We unbalanced? No, we're regular balanced. It's just classic wing slot. Counter. Oh, dude, what did I think Coach B-Scout and I are on, like, the same wavelength. Because what did I just say about this? I'm like, this is a really good design, because now you could GH counter back the other way. What literally happened the very next play? Fake jet sweep, GH counter. The only problem is the fake jet goes behind. Maybe this is just a timing thing, but you should be able to do a fake handoff and clear out of the way with one step and then come back. And if it's that much of an issue, change it with alignment, back up a step, and there you go. Boom. I'm thinking about that, like, because just execution-wise, that's how Chanhassen always did it against us. And they were, like, when I was at Jefferson, and it's a really effective way of doing it. So let's see. Do we have a kick out? No, we have a... Oh. This is where I give props to Edina. So, can we have a kick out block? No, we're taking outside shoulder, so we're logging. That means H-back has to be able to read that, come around, next man inside. Running back, follow. That's where we're having issues. There's not a kick out, but the H-back is trying to force his way inside. And the running back is in the correct here. You are supposed to bounce it when the pulling guard is a log block. It's our buddy H that needs to come out here and block on the edge and read that. On the Rangers, I guess that's one thing I'm going to clean up if I'm going to keep running GH counter is you got to be able to read that. Well, I guess there's two ways you can do it. One, and you know what? I will give Stillwater's outside back. I'm like stuck between two thoughts here. Let me do the first thought on Stillwater's outside linebacker here, and then I'll go back to another way that they can run this. So, Stillwater outside linebacker. He runs too far upfield, and he's been doing that a lot during the game. So I love the GH counter call. What does he do right here? Notice he realizes what's happening. He actually stops himself and steps back inside. That is awesome. That's great play recognition, and that blows up the GH counter. Because as we see here, Forest Lake they're not like Edina. They don't understand oh, if I have to log, then H needs to come around, running back follow off the edge. Whereas kick out, then I go up and then I follow. It's not like that's easy to do. I'm not like, oh, why can't Forest Lake do it? No, I'm saying that that's a very, very tough thing to pull off, and Edina's so good at that because GH counter is one of like their only 3 run plays. It's literally like split zone, GH counter, and power. That's really all Edina does. But Forest Lake obviously has a lot more run plays going on, so it is kind of tricky. It's like, well, you're gonna stick with your inside veer stuff. You're gonna go with the GH countered, and again, where do you find the time to practice all that? Or if you're worried about being able to practice it all, do I don't know if it's like an influence call, but do what Mounds View does. They're like, we want to guarantee a trap man every time, and they always want it to be a DN for the most part if you have a 4 technique, which we have right here from Stillwater. So we can send you out there, you out to our buddy the safety, get a nice, or actually no, we don't want to block the safety. He's not going to do anything in this play. Undo. You are going to inside backer. We're going to wall off and double team that dude up to that inside backer. And now we've got a beautiful GH counter because we can have the guard kick out the D end, and he's guaranteed to come up field now because he's not an edge defender looking to crash down. He's an interior guy. And then H-back's going to have a lane. He comes up and he kicks him out. Now we're running backs one-on-one against the safety, who likely is scraping over there with a jet motion. That's the Mounds View GH counter. And I actually love Mounds View's GH counter. I think it's a very, very smart way to run the play. Because it almost always guarantees you're going to have a kick-out defender. You know what? If I am going to run GH counter, I got to do one of those 2 things. You either have to go with the Mounds View method, like I just drew up, where, I don't know if you want to call it like influence tag or an out tag, whatever you want to call it, where tight end has to go out, he goes straight to backer, and essentially you run it like a midline almost. That's essentially what it is a midline right there. That's pretty much midline blocking rules. So I guess Forest Lake could pull that off, and then you just kick out and you come up. It's like combining midline and your already established GH counter. It's not too shabby. That'd be one way to do it, or you got to do what Edina does and say, all right, if we log, H come around, running back come around. If we kick out, H up field, running back follow up field. To me, those are the 2 ways you can run GH counter. Let me say that those are the 2 ways you can successfully run GH counter. I'm sure that, like if Burnsville ever ran GH counter, they could probably find a few interesting ways to run it where it would not be as effective. Ooh, we've got our first quads open from Forest Lake. We saw one from Stillwater, and I know that, ooh, you know what? 3rd and long, it's all coming back to me now. We're going to see a bubble to the wide side here, and we've got numbers. For some reason, Stillwater only has 3 defenders against Forest Lake's 4 receivers, and we got our buddy number 6 out here. I think we're going to get a double team here up to our buddy the safety. He blocks there. Bubble goes outside. This has to be a bubble. Oh! Yes, sir. Dang, am I locked in. Did we get the double team? We did not get... Oh. I think I talked about this in the prior late game. If outside backer was still in there, safety stacked down, other safety on top, then yes, Forest Lake can keep blocking this the way they do. But if you have outside backer out here, I don't want receiver blocking outside backer 1v1. That is no good. That is a mismatch that favors the defense, not my wide receiver. So I think I drew this up in the prior Forest Lake game. I want to see a double team there because I had 2 receivers and an outside linebacker. I think I can handle that. And then have them double team up to that vertical safety. Then you just block the corner. The corner's already running inside anyway, so all right, wash him inside, let the bubble go outside of him. And there we go. It'd be such a great way for Forest Lake to run bubble, and you know what it opens up? If they run it like that, then how do teams adjust? You're going to have to bring yet another defender out there to help with the quads. And if you do that, well, that opens everything else up in here. Because then now you've got 4 defenders out there. There's only 7 left over here. Yeah, I want to see that double team so bad. That'd be absolutely nasty. But instead, and again, when we don't have the double team, this is kind of the result. Because watch, obviously, that outside, I get that. I think 22 is the running back, so it's it's not necessarily a wide receiver. But in my eyes, it's still a mismatch. You don't want a kid that big and athletic to be left in a one-on-one matchup against a kid that's smaller and not as good at blocking as, like, say, a big boy. I want to double team that outside backer. Otherwise, if you don't and you lose that one-on-one, well, then this is what happens. Again, I love the or I guess he's gonna slip out of the tackle. Oh, why are we tackling at the jersey? Also, bubble route, not a fan. What are we doing? We're backpedaling. You run laterally with chest facing in the direction you're going to go. That way you catch the ball. And you literally just go, oh, look at that. Now I'm already facing the direction I want to run. Vroom, go. Yeah, there's definitely some things that can be cleaned up execution-wise. Straight down the line. Double team to safety. Wash him down. And then if you keep catching it straight down the line, you catch it in stride. You're already going that way. That's a touchdown Forest Lake every time until teams put a fourth defender out there, which, again, 4 defenders out there against the quads open. I've got weaknesses in other parts of the defense now. Back in 11 personnel. This could be a jet fake. Ooh, reverse. Oh, number 11 played that so nicely for Stillwater. What is Stillwater's alignment here? Tight ends on the top side. So they made a push call for some kind of like call to shift the entire line down. Because their whole front is shifted down like to a weak over here. Almost like an underfront. It looks like an underfront because he's on the edge. He's in a 1. He's in a 3 and he's in a 5. You really don't see teams play underfronts much anymore, but there's a weird underfront from Stillwater. I don't know, man. Now I'm starting to think the Ponies have a few too many looks on defense. Because you've got under, you've got your 3-3 stack. They were doing over, so you have over, under, 3-3 stack. You've got that goofy thing where you're in a 0 and a 5. Yeah, and then obviously you've got your base 4-0-4 out of your 3-4 defense. Might be getting a little bit too cutesy on that side of the ball. And then, like I said, number 11 plays this really well. Even though the motion goes that way, he stays home. He actually is taking his read steps, reads the play, sees a reverse, has a vertical contain, forces it back inside, makes the tackle, and he's got other Ponies chasing the wash to help make the play. I don't know if that's Coach B-Scout himself down there. It looks like someone that calls plays because there's a call sheet right there. Whatever coach that is for Forest Lake is probably not too happy with how that played out. Oh, headset came off. I would not want to be in that conversation after that. Oh, hey, extra yard Stillwater. There we go, up to the 31-yard line. I'll take that. Ooh, nice little shift pre-snap. Again, pay attention to what Forest Lake's doing. They're still giving them that bear front with a 3-0-3. You know, that's probably what they're going to do against us when we scrimmage. I don't see why they would not run a 3-0-3. Unless they're planning on doing something different for Prior Lake. Because I know, like, obviously Prior Lake's that 31 wing T that they do with ZR and H in the backfield. But Prior Lake really doesn't run up the middle, other than lead, but that's more, like, even lead is still a B-gap run. Like, you really need to use a bear front to plug up the A-gaps on a team that doesn't like to run inside. Like, when they run line, that's a B-gap play. Lead's a B, well, B or C. Yeah, it's B-gap. Lead is a B-gap play. Toss obviously goes very wide. And Prior Lake usually bounces everything outside anyway. Even if they have, like, a running lane, they'll be like, nope, I need to bounce it way outside because I'm a Laker. So I don't know on that one. This is power. You can see fullback and guard both going the same way. Nice little power. Yes, sir. Feed Emilio the rock. That was a nice little power from Stillwater. Do we have a double team at the point of attack? Oh, the tight end got right to... Oh, but he whiffed. Oh, thankfully 54 missed a little bit and had to come back to it. But if our buddy the tight end, which also is weird because that's an outside linebacker, number 10, he's still playing both ways for Stillwater. We don't have any other tight ends at Stillwater Area High School. I mean, he down blocks inside, but what's the aiming point? He's got to be aiming that shoulder. He aims inside shoulder, and what happens if you aim inside shoulder? Well, then he just bounces off and goes to where the play is. If you log him and take outside shoulder, well, now you've built a wall right there. He can't get around you. If he wants to go around that way, well, that's fine. Ball's already passed. Back in the pro. They've almost been exclusively pro I. They did like that one weird switch like play on 3rd down out of the 2x2 10 personnel, but ever since then the ponies have just stuck with their pro I stuff. And you know what? It makes me wonder for next year, now that Nick Kinsey's gone, which Stillwater are we going to see on offense? Are we going to see the pro I, or are we going to see the pistol spread? Or are they going to try to continue, or I guess gun spread? It's more sidecar. Are they going to try and continue to do both and not really have a true identity? Which way are the ponies going to go? Do we have a guard pull? Guard pulled, but he's not going upfield. It's play action. It's not a play action? Was this supposed to be power? Is it an A-gap power? It looks like an A-gap power. It's just really weird because look at the play side guard. He blocks out on the D end, and then he like arm slaps and almost tears a pectoral here on the blitzing backer and then gives him a hug. And then Emilio just makes a nice cut right here and finds a running lane. That's dangerous, but you can't just let a kid like him find an opening. As soon as he sees a lane, watch this. Patient runner, he sees the lane open, and he accelerates, man. As soon as he gets going, he's gone. Another one of their shifts. Nice. So now's the time when I would, you've been running right, give him fake power right, bootleg back to the left, or stretch. Did I miss something here? Why is the fullback going this way? Huh? If it's stretch, okay. Wait, hold on, Stillwater. We're pulling an STMA. Stretch is an outside run. Why are we running an outside run into the boundary on the right hash? That's question number one. Number two, if this is a stretch, why are we not doing a lead stretch? Why is the fullback going this way? No one's fooled by it, though. The inside backers all are reading all these reach blocks going that way, and they're scraping over that way. What is the point of this? We're taking one of our players, like a potential blocker, a big blocker, out of the play for no reason. He could be helping to seal off the edge over here. Instead, or he could be taking on one of those inside linebackers that's scraping across. Because if you look, neither of the two of them went with him when he escaped out that way. So I guess that does tell you the bootleg is open if you did a stretch bootleg this next play. Maybe that's the thing. They wanted to establish the stretch first before they hit the stretch bootleg, but then you got to still find the right scenario to call the stretch. I don't think this is the right scenario for that. Wait, what happened here? They get extra yards? Oh no, there's a play in between that I missed. Oh, well, the very next play was, it was a play action fullback screen. And again, how do you know it's play action? Guard pull, fullback go opposite way. Every single time that's happened, it's been play action. That is an obvious giveaway. If I'm Forest Lake and I see that, I gotta know. Hey, they're going different ways. Play action, play action. Get to my pass drop. Get to my pass drop. Nick Kinsey's not running the football. Get to my pass drop. Oh, look at the big left tackle for Stillwater here. He gets off the block. He gets in space. He's like, all right, little safety. You think you're going to make the tackle? How about I put you into this turf? He just plants him right there. He's like, yep, just stay down, brother. He wasn't even being rude about it. He's just like, all right, just sit down, bro. Nah, you're good. Just, yeah, thank you. That's pretty funny. Now we're in pro right. We're going to get a toss to the right side. Where's our safety that's stacked? Our buddy the safety stacked down here. We know we're going to get cover 3 if they did want to take a shot. You know what the coverage is. It's another play action. Why do we know? Guard pull, fullback opposite. Yep. It's too obvious, man. Ooh, overthrew the one-on-one. So this is a double move. This is a post corner, and I'm really surprised that the Forest Lake corner bid on this because they've been doing such a good job staying in their zones. Again, like hypothetically, I know it's a double route, but if it was a post, you don't run in there with that post. Your buddy, the safety, you're playing cover 3. His zone's over the middle. Post goes to the middle. You pass it off to the safety. You stay in your zone. And you can see right here, he was running inside with him. Watch Forest Lake's corner right here. See how he gets turned around like that? He bid on the double move. If he would have just stayed in his zone, I get that it was overthrown, thankfully. Stillwater couldn't connect. But, you know, if you just stay in your zone, man, and then there's no threat about worrying if they have a miscue. Then you just know right away, I defended it well. There was no shot they were going to get that. Oh, wait, what'd they do on second down here? Ice call, no play. What do we have, Mr. Kinsey? Power right. Give it to me. Fullback dive? Oh. Oh. Whoa. That was almost like an inside veer with the dive. Oh, you know why? Stillwater, a Forest Lake outside backer. What's the technique? You got to be more down the line. What does he do? He runs upfield a little bit. And give number 78, the big left tackle, a lot of credit. Look at this double team they hit right here on this defensive end. It's actually kind of a small defensive end. Seeing these two side by side, a little bit of a mismatch body size-wise right there. That's a beautiful double team at the point of attack by 78. Is that the center that gets up to the... Oh, dude, yeah. Center gets right up to the next level. So here's something that's really confusing me. Now that I'm looking at Forest Lake's front, Forest Lake's in an overcall right here. They're in a 5, a 1, and a 3. So if you remember, like Stillwater was doing that, but what do they do when they do that? He's up there playing a tight 5 because now you have no defender on the edge. You need somebody to defend that edge. But... And I get you're blitzing him, but if you're blitzing him wide like that and he's coming up here, that leaves a crease to run underneath him if he flies too far upfield, and he flew too far upfield. I mean, that's a really good play call for Stillwater for noticing that, because they're like, all right, you're going to shift over that way. Were they shifted over on some of these other plays? They were. Oh, Forest Lake. Were they also on this? I want to see how many plays in a row they were in this overfront. Oh, they were in it on this one too. Is that okay? Yeah, I'm gonna give Stillwater a lot of credit. And Forest Lake, you can't give a team the same look from the defensive front like so many plays in a row, because then offenses will pick up on that. I always try to give teams a different look every play, just so it just keeps them honest. It always messes with the O-line and the blocking scheme. If you give them a slightly different look every play, they just, unless it's a flexbone team, you play flexbone teams differently. But like a power running team like this, it messes with their blocking rules if you give them a slightly different look every play. It's just really nicely done. It's a great play call. You saw what Forest Lake's front was giving you this entire time, and you took a beautiful fullback dive off of it. And now all of a sudden, Stillwater's back in this game with 30 seconds left in the third quarter. The only downside is I can't see how many timeouts each of the teams have. So Forest Lake got stopped on 4th down on a reverse that didn't go anywhere. Now let's see if the Rangers can get back into it. I'm kind of getting vibes of the prior Lake game. Forest Lake felt like They were winning the game up until like late in the third quarter, around like mid-third quarter. Then all of a sudden the Lakers came charging back. Ooh, another inside veer. I mean, you don't even need to run the play. 0, 5, pitch man, dive, quarterback, and there you go. Still, why? Why do you keep giving, why do we keep giving the dive? What is 84 doing? He pinched inside. See how he's collapsing inside? Oh, we gotta have quarterback keep there. And number 10's disciplined. He's staying out there, playing the pitch. Yeah, I mean, they're feathering. It's not my favorite. But as long as, if you're going to be able to just force the dive like that, and you're holding, I don't know, man. It's still 3 yards, but that's the end of that quarter. Still, I'm just not a fan of Stillwater doing the 0-5. It just, why are you leaving all those gaps open? There's no reason for it. Like, they're doing it here again. This time, like, especially because you have a linebacker off the edge, scoot him in a little bit. You don't need him in a 5 when you have a 7 out there. Ooh, number 10 played that a lot better. Well, he's got a down block. He's got to be a little bit tighter right here. It's a little bit too much space. Close that down. Instead, we let the quarterback... Oh, Mr. Johnson found a running lane. How did he get through here? Oh, we got a nice double team at the point of attack right there. That's why. Tight end tackle make it happen. We got other guys blocking downfield in the backside. Where do the linebackers go? Inside linebackers play well for Stillwater. Also, Stillwater's in their 3-3 stack package. Forgot to note that. We're all scooping left on the QB lead. I think they're just reading the back at this point. And they'll just over pursue and go with the running back. Oh, we got to have receiver blocking downfield. Our buddy number 29 up top. Got to maintain that block. Stretch. Favorite 1st and 10 play. Ooh, our buddy number 10. Outside backer. What do we do this time? Oh, we're widening out a little bit. We don't need to widen out. That's just opening a hole. Stay in your gap. Don't widen the gap. When the safety came up and made up... Okay, safety. Oh, no. I was about to say safety made a play. What did safety do? Stopped his feet, dead in his tracks, puts his head down, and just absorbs a blow. That's going to get yourself hurt, man. You got to lower... You keep your legs churning, you put a shoulder pad into the stomach, and you attack through. You don't just catch a running back like that. If you tried to tackle Caleb Francois like that, you might be breaking your neck. Like, you can't teach kids to do that. Or even Emilio Rosario, for that matter. You don't want to tackle him like that. Speaking of which, is that him up on the side? No, he's number... That might be him up there. I forget what number he is. Still in 3. Yeah, we're still in our 3-3. No, we're not in the 3-3 stack. Base 3-4, which is weird because you're still... I don't even know anymore at this point. What are we doing here? Forest Lake or Stillwater. Speed option left. No, another stretch. So when they're under center out of this formation, it's stretch. When they're in shotgun or pistol, it's speed option. Got it. Ooh, 28 was a linebacker, right? That's our buddy, the inside linebacker. He barely over pursues it, but he does just enough to throw him off course. Oh, wait, was that a fumble? Oh, that ball's in the ground right here. Look, that ball's in the ground. Running back is not touching the ground. He is like completely airborne right now. That's a live ball. Stillwater football? Oh. Not Stillwater football. Oh, that is a rough break for the Ponies. You think maybe if they would have stayed down at the bottom of the pile, that would have counted as a turnover? I gotta fast forward here. The ball's out. Like, obviously you can see on film right there. Ball's out. That's tough to see in real time, but I think if they would have just fallen on it, and they all would have piled on right there, they would have looked, see who's at the bottom of the pile, and they would have said, all right, Stillwater's at the bottom of the pile with the football, Pony ball. But instead, they pick the ball up, and he starts running away with the football. Number 5 does right there. Then the officials confer, because they're like, what just happened? Like, no one's going to be able to see that in that split second. Yeah, stay at the bottom of the pile with the football, and you might be able to get things to swing your way. Ooh, unbalanced again. We're going to get jet motion to the right. Oh, we're not in a 0 and a 5 this time. We're in another underfront? We can't be. It looks like he's in a 2. He's in a 2. Looks like we're playing a 2-5-2-2-7? Question mark? A lot of space between the 2 and the 7. Oh, there was no jet motion. It's a pass play. Tried to set up the tunnel screen, but Stillwater's having none of it. Why did tunnel screen not work? Look at the press. Because Stillwater is playing man coverage. They're in their 3-3, sort of 3-3 stack here. They're playing the man coverage. They're blitzing. Smart to throw it away. I don't know if I got to the line of scrimmage, but... Oh, they called it intentional grounding. Dang. I think it's got to get back to the line of scrimmage, and that didn't. That's a rough break for the... Well, I guess it all comes back to bite them, because, you know, they kind of got... Rangers got lucky on that fumble. Now they have play after that. Then you've got an intentional grounding penalty. But I mean, that's a tough one, because Stillwater was playing... Were they playing man coverage on first down? No, it looks like they're playing cover 4. And they switched to man coverage out of their 3-3 stack on this play on second down. So I see why Forest Lake made the call they did. Is because you thought you were going to keep getting the same look. And then, like, wasn't I just saying that not too long ago? You want to give teams a different look all the time. That just messed up Forest Lake right here, giving them a different look. So what do you do now on 3rd and a mile out of wing slot? Oh no, it's a false start on the right guard on Buck sweep. Oh, poor Rangers. Forest Lake and trying to close football games, man. Things are falling apart for them here at the end. They had the previous drive stalled when they had that really goofy 4th down play. They had a few bad reads on some of their option plays that could have got them a little bit further downfield. They are sticking with Buck's sweep. Defensive end can't quite get there in time. It's a solid play. They're just, obviously, you're not going to get like 40 yards off of it, or 20, 25. How many yards away is this? Got a chunk of 10, another chunk of 10, and then 1. Can I not count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it is 25 yards. Yeah, I don't know if you're going to get 25 yards in a Buck sweep. Yeah, if you get the pitch on an inside veer, you can easily get 25 yards. But the defense obviously has to give you that. Oh, no. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Is this a punt return touchdown? Oh, okay. Never mind. There's a flag thrown right here. What was this flag thrown on? There's 2 Forest Lake coaches here pointing right at something, and then the flag's thrown. Is it... I think it's this block in the side right here that's counted as a block in the back. It trips 2 defenders up. Is that 84? I think that's the D end, right? 84. It looks like it. Oh boy. You get a nice stop. You get a touchdown to tie the game up, and it's coming all the way back off of a block in the back. That's a bummer. Still, it's only 70 yards to go. You've got all the momentum in the world now. Forest Lake stalled out on offense. You've been cooking on offense. We gonna get power right here? Burn some play clock? Oh, we are gonna get power. Nice. And it's well defended. Forest Lake is crushing it here. We have our bear front with our 0-3-0. No, they're playing an overlook this time. We've got a 1, a 3, a 5. And then, remember what I was saying earlier. Get that outside backer up there in a 5 technique on that fullback trap. Forest Lake adjusted right away. Nice job. Now they're ready. Oh, then we stack a safety down over the tight end. This is actually a pretty solid, just right here, looking at that. That's a pretty solid defensive scheme against an I formation out of a 3-4. And I don't know why did power not work here? We have a cut block on the backside, which is nice. But he completely misses the man he's supposed to block. It's like the tackle's trying to cut the nose guard, which you can't do because the center's engaging him. Like, why would you dive at the nose guard? That's a penalty right there, high and low. So that would set you back. That's not very smart. And if backside tackle's supposed to cut block, why aren't you cut blocking the edge defender? He's the one that's coming through the hole with nobody block, because center's down blocking the 1 technique. There's nobody left but you to block the 5. And you don't even need to cut him because he's already outside. You just get your butt to the center and block him. And there you go. You don't need to do like a weird fake cut. And funny enough, if you don't do the weird fake cut, this play actually gets off. Your weird fake cut is what, like, cause he just falls down. He's laying on the ground right here, and the Forest Lake defender doesn't have to do anything to get around the cut block. He's like, all right, you're gonna cut past me. I'm just gonna walk the way I was already walking. Cool, bro. And then tackle made. If we're not, I guess Stillwater, if we're not working on cut blocks in practice, probably shouldn't be calling it or using it in a game. Ooh. Leaning forward a little too much. Oh. I need some water. All right, now we've got pro with a sniffer, pro gun with a sniffer. Same personnel, still 21 personnel. The backside hitch. So like we saw, and again, this is great play calling Stillwater, because they saw the play before this against the pro I. Where's that outside backer? They're giving him an overfront. They cheated the outside backer up in a 5 technique to cover the edge. That means he's not out in the flat to help the corners. The corner, which is weird, because that means like, So the bind this is putting the defense in. If he's not there to help the flat, and he's still going deep third, well, deep third, and then there's blitzing everybody. Yeah, there's nobody left in the flat. Like, this whole zone right here is left uncovered. And 33 tries to eventually get out there, but again, think about where he's lined up. He's in a 7 technique. He's like 1 yard off the line of scrimmage. He's never going to get out there in time. So that poor kid's being put in a bind. Do I help play the run in my 5 technique? Do I get out there and cover the flat? Like, what's a position where I can do both? Is there a position where I can do both effectively? Not a jet, it's just a motion. This is unbalanced. Because the other, see the receiver at the bottom here checks off as well. Oh, and the official's got a great hand signal. Both receivers over here checked in as off. So that means these two have to be on. He's letting the guy on the other sideline know, I've got 2 off. That means you have 2 on. Oh, and look at him. He checks it and says, yep, I got you. Nice little bit of communication there. I like to see that. That's cool. Fake pull. Why do we have a fake run play out of this? With the play side guard? What was the run play supposed to be where we pull the play? If it's belly, shouldn't it be out of 11 personnel? Like when you pull a guard, like belly or blast, he does a kick out? Because normally you need a double team down block there to inside backer. That's the whole point of a belly. I guess they forgot the H back. Huh. Hey, Mr. Rich, how's it going? Another motion. Okay. Why is it that Stillwater is now going back into 10 personnel? I can't really read the clock. Does this I thought there were like 4 or 5 minutes left, weren't there? A nice little completion. Was that just a seam? That is. It's just tight end right up the seam. Oh, we blitz the backside linebacker. So who's supposed to be in the seam here? If he's a flat defender, then you need to get your butt into the seam. The safety can't step up in the cover 4. If you're doing your cover 4, there, flat. Well, then, you know, you're kind of leaving up lanes here, especially to the wide side. This is where there's a nice little lane right there. That's right where Stillwater takes the ball. It's a great read by Mr. Kinsey. Great call by Stillwater. Beautiful. Is this the same play? That's the same play. All right. Yep. We already saw that. Nice completion. Ice him here. No play call. Oh, no. We got hand signals. I don't think that's the same call they used for power earlier. Push, chop left. Push, chop left. I don't know what that means. Is he the only one doing hand signals? The guy at the 41-yard line there did some weird hand signal, but I don't think that was anything of notice. Push right, chop left, whatever that means. Push right, chop left. It's ultimately the play is just power to the right. Do we have a double team at the point of attack? Yes, we do. It actually becomes a triple team when we get up to backer. It's just that the backer that they're supposed to get, or no, pulling guard's supposed to get that backer, and he just kind of misses him, and then he's the one that makes the play. So if you look at number 54 here, inside backer, he originally looks like he's going to blitz, and he backs off. Nice technique. Sees a guard pull, we make a pull call, he scrapes to the hole, gets in the hole, beautiful. Now, Stillwater guard needs to body him. Stillwater guard does not manage to get a block on him, takes the wrong shoulder, and he makes the tackle. Your question, Mr. Rich. Alright. So, originally, like, the only coach I've known that's actually been on stream and has talked was Coach Littlefield from Centennial, which I thought was super cool. When I was doing the Centennial Rosemount thing, I was like, oh my goodness, it's like a real 6A coach, and he knows that I exist. Like, my mind was blown. But after talking with Skullhole Football, he reached out to me this past week. He's the guy on Instagram that... let me show you really fast. He does all kinds of, like, the awesome rankings and stuff. Search... Skullhole... Is he not here? SW... SK... Dude, I can't spell with one hand. SKOL... There he is. Yeah, this guy. He was telling me that apparently he's in a group chat with a bunch of 6A coaches, and a lot of them apparently either watch my streams or send a lot of the clips back and forth to each other. And I was like, oh, I had no clue that anyone was watching. That's kind of cool, I guess. Nothing special about me. I'm just a nerd that, loves looking at this stuff. But see actual 6A coaches that watch this, and obviously I don't know any in particular. He just said a lot of 6A coaches that he really respects. So that tells me that, we got some good coaches over here at Forest Lake. Maybe there's some of them. You just never know. But, that's also part of my point. That means that there's people that know that I do this out there for 6A, and they can be like, oh, well, if Coach Lance is going to be stupid enough to show, say we play Mounds View week 1, or not Mounds View, but Shakopee. Oh, you know what? No, who's a better example? I'll go Farmington. I think this is the best example because Farmington's running their new offense. We play Farmington week 4. Suppose, the Saturday after we play North, I take the first 3 games of Farmington and I break all 3 of them down. Well, suppose Coach Piper, Coach Cinnamon, their new OC, anyone happens to stumble across that footage and is like, oh, hey, that goofball that does all the scouting and analytics for Lakeville South just broke down how our offense works and how he thinks he can stop it. Let's do something different. It takes the advantage away of preparation and everything. It just would not be smart of me to do that. Maybe I got into the... no, I am just a small non-player character, Mr. Rich. I am definitely not worthy to be in any group chat with any 6A head coaches. I don't know that I've ever talked to a 6A head coach. Other than Coach Franz from Rogers is the only one I've talked to in person, I believe. No, that's not true. I'm thinking back to the clinics I've been to. Coach Franz of Rogers is the one I've talked to the most. I did meet Coach Frickland of Park Cottage Grove. He's a cool guy. And then, this wasn't really a full-on meet. It was just a slight interaction. I showed Coach Fritzy from Eastridge. That was, one of the clinics I was at. It was the day that we learned Nick Kinsey was transferring out of Stillwater, and I showed him the MNH's Football Network post about it. He's like, oh, yeah, I know. I'm like, oh, he already knew. I always forget. Coach Fritzy's, a tricky kind of guy with offense and all that. He's smart, and he knows, West Coast systems and strategy and all that, and knows how to dissect things. If there's anyone on top of things, it's Coach Fritzy. So yeah, and those are the only guys I've interacted with off the top of my head. I don't think I've really met any other 6A coaches. I know the Rosemount guys saw some of the stuff we were talking about on one of the podcasts, not one of the live streams. I think it was the MNHS Football Network, predicting 6A teams. I know that they were watching that because they're like, yeah, he's pretty spot on. We don't know how this random Coach Lance guy knows everything about Rosemount, but he's pretty accurate. I'm like, hey, that's kind of cool, but yeah. What was that last play for Stillwater? I got stuck on my tangent there. So play action. They're doing nice. And it's another deep comeback. Who's my flat defender? It should be the strong safety. But he's just kind of standing here in open space. Where's our zone? And number 33 so outside backer here eventually gets back in the flat. I don't know if it's this coach over here. Maybe it's this one that's pointing hey, bro, you got to go over there in the flat. You got to stay with your assignment. And he doesn't. Oh, the poor strong safety's just hovering there. If he's supposed to be a flat defender because he's down, you got to get out in the flat, man. No, Mr. Rich, I'm probably not going to be doing a Minnetonka doubleheader. There really isn't much more for me to break down with Minnetonka. And I don't know how many more live games from last season I'm gonna keep talking about because next week I want to, if I do a live stream, we'll see. I was honestly, I think I mentioned I wasn't even planning on doing one today because I'm starting a new job Monday. 2-a-days are hitting hard. There's a lot going on in the world of Coach Lance. It's my busiest time of year right now is start of the school year. So I originally wasn't planning on doing a stream this week, and then I was thinking for next week, I'm like, well, if I do something, it's not going to be a game breakdown. It'd be just kind of going over a bunch of scrimmage footage of all the teams, seeing how they all look, things that are going right, things that make me go, ooh, that's new, or just things that huh? You are no, I am not leaving Prior Lake. I am still working in that school district. I just got a promotion to a higher position within that school district, which is really cool. Still, okay, here's something interesting about Forest Lake. So last play they brought 6, right? At the very least, they did bring 6, because that outside backer number 1 went, and then one of the inside backers went and then hesitated, and then the outside backer on the bottom here hesitated and then dropped back. It's like, if you're gonna bring 6, then bring 6. Or if you're gonna bring all 7 of those guys, then bring them. If you're not, then get in your zone, and please get out in your flat, and then cover 3 on top of that. Then you got 3 at that level, 3 at that level. I mean, that's pretty solid if you're bringing 5. That's not too shabby. No, I am not a supervisor because I don't supervise anyone, like, below me. I don't want to say I get to do my own thing, but I'm like a new position that we created, so it's pretty sweet. Only person I report to is the director. And Coach Lance got a very nice pay increase, which is sweet. Might actually be able to afford a new car now. I still drive my old car from high school. Receiver on the bottom here was a little bit long to get off the ball. So what do we know right now? It's going to be a play action because guard's pulling this way, fullback's going that way. We've seen it a million times. Oh, dude, how is Forest Lake still biting on the play action? And I just realized there's 6 minutes left, so it's not like Stillwater's in any rush. Oh, he's got him. Oh, he had him. What a dot. Now, see, this is what I mean. Like, oh. So what does Coach Lance not like about the Forest Lake blitz? There's no stunt or anything. It's just load line, everyone push forward. What do they have me doing in the new position? I am now the device technician for the school district. So I get to work with, I do a little bit on the data side, like 25% on the data side. So not specifically enrollment, but like the stuff or the softwares that we utilize to manage students and all of our enrollment. And then on the device side, I get to help out with all the Apple TVs, MacBooks, basically all of our Apple devices that we manage within our district. I get to do all that. So, yay. Funny enough, now that you mention that, Mr. Rich, every single one of our football coaches that's a teacher at Prior Lake has a MacBook that I manage. Huh. It'd be unfortunate if they ended up with a Lakeville South Cougar logo as their background on their MacBooks. But no, obviously I wouldn't do that. It's a conflict of interest. In my work hours over there, I'm all Lakers. But as soon as the clock hits 2:30 and I'm heading back to Lakeville, we get rid of the navy and gold, we break out the cardinal and gold, and we're all Cougars. Where did Forest Lake's deep safety go? He bit shallow on a dig. This is a really nice, because you have basically 2 skinny posts, and you have a dig underneath against the cover 3. Deep safety bites on the dig, so now there's nobody to help the corner over the top. Is it true Prior Lake is selling their district office? Where did you hear that, Mr. Rich? From someone that you know. You're gonna have to give me specifics, because I don't know. I can't just answer something if it comes from some person, question mark. But I do believe that is the plan, that Prior Lake is planned. I think it was actually already approved by the school board that the district office building is going to get sold. And I think I believe the current plan is that Well, I'd have to go and look at the school board agenda. I know that whatever was proposed, the school board voted on and approved. I believe they're closing an elementary school. They're closing the district office and selling that building. And then they're going to move into one of... If I remember correctly, we have a Spanish immersion school. We're moving the Spanish immersion school to the elementary school that's being closed. Then we're selling the district office and taking all the district office staff and moving them to that school where the Spanish immersion program was. So it's a little bit of like musical buildings. Ooh, we have another insert play. This isn't an option play, is it? I can't tell if this was an outside veer. This looks more like a Shakopee ISO. Because see, the slot back here in motion took a fake pitch. See how there's the pitch fake right there? And obviously there's no... If you look at the first level, everyone's blocked. We have hat for hat blocking. Forest Lake and their 3-3 stack? No, they're not. The corner's just in tight for no reason. Actually, no, I'm wrong. They're in the 3-3 stack. Number 2 is the corner at the bottom down here. That's your cornerback. This is the safety that's stacked down. So they are technically in their 3-3 stack. They're just over 3-3 stack. Front line. Excuse me, over that way because it's unbalanced. Decent call. And then, I wonder what coverage we're getting out of Stillwater. But yeah, this is ISO. One-on-one, hat for hat blocking. No double teams. I don't know about ISO for Forest Lake, man. Because like I said earlier, when you're running an ISO, you have hat on hat block. It's like what I said with Stillwater. You're assuming that everyone has to win their one-on-one matchup up front. And Stillwater's got a solid front five. I don't know that if I'm Forest Lake, I necessarily like that matchup of having my O-line block a good Stillwater front five, hat on hat. I'd much rather have double teams on those big boys. Sprint out pass, you love to see it. Ooh, hit the comeback. Nice. Interesting that he broke inside. I would have thought that he would have broke outside of the sideline. There's a little bit of a lane right there. That's pretty well designed. Because see how the flat, 11, the outside backer, keeps going into the flat. Inside backer scrapes over. That leaves a nice little passing lane right there in between them. That's right where he throws it because he breaks in. That's a nice little detail right there. The only thing that's weird is number 0 here, who's running the post. He's a slot back. They kind of end up at the same spot. I'd probably like to see him get a little bit deeper to mess with the safety. A person named Yaroslav? You know someone named Yarslov? Yarslov. Is this stretch? Yeah, this is stretch. Interesting. They're running stretch out of pistol this time, but it looks like there's reach blocking. Is there not? Question mark. Sort of. Oh, and there actually was a hole. If you look right here, hole's coming right through there. Person named Yarslov from Ukraine. Hey, that's pretty sweet. Get to meet people from all over, eh, Mr. Rich? You're just making connections left and right. Play action. Yep. Oh, and they got it covered. Nice job, Stillwater. They're giving you a cover 3. Oh, this is an... Oh, I don't know. The corner got beat deep. Deep route is there, but safety... And this is sort of on the safety. The safety comes down and attacks the dig for the second level. The backside post is covered by the backside corner. That's... So this, good. Yes. This, not as much. Over here's looking good. And then... I mean, the safety did come down and attack... the drag, but at the same time, you're not covering deep when you do that. And then ultimately, where does... I guess you can rotate down because this corner is going with the post, and it's just kind of lucky. And we just got to throw it away. Deep ball was there, man. If we were able to get the ball downfield, that was there. Dang, I was just looking at Howie Johnson on the sideline right here. That man's built. Is this another... Okay, it's a 3x1 trips closed because we have a dead end tight end at the top of the screen. 3x1 set. Sprint out pass. Oh, okay, but once again, what's open? All right, never mind. I was going to say, did 2 abandon the vert? But no, 2 stays with the fade. He only comes off it because the ball's already thrown. He's got eyes on the quarterback. He comes up and he makes a tackle. Tackling a little bit high. He does the classic Farmington throw the legs around. Got to tackle a little bit lower. Oh. Forest Lake going to be able to score here before the end of the game? There's only 3 minutes and 50 seconds left. It's 21-21. After they were winning 21-7 at halftime. Jet. Oh, a little too late for the jet fake. Sprint out pass right again. Oh, quarterback. I don't know how to feel about that. There was no threat of a jet fake. And again, well, there was threat of a jet because you're unbalanced. What's the problem? Look where the ball snapped. There's no jet fake because he's already all the way out there. So what's the point of the jet motion? And then again, we're running the ball to the direction we're leading the defense in. Not quite sure about that one. The line, yeah, like look at both of Stillwater's inside linebackers right here. They know, okay, he's already by. It's not a jet sweep. Read the backs. All right. Back is going to lead block. Quarterback's following him. Scrape to the left. Boom. Play made. Just instinct at that point. I mean, it's still a 3-yard gain for Forest Lake, but I don't know. If we design that differently, we might be able to make it a little bit more efficient. Ooh, pro slot. Tight end to the bottom. Slot back to the top. Receiver each side. Gotta be counter. Yes. You know another thing that I'm thinking about now? Stillwater did not fall for this jet. Well, 1, they didn't fall for the jet fake. 2, they shouldn't have. Once again, running back's on the wrong side. Jet motion goes behind the quarterback. There's absolutely no threat of a jet sweep. And what did we already establish they're reading? They're reading the pulling guard. Because, like, remember when Coach Beast got that awesome play call where they ran this counter, realized that Stillwater's backers were following the guard, and they ran a play-action buck sweep off of it, where pull both guards in the buck sweep, backers go with them, play action back the other way. And it was absolutely nutty. Beautiful play call off of what the defense was giving you. I don't know why they haven't gone back to that yet, though. Because as you can see here, the Stillwater's linebackers are still reading that guard. There's number 28 overshot it. But, yeah, ponies are not fooled. Even number 2, the cornerback, comes up and gets involved. 10 missed. He fell to the ground. There's our buddy 34 again, the other inside backer, fighting off blocks to help make the tackle. There's just bodies everywhere for the ponies, man. They want to fight. Now it's 3rd and 7. Oh, wing twins. We haven't seen this out of Forest Lake yet. So what is wing twins? Twin receivers, wing where you have a tight end and an H-back on the same side. This is the wing. This is the twins, hence wing twins. Beautiful. No, let me see wing twins, please. Play. There we go. Tight end. Are they just running verts? There's a 5 and out. Oh, it's a... Was that a chair route? Was this supposed to be a post wheel? There's a post here, but this isn't a wheel route. This is like more of a chair route into a wheel. Just a regular wheel might have been better. I don't know. Or do what Prior Lake does. Bring the wheel route out of the backfield. Post. post, and then get a rail going there. Or even better, post, do that jet fake that they're not falling for. Pull guard around that way, fake running back, run this way. Boom. And then that motion they ignored hits you with a rail route out of the backfield. Boom. There's your touchdown. I got Prior Lake in the mind, man. Now that Mr. Rich was mentioning Prior Lake earlier, that's definitely something they could have gone to. And it looks like he just wanted the wheel route, regardless of what was open. How was the first week of two-a-days? It's busy, man. We're going over lots of things that our opponents do. We punting? We're punting here. Dang, that... So keep in mind what this just did. Because of that kind of weird design, now we've got Stillwater getting the football back, still with 2 minutes left, plenty of time, unless they muff the ball. Well, maybe Stillwater's not going to drive the field now. Dang, they had a chance to set themselves up with solid field position off of the punt, and then they muffed the punt. Now they got to go 88 yards to score. If they can at least get in field goal range with 2 minutes left, they can end it. Otherwise we're going to overtime. Am I surprised that Braylon transferred to BSM and has to play... I mean, the fact that BSM has to play Jefferson's like whatever, but I'm not surprised that Braylon transferred. Who's going to be Jefferson's quarterback this year? Are they going to have a quarterback that can throw the ball downfield to him? Because if the answer to that is no, I can probably see why he wanted to transfer. Or if Jefferson's not going to be as much of a passing team. What was this? They ran the ball out of 10 personnel? They ran a little kick-out play. They ran trap out of 10 personnel. Kick-out block wasn't quite there. It's tough to run trap out of shotgun, man. Look at how long the handoff is to the point where running back actually gets to run downhill. Can't do that with trap, man. Trap's got to be a fast, hard-hitting play, kind of like midline. It's got to be boom right away. And if it's not there right away, you can't do it. Why it's so hard to run trap out of shotgun? Like, remember when it was Champlin Park that was in their wing twins formation? They kept trying to run trap, and I'm like, what? Why? You only have one running back. It takes way too long to get the handoff before he gets to the line of scrimmage. It does not work. Ethan or Joe? Are those juniors? Because I don't think either of those are seniors. Because Brandon Roloff was our quarterback when the current seniors were freshmen. I wish he would have kept playing football, man. He was a great athlete. Smart kid, had a good arm, and he was a great runner, too. When he was physical, he could have been such a great dual threat quarterback, but Jefferson does not like to run quarterbacks. Well, I guess until recently with Maxwell Erb last season, then all of a sudden they start running speed options out of nowhere, and I was like, oh, that's unusual for Jefferson. Yeah, they're both juniors. That's what I figured. Also, Stillwater, why are we running another buck sweep? I guess I'm the idiot because Emilio makes it look good. This is just ISO blocking one-on-one. Forest Lake linebacker. I was going to say Forest Lake linebacker does a good job scraping over, but if you look closely, was this the case in the last play? 7 is an inside backer. 54-7. Who's the outside backer out there? Is that number 2? Oh, it's number 1. Who comes out? Is number 1 all the way out there? Okay, I was about to... Yeah, he's all the way out there. I was about to say, did they go into a nickel package? But the answer is no. They're just putting an inside or an outside backer all the way out there in the 3x1. Oh, Corbin Hagbaum quit too? Dude. See, that was always a problem with Jefferson. I felt like we always had great 9th grade teams, and then kids just quit as they went along. Like, think about all the great kids from that freshman class that quit. Brandon Roloff quit. Anders Bjorklund quit. Orban Hagbaum quit. Like, oh, it's such a bummer to see, man. You know, Mr. Rich, it might get to the point where Jefferson and Kennedy just have to combine for football, which would be funny because that might put them up at 6A. I don't think they could compete at 6A, but yeah, same with people from your class too. Like, it's just the reality of it. You always lose kids as the level goes up in football. It just feels like Jefferson loses kids a little bit faster of a rate than others. We have two techniques. Yep, Forest Lake's going with their variation of a 2-4 nickel. Howie Johnson is a stand-up outside backer. I don't know if that worked. He really didn't hit it with a pass rush move or anything. He's just kind of taking on the big left tackle. You know, if I'm Forest Lake, maybe I want to move Howie Johnson permanently to the left against Stillwater. Because if you think about it, who's Stillwater's biggest O lineman? Number 78, their big left tackle. Is that really where I want to utilize Howie Johnson? If the right tackle is not as good as the left, maybe I want to put Howie on the other side. Get a mismatch. They ran another buck sweep. They went right back to it. Yeah, I agree, Mr. Rich. I don't think it'd be bad if they combined. It's just, one, like I said, they'd probably be moved up to 6A, which I don't think either of the Bloomington schools want to do. Even if they played a Maroon schedule, that'd be a pretty rough go-around for them, even if they did have numbers finally. Yeah, another hard part is you got to remember, like, it's hard. You can find big linemen at Kennedy. Yeah, if Kennedy's got the lineman and Jefferson doesn't, Jefferson's got more of the skill kids. Put 2 and 2 together. There you go. On the Bloomington Bears. Actually, so what was the mascot of Bloomington Lincoln High School? Let's go back to that. MN Bloomington Link. Oh, it's Lincoln. What was its mascot? I could have sworn it was the Lincoln Bears, wasn't it? And their colors were green and gold? Yeah, because that's 90th Street right there. Due to declining enrollments, Lincoln closed 1982. Kennedy and Jefferson continued to play their home football games at Bloomington Stadium to form a Lincoln site. $20.1 million in 2015. Dang. Oh, no, go back. I don't want to look at Kennedy. What was their mascot? So it was just Bloomington High School and renamed Lincoln when Kennedy was built. And the great principal, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay, yeah. See, the mascot of Bloomington High School was the Bear. They were the Bloomington Bears. Green, white, and gold. Oh, and they were part of the Lake Conference? Oh. There's no way that's it. Is that their old logo? That can't be. No, that's East Bears. Yeah, that's taken from something else. Bummer. Bloomington Bears. MN. Oh, there you go. Lincoln High School. That's the Bloomington Lincoln Bears. You know what's funny? I think Coach Carlson went to Lincoln High School. I think he graduated from there, so he's a Lincoln Bear. Anyways, let's finish up the Forest Lake Stillwater game. There's a deep pass. Is this play action here? Why are we... Okay, Stillwater clearly watched some prior Lake film and saw something, because they got the swing pass, they got the verts going. But why are we calling verts in the cover 4? It's not even verts. It's a little switch route here. And I don't understand the concept. Why are we calling a switch route against cover 4? Oh, he went there for a few years and graduated from Jefferson? Might be. I don't understand this. Why are we running any deep route against cover 4? They're taking that away. Cover 4, 4, 4, 4. I get that he came back into the hook, but he's playing deep. There's a defender in the flat to take him, and that is a good job. Forest Lake's got solid coverage here. The safety does get beat a little bit, but I don't understand the play call from Stillwater. You're trying to throw the ball deep against a consistent cover 4 look. Here's a play before. Cover 4. Here's a play before that. Cover 4. Play before that. Cover 4. So every play on this drive, you've gotten cover 4. So, yeah, that, we missing a play? This is third down. Okay, I couldn't tell for a second. You see how the stands are shaking? That is not me. That's the stands there at Forest Lake High School. Oh my, look at the camera shaking. There's an earthquake in town. What was this route? A weird little out route with on the backside with nobody else out there. And the outside linebackers did a good job staying in the flat. I don't know what that one was either, Stillwater. Huh. What do I think of the new Jefferson uniforms? I think they're pretty solid. Nice color of powder blue. Look at number 14 at the top of the screen. He comes off clean on a rub route, and he's like, man, I was wide open. But at the same time, the zone defense is just reading the quarterback's eyes. If the quarterback was looking over this way, number 1 would have been right over there easily. I saw that Coach Ladd is now the JV O&D line coach at Jefferson. I'm surprised he stayed at Jefferson because I know with young RDL now being over at Apple Valley, I was surprised that Coach Ladd was able to still coach at Jefferson because he told me for sure that he was trying to get RDL to either play at Jefferson or maybe Holy Angels was another one he talked about. All just because I believe that Coach Ladd also took a new government position. I don't know, dude. Coach Ladd's the dude that's always completing side quests. Every time I bump into him in the weirdest places in football clinics. And I always learn. Did you know that he's on the board at the oil refinery out in Rosemount? And I was like, dude, what? Wait, what? it was just the most random side quest that it reminds me of playing Skyrim or something. And it's like, hey, here's this side quest. You can join the Dark Brotherhood. You can join the Thieves Guild. You can join the College of Winterhold, whatever. You can join the companions and become their leader. There's so many different paths to choose from, and it feels like Coach Ladd's just done all those side quests. Run out pass. Yep. Obvious passing situation. There's 30 seconds. You want to try and get Stillwater, Forest Lake into field goal range here. No, my man Coach Tree did something to his Achilles. Oh, that's awful. I love Coach Tree, man. What a guy. Also, Forest Lake, why are we running out of an unbalanced formation here? We in a motion? No motion. Interesting. Ooh, nice catch in the comeback. Oh, they called him incomplete out of bounds. I mean, what coverage is Stillwater playing here? Did they shift to a nickel package? 28 and 34. Okay, they did. 24 we haven't seen before. Actually, no, I'm wrong. Because you still have, these are your 3D linemen, outside backer, outside backer. They're just playing some weird coverage trying to trick everybody. I forget that Stillwater does that. Dude, and this time, the 0 and the 5 is finally justified with nobody in between because it's an obvious passing situation. There's 26 seconds left in the fourth quarter with the game tied. So, you can get away with that, Stillwater. You can't get away with that on 1st and 10 early in the game or at any other point in the game. Nice little trip up for a few yards. Do we have a timeout to stop the clock? We did. I don't know if you want to stop that clock too much. There's 17 seconds left and it's 3rd down. If we don't get this here, there's a chance that Stillwater could get the ball back with a few seconds to try and make some magic happen. Or you get a nice completion for a first down. We gonna spike the ball? We took a timeout. All right, we took a timeout. I think that's the last timeout for Forest Lakes. They got to do something into the boundary here. Or not even into the boundary, but into the sideline. Sprint out this way. Second level was open. Not anymore. Oh, dang. Who's that came up? Was that the D end? Oh, yeah. D end's not having any of that. He's containing, vertical contain, gets up there and gets the sack. And that's the end of the game right there. Clock just went out. Okay. Ooh. Yes. We're at double zeros. We are in overtime. Ball's at the 10-yard line. So, when was the last overtime game that I covered? Well, that was Mounds View Farmington. I don't know if I talked about the rules as much in overtime. So, each team, it's first and goal from the 10-yard line. So, you essentially get 4 plays to try and score. First through fourth down. Whatever the first team does, they get in the end zone, score a touchdown. You get a chance at either a 2-point or kick the extra point. Then the other team gets the possession, and it just keeps going back and forth. Wait. Will Sanders, as in the Colonel from your grade? A kid your age is the head freshman coach at Jefferson? Wait. Whoa. What happened to all the freshman coaches? Oh, Will Sanders' dad. Okay. Well, I was about to say, so what happened to all the I do know that, I think all the old guard is almost gone, because I know Coach Ladd got moved up. I think Coach Talley told me that he's not going to be able to coach this year for football. His work hours just don't let him. And obviously, I'm at Lakeville South. I'm not at Jefferson anymore, so there's 3 coaches right there. That leaves Coach Mack as the only one left, and I know he just had a kid. I'm not sure Coach Mack has time to coach football these days. Who really knows? Okay, wait a minute, Stillwater. Why are we in a 22 personnel I formation? We're like the 2002 Tampa Bay Buccaneers right here. Wait a minute, timeout. Forest Lake's got 11. What's confusing them? Something with this coach right here went down. What's he looking confused about? Oh, he comes over and he wants to take a timeout. Is it because of the personnel group? Did he not want... Or was it the play call? Is it because he's running a bear front with the 0-3-0 against the double tight I formation? Maybe whoever's up in the box... Or he's got... Should have this player in. They go to a 4-man front here. They did go to a 4-man front. Okay. So I'm assuming someone up in the box said, hey, they're coming out in their 21I. And he's like, all right, 21I, we'll stick with our 3-4. Then they come out and it's actually the 22I with double tight ends. And the DC or the defensive coach down here is like, nah, man, come on. We got to be on top of that. Now we just wasted our only timeout because we're in a personnel mismatch. So now Forest Lake's in their 4-4. Yep, there's our buddy 33. There's number 1, 2, 54, and is it 53? One of the 50s, and then 7 on the inside. So we've got our backers in there. Who's the cornerback that I'm missing? Oh, they pulled out a corner. They left the free safety high, and then they stacked the other safety down. I guess you only need 1 corner in your 4-4. If there's only 1 wide receiver, just play with 2 safeties. They're better run-fit defenders. Or they move a safety over to the wide side, and then they run stretch to where that safety was. Oh, that's a little bit dangerous there. Why, You know what's actually funny right here? So Stillwater's checking the play. The Forest Lake coaches are getting the safety to switch sides, and then whatever Forest Lake Stillwater checks to a stretch that happened to go right to where that safety originally was. I think that's just a case of bad luck, man. Now we got another 22 personnel. Well, yeah, still in the 22. Stillwater's Forest Lake is not, dude. I gotta stop mixing the teams up. Forest Lake is the one on defense. They're in the mustard and the maroon colors. They're the ones that are not set. There we go. Is this power? We have a backside guard pull. Fullback tries to do a kick out block. And it's not quite there. They wanted Howie Johnson on the inside. He's trying to follow where the guard pulls from, but center does a nice job down blocking Mr. Johnson there. That's pretty good effort. South's defensive line is, I mean, it's looking like South's defensive line, man. We always have solid D line. No, Mr. Rich. Our defensive line is not coached to bunny hop. That is a Prior Lake exclusive. I may work at Prior Lake, but I sure do not coach football at Prior Lake. I would not coach my student athlete or my defensive linemen to bunny hop out of their stances. That would not be happening. Oh, Forest Lake is bouncing off tackles here on this power. They're doing a decent job block shedding. There's a missed tackle, 2 missed tackles. Then 3 and 4 finally get him, but that's down to what, the 2-yard line? So now it's 3rd and goal from the 2 for Stillwater. You're gonna stick with your 22I. I imagine they are. Yep. They have to score on this play, right? Whoa, what went wrong here? They called power to the other side this time. Oh, so why does Coach Lance not like this play call? So going back right here, this is at what, the 6-yard line, 7-yard line. You've got a lot more space to work with. Notice that Forest Lake did not blitz their inside backers they're reading. You're at the 2-yard line. You can't pull any. Like, remember when Prior Lake against Shakopee tried to run that stupid counter out of the wishbone where they pulled a guard? And all it did was open up lanes. Shakopee was already blitzing their inside backers, and they blitzed right through the holes and blew the play up on 3rd down. It's the same thing happening here. You can't call a power or a counter type play at the goal line where you know the other team is bringing pressure, let alone pressure up the middle on the goal line. Like, if I was Stillwater right here, I would have called toss. You easily have toss. There's not that many DBs or alley players in the game. If you get a reach block out there, reach, fullback seals him off, they're blitzing up the middle. They're not scraping over. Emilio's walking into the end zone in the right corner. And then you potentially walk away with the dub. But instead, we called power at the goal line with way too many guys on the line. Hey, yeah, I don't know, Stillwater. That one was a little bit of a head-scratcher. That's... I think back to when Shakopee was at the goal line. Anytime Shakopee got right up to the goal line, they didn't call any of their triple option plays. They just stuck to ISO. And it fooled the crap out of both Blaine and Prior Lake because they thought, oh, it's a triple option. We got to defend the triple option play, even though it's like, no. They're calling ISO. It's a designed dive this time. But, you know, unless you know to look for that against Shakopee, then, well, you're not going to be prepared for that. Coach Lance is prepared for that. But Prior Lake defense, maybe not so much. I wonder if a I've talked with Prior Lake football players around the district, and if you ask them what's like Shakopee's favorite play, 0 of them will tell you inside veer. I think the most frequent option you'll get is probably triple option, which triple option is it? Is it midline? Is it inside veer? Is it outside veer? Like, which triple option of Shakopee's is their favorite? And the answer is inside veer. Although, after watching the 2 games against Blaine and Prior Lake, it's definitely a lot more ISO. What are my plans for streams during the season? I'm probably not going to stream during the season. I am just not going to have enough time to do that. Like, there's so much work that I do on the weekends for scouting and analytics in the regular season to get ready for our next opponent. I literally just won't have time. I might do, like, during the week, I have a little bit more time. I might do some... I was talking with both MNHS Football Network and Skullhole. I think we're going to try and do a few collabs week to week. Just kind of doing like little breakdown stuff, some predictions, and we're all going to pick some games potentially. I think it's going to be stuff like that, but it's not going to be like a full live stream. Like, how long have I been on here now? Like a 5-hour breakdown of one game. That's definitely not going to happen in the regular season. Ooh, Stillwater took a timeout now. They're going for it on 4th and 4. They lost 2 yards on that. Can we watch some touchdown highlights? MNHS Football Network is going to cover the highlights. He's going to post highlights and interviews. Goalhole's going to do like predictions and like sort of analysis stuff and write-ups. And then I'm going to do like the breakdowns and that like team analysis and all that. And Skullhole's also going to do more like stats. No, Stillwater. What? Okay. So what did I complain about a while ago? So we motion to the right, we fake power to the right, and then we bootleg to the right. Every single thing that Stillwater did on this 4th down play. And remember, crucial 4th down play. You need to score here. Otherwise, Forest Lake can just kick a field goal and win the game. Any points Forest Lake puts up after this is sudden death and they win. Like, why is this the play you choose to go to? Why is it designed like this? Fake, if you're trying to boot to the right, it should be power left. Like, all right, Mr. Rich, can you write down play 152 for me really fast? We're on play 152. We gotta watch some Lakeville North film really fast. Lakeville North, 3-game offense. So the plays labeled here. All right, some plays are labeled. I don't know how accurate they are. Play 152. Thanks, buddy. So we're just gonna watch. Let's go to their pass plays here. No, I don't want to add a screenshot. No, thank you, Google. All right, I messed up YouTube Studio really fast. So Lakeville North, we're gonna go pass plays, and I want to see. One step? What do you mean one step? All right, whatever. These PA naked floods. So these will be bootlegs off of Lakeville North's favorite run plays. So you see how it's blast left, right? They're giving you, and it's to the right. So they're giving you 36 blast, and then the bootleg goes to the left. So it's a run play to the right, then a pass play to the left. And watch how the defense reacts. See how the defense goes this way with the play action, and then the actual pass comes back this way. And funny enough, guess who's on defense right here? This is Stillwater playing defense week 1. I don't know if I mentioned this because my computer kept crashing during that stream. But Stillwater did check into the 3-3 stack. They stacked a safety down in the box that game. I have to do a show with Randy. I was joking that apparently 6-8 coaches know that I exist. I don't think there's any shot Randy Shaver knows I exist. Literally none. He talks to head coaches and all the big wigs. You got to remember, Mr. Rich, I'm an NPC. If I become a head coach one day, maybe I'll earn the privilege to talk to Mr. Shaver. But for now, I don't think I have that. You know, now that I'm thinking about it, Mr. Rich, I might still have Randy Shaver's phone number. I don't remember if it was actually... So when I was at Jefferson and I did the stats for varsity, when I was like first starting out as a coach, Coach Carlson had me call up whatever the Star Tribune number was to report scores. And then I also called Randy Shaver. And at the time, I didn't know. I wasn't sure if it was like his office at Care 11 I was calling, But I was just, and someone would answer, say, "This is Randy." And after I heard like Randy Shaver's actual voice, I don't think it was him. I think it might have been an intern. But now that I'm thinking back, I'm like, wait, no, that might have been his actual voice. Which, if that was, I mean, that'd be nutty. One, that'd be nutty because that means I would have talked to Randy Shaver. And two, that means I have Randy Shaver's phone number buried somewhere in my phone. Also, this should be a false start, Lakeville North. Tight end right there is jumping. I think that's Blake. Yeah, it's 21. It's Blake Krause. Come on, Blake. We don't want to be jumping like that. Yeah, one of the Stillwater coaches right there is pointing at it. He's like, dude, come on, man. Did you see that? All right, let's get another naked flow. Oh, here we go. This is a higher resolution. Watch this. You'll actually get to see the 36 blast. Guard's going to pull around. Yes, sir. Defense goes that way. And then play action goes the other way. Let's see another clip. We're going to have run, probably run right, boot to the left. No. Now, see, this one did not work as well. Why did it not work? Because for some reason they play action to the same side that they were running the ball to, which, again, not good design. I don't know why Lakeville North is better than that. I do not know why they have a design like that. That's confusing. Also, it's 4th and 3. Huh? Maybe Stillwater was like, hey, remember week 1 when Lakeville North ran that play action that did not work on us on 4th down and short? What if we do the exact same thing? How about we do something that works? No. This didn't work. That's why we need to do it. Yeah, I don't know. And then, like, if the goal was, okay, the pass routes, because if you watch the two receivers here, they both are, like, breaking in on their routes. But then who's coming across? The tight end? Oh, yeah, 45 does come wide open. But what's the problem here? The problem is the run fake goes to the right. If it just would have been play action left, and you know what? Play action left would have made way more sense. Because what does this tight end do if it's power coming out this way? He down blocks, so he can act like he's down blocking and then release this way and then boot that way. And there you go. And then you can still have those two come across like that. And then tight end's wide open, bootleg's wide open. And there you go. That's an easy win. Is MNHS Football Network going to do highlights for 1A through 5A? Yes, he's going to be covering all classes, including some 9-man. Oh, and that's a nice knockdown, too. Also, quarterback read. There's clearly one option that's wide open, and then two that are covered. And we throw to one of the two that are covered. Yeah, I'm going to chalk this one up to design. Like I was saying earlier, which would have been better. Fake power left. You already are emulating a double team right there. The tight end's down blocking. No, the outside backer and the inside backers won't think any different because they're used to him down blocking on power, which you just ran twice in a row. Then you can bootleg this way. Emilio fake that way. Tight end down block and then come across. You get and again, it's the red zone. It's man coverage. This is where you want to call crossing patterns, Stillwater, against the man coverage. Not when you're getting cover 4 in the middle of the open field. This is where we want crossing patterns, and other than the tight end right there, he comes open. It's a decent mesh, but then for some reason, the receiver out here does like an in and then reverses back out. No, like, if you would have just kept going in, both the receiver, you don't even need to cross them. Like, both receivers break in. Power, fake out this way, right? Tight end down block, release this way, bootleg out there, completion, Stillwater goes home, winners. Skull Hole is only going to do 6A, I believe. I had a theory about who, well, not who he was, but I know that he's associated with one of the 6A schools. And I've been trying to narrow it. I thought I had it narrowed down to Prior Lake, Blaine, Shakopee, and Maple Grove. And I was fairly certain he was a former Prior Lake guy. That turned out not to be the case. And then there were some other teams I ruled out. Like, obviously, he's not in the Metro South. I think I at least know that. So, like, Eagan, Rosemount, North, South, Farmington, those are all out the window. I guess Eastview, if you want to throw Eastview in there too. Probably not an Eastview guy. But that leaves the North and the East. Maybe some teams out West. I have no idea who runs Skull Hole. Like I said, I've been trying to figure it out. I don't think it's a Forest Lake guy, because obviously MNHS Football Network is a Forest Lake guy. That'd be really wild if two Forest Lake guys were covering 6A football without knowing each other. Like, that'd be pretty funny. Also, first play, what do we have? We have a midline. Our buddy, the tough defensive end, comes unblocked. What does he do? He attacks the dive. Quarterback should keep. Ooh, and the quarterback kept. Oh, but there's no pitch. Bummer. Why is there no pitch? Where's the outside backer? Outside backer's nowhere. Oh, so why does this midline not work? He comes off clean. He blocks out there. So, there's multiple things wrong here. How this should have gone. If he's a one technique, block there. If we need a double, we can double. Otherwise, you go up to the safety backer there. You go up to him. Now you have your read key and your pitch key. Make it a midline triple. Block there, and there you go. That's all you need. Like, doesn't need to be any more complex than that. And we can scoop up to our buddy up there. I believe it's Caleb with a K. Caleb Casa. Run. Or is it Caleb with the C? Now I gotta check. Oh, it's Caleb with the C. Might be. Oh, I didn't realize that Caleb was 6'2". Dang. He's almost a foot taller than me. Then again, I'm a midget, so, you know. But no, back to this Forest Lake midline. I do not know why the tackle is blocking the outside backer. That is our pitch key. We don't block the pitch key on a midline. Go get that safety downfield. Because if we get block here, we're washing down the nose with a scoop and a double up to him. Then we're essentially just leaving the safety downfield. Yes, he played college football at Augsburg. So I don't think Forest Lake blocked that the best. And yeah, that was no gain. That was definitely an oops on the part of the Rangers. Gotta make sure we're solid on our midline blocking scheme. Don't fall for the... No, it's the counter again. Don't fall for it, Stillwater. Inside backers did not fall for it. See? Back... Well, actually, I take that back. Number 34 fell for it hard. Safety buddy here fell for it. The only one that didn't is our buddy 28 in the middle. He's like, no. Guard's pulling. I follow where the guard pulls too. Only problem, he's the only backer that scrapes over. Number 8, the tight end, does a great job getting up to him. They open a hole. Ooh, that was a nice job by the Rangers. Kick out blocks. See, this is where it gets a little bit weird and why I prefer running back on this side getting the football as opposed to running back blocking and H-back getting the football. Because now the running back's going to be the first person to get there, which means he has to block the big outside backer. And as we saw... A little bit of a mismatch there. That kid's quite a bit taller than the running back. I don't think And One Gridiron got deleted. I think it got renamed to And One Minnesota. And One Minnesota is what And One Gridiron used to be because he wanted to cover more sports than just football with it. He wanted to cover hockey too. And I think baseball. Yeah, I don't know. If I'm Forest Lake, I'm reconsidering my position on running this counterplay. I'd almost move him over there, jet fake, and then guard is the one that has the kick out, and then H goes up there. Because I do not like the idea of my poor little running back trying to kick out a giant outside backer. That's... And the guard has to... I mean, if you do have the guard help double him, then get up to the next man to kick out. Not too bad. It's just the guard's got to get inside and work him there. And then obviously the corner number 2 is not making a tackle. If you're a run-heavy team, we don't need to block cornerbacks in the box. It's just they don't want any part of that sauce. You can get around them. See, like that. He doesn't want none of the sauce. Watch the wrap up. That is an awful arm tackle. He don't want none of that sauce. Do it again. Arms. Do it again. Arms. Back up a little bit. Do it again. Arms. Do it again. Arms. Do it again. Arms. Not about to happen. So that's down to the 2. So now, funny enough, it's 3rd and 2 now. So if I'm Forest Lake, you know what? I think I remember they call quarterback lead here, which again, that's the correct play to call. Because remember, Stillwater was trying to pull offensive linemen this deep in the goal line when Forest Lake was blitzing up the middle. And I'm like, no, you shouldn't do that. You just want to do ISO head-on-hat blocking or maybe zone blocking. That's the best thing you can do at the goal line. And so, what do we have? Fake jet sweep. There it is. Quarterback lead. And it's in. That's an overtime win for the Rangers. Dude, look at the celebration. That's awesome. Oh, there you go. The students are all rushing the field. We gotta watch that again. Did Stillwater fall for the jet? See, I don't know how they could fall for the jet. You're on the left hash. You can't run a jet sweep from the left hash. There's no room. I don't think they even fell for it. It literally looks like they just lined up. And yeah, they're doing ISO blocking. It's all hat on hat. And then Mr. Johnson just pushes forward, and the Forest Lake Freightliners just are all pushing forward. Top 10 names, by the way. Forest Lake's O-line are the Forest Lake Freightliners. That's awesome. And the defense is the Ranger Wrecking Crew. All-time names right there from the Forest Lake broadcast booth. That's awesome. And just like that, the Rangers end up winning their homecoming game 27-21. Yeah. So Forest Lake, still really big on Forest Lake. I don't think there's much they have to clean up. Maybe just look at that one counter play. And then, like I still nitpick the defense a little bit. Just stacking the safety down on an outside backer. And then they both stand in the same zone. That's still a little questionable. But those are really my only 2 things. Like, you can tell Coach Beeskow's offensive play calling's awesome. And Forest Lake does make adjustments on defense. Like, oh, they're going to go deep, go to cover 4. Oh, they're not going to go deep, switch down to cover 3. They do pretty solid stuff. Oh, they're going to come out with a 22 personnel I want my 4-4 defense in there instead of the 3-4. So yeah, huge props to the coaching at Forest Lake. Stillwater, there were some things that I liked, but I also had a lot of questions. I think one of the big ones, things I liked, the front 5, the D-line, and the 2 inside backers, as awesome as ever. Like, fantastic front 5 from Stillwater. And I think their D-line's only getting better this year. I think they got 2 recruits playing D-line for them, like, that are highly rated. Stillwater's going to have an awesome front 5 again. My big thing I get, and kind of like what I think it was Timothy Johnson said in the comments earlier. I don't know if I can pin this one. But he said, Stillwater has one of the, and let me see if I can pin it really fast. Stillwater has one of the best QBs in the state and an amazing running back as well with a pretty solid defense and good size. I have no clue why they fall short in so many close games. They probably need a new offense. I think it just comes down to the offensive identity. Like, I don't know if I said this specifically when we were doing, or when MNH's Football Network and I were doing the 6A like previews of all 32 teams. But, like, my 3 words for Stillwater were call Lakeville North, or I think it was Lakeville North's offense might have been what I settled on. Because, I think going back to Lakeville North that I showed earlier, single back or 22I stuff, a lot of 13 personnel, 3 tight ends. They have all these awesome run plays that they do, all these beautiful play actions out of it, and it works with the personnel they have at Lakeville North High School. If Stillwater has more of those type of kids, that's the system you need to commit to. If you're more of a spread offense, you have the quarterback that can handle that, stick to a spread offense. You can't do a hybrid of both. It does not work. Like, look at Woodbury. Woodbury tries to do I formation, spread, weird wildcat stuff. Try to do a little bit of pro I stuff in there. They've got their triple option stuff out of the I. They did the wing T stuff. System, or I can't even call it a system. Offensive dysmorphia does not work. You need an identity. Like Shakopee. Shakopee knows what they are on offense, and they can just keep bringing up newer kids and cycling them into the system, and they're successful with it because it's like, all right, you've been playing slot back since you were in like 5th or 6th grade. You know what Shakopee's offense is. You've been running ISO and inside veers since 6th grade. Here you go. Same thing. So yeah, Stillwater definitely question mark on off. And what are they? I'm sure the Ponies know at this point what they're going to look like on offense for 2025. I haven't seen any of their footage I haven't seen a single 7-on-7. I probably won't see any of them until the scrimmage is coming up next week, Saturday. But are they going to be eye? Are they going to be spread? Like, what are they going to decide to do? I don't know. And then obviously outside linebacker play for Stillwater still needs major improvements. It's not there. We either dive inside or we run upfield. There's no... And the way they defend the triple option isn't quite there either. Ooh, it's quite the win for Forest Lake, though. Big homecoming win. That's a clutch win for playoff seeding as well. You always want to win divisional games like this. Man, look at all those Ranger students coming out onto the field. That's got to be a special moment for Coach Beeskow and company. You turn a team that was stuck in the toilet at Forest Lake into a big moment like this. That's just incredible. Also, does Forest Lake have a separate visitors box for other coaches? That's kind of nice. There's not too many teams out there that do that. Well, assuming that is maybe that's just somebody's house in the background, because there's a road back there. I don't know. Maybe that's just somebody's living room I'm accidentally looking into. In fact, I'm going to say that's probably somebody's living room or bedroom over there, just because I remember when I listened to this or watched this game on the YouTube stream. Well, this is the Prep Bowl, but going back to Rangers football versus Stillwater, I was able to hear a bunch of stuff in the background. Yeah, see, there's no box up there. I was able to hear like the Stillwater coaches clapping and making noise in the background. So I'm like, okay, they're sitting up in the box. But yeah. Oh. Should I show up at South Scrimmage? Well, Mr. Rich, you know where Lakeville South is scrimmaging at. You know what, Mr. Rich? If you'd like to do me a solid, find out where everybody else is scrimmaging. Like I know that Prior Lake is hosting a scrimmage, and I know that St. Thomas Academy is going over there. Let's see if it's on the Lakers schedule here. And it's empty. Great job. Prior Lake High School football, maybe it'll be here. Schedule. Come on, Lakers. Fall camp. You know what? Whatever. Fall camp information. Maybe it's on here. Oh, yes. We have a schedule. Varsity scrimmage at PLHS. Yes, but with who? Question mark. South Suburban Conference. That's not what we use for football. What we use for every other sport, but not football. What is it? Saturday, August, whatever. Football scrimmage. It just says versus St. Thomas at Prior Lake High School. There's no way it's only St. Thomas and Prior Lake. There's no way. That's all that's listed there for August, though. Okay. Well, Prior Lake, St. Thomas. I know that Forest Lake, Eastview, and I think Shakopee are all going to be at Eastview High School, so that's going to be a scrimmage. That takes care of 5 teams in 6A. Oh, still leaves 27 for me to try and figure out where they're at. Oh, there used to be a scrimmage with like Andover, Centennial, and Rosemount the last 2 years, but obviously that's probably long gone. Now that Andover has to play Centennial, and Centennial plays both Rosemount and Andover in the regular season, so I don't see any purpose in them scrimmaging those two teams. Who else? I don't know. Like, who would Roger? You think Rogers and STMA would scrimmage? Because they're pretty close to each other and they're not playing each other. They used to be rivals. That actually wouldn't be too bad of an introduction to 6A for Rogers if they scrimmaged with STMA. But, like, Moorhead. Who's Moorhead going to scrimmage? Are they just going to scrimmage teams around them? Are they going to come down to the cities to try and scrimmage 6A teams? Like, I know they had that joint practice with Anoka, but... yeah, I don't know. I don't suppose I can call up Coach Hamilton at Elk River. It's probably too late, but be like, hey, would you mind scrimmaging Mounds View for me so I can see what they want to do? You'll send me a list? That's awesome, Mr. Rich. You get 1 gold star. Actually, you know what? That's one I want to check on. Where's Mounds View scrimmaging at? Game schedules, football. We'll find it on one of these here. Friday? No, it starts on the 29th. Like, obviously, I know they're at Lakeville South. That's... in fact, I will be there for that game. Maybe it's on one of the younger websites. Okay, here we go, Mr. Rich. Spring Lake Park High School. So Mounds View is going to be at Spring Lake Park. Oh, yes, sir. Okay. What do I say about that? So, according to this, Mr. Rich, Mounds View is going to scrimmage against Elk River in the preseason. It's weird that they're scrimmaging Roseville, too. You play Roseville. No, they play Park Cottage Grove, not Roseville. That's a really weird scrimmage for Mounds View. But I guarantee they called up Elk River and said, hey, we need to play you so that we can figure out what in the world a power T is for Lakeville South. The only reason I can think of they did that. But at the same time, it's like, if you're going to run your actual defense that you're going to do against us, against Elk River, like, obviously we're going to see that. But then, what's the point? Like, say you just run your base 3-4 defense against Elk River, then against us, you come out in the 4-4 package that you did back in 2019. Well, then what good did that do your kids to practice, or I guess scrimmage, in the 4-4, in the 3-4 against Elk River? Like, sure, it might trick us, but, like, well, it wouldn't trick us because, you know, we practice against all fronts. We're prepared for that. Same with Elk River. You can give them any look, and they're prepared for that. That's what you do in the Power T. But I don't know. We tried that last year. You gave Shakopee a different look in the scrimmage, and then we gave Egan something totally different, like of how we were going to defend the flex bone. Egan, it took them like over half the game to figure it out, but oh boy, once Egan figured it out, they started taking it to us, especially on 4th down. Ugh. Okay, so you know what, Mr. Rich? Let's put together a list. I think on my 6A Google Sheet, I still have a lot of this stuff put down somewhere. I'll do it in, we'll do it in the overview. So we'll make a new column, scrimmages. Is teams, location. You know what? We're going to do this smarter. We're going to go 6A teams, other team. No, I did not want to type something else up. Grr. Other teams, location. Then I'm Times New Roman, 12-point font. That's looking spicy. Okay, so like I know there's one at Shum, that Eastview. Eastview. Old. Third. Old. Actually move here. So who's at that? That's Daco. I gotta add a dash in front of that. Shakopee. Who's the other? Forest Lake. Then Eastview. Then we know another one is at Spring Lake Park. Oh, who else is at this one? CH Armstrong, and then Holy Angels. Fun enough is gonna be there. Holy Angles? Yeah, I don't think so. Elk River, then Spring Lake Park, because obviously this park's gonna be a park. Then Mounds View. No, oh, I hate when it does that. I misclicked. Mounds View, Roseville. Thank you, sir, Mr. Rich. And then what was it? Oh, Prior Lake. Prior Lake. As far as I know, the website only listed St. Thomas Academy. There's got to be more than that. There's no way Prior Lake's hosting a scrimmage, and only St. Thomas is showing up. Scrimmaging Elk River. Countdown to game 1. Yeah, that's the logo they chose to use. Interesting. It's gonna be a fun time when the Mustangs pull up to the south side of Lakeville. Hope they bring some Sandwich King chicken shawarma burritos with them. The Lakers tell me who else is at that. He'll be under here. Physicals. No, it's Yay website. Yay Sports Engine. Prior Lake News Compass. No, I don't think I'll be clicking on that. Youth football. Blue and gold game. No. Mr. Rich, do you think anyone... You know what? St. Thomas Academy football scrimmage. See if it'll be under here. And it just says Prior Lake. It doesn't say anybody else. This is the week 1 game versus CDH. That'll be a fun one. Yeah, and then the rest of this is their actual schedule. As far as I know, it's literally just St. Thomas Academy and Prior Lake going toe-to-toe at the scrimmage. There's no way those are the only 2 teams. So those are the only 2 teams I can find listed. Fall Camp Basics? Oh yeah, this is the other Prior Lake thing. It just says varsity scrimmage. Like, well, who are you scrimmaging, bro? That's the important part. You gotta know your opponents. Every team's the same team. No. Not how it works. Ugh. Oh, I'm dying over here. Centennial usually hosts one. And football scrimmage. Who are the Cougars hosting? School District 12. Yes, sir, Coach Diggins. It'll be under that team schedule. Scrimmage at Maple Grove. I wonder. View only. Yeah, alright. Okay, so there's another one that we got, Mr. Rich. So we have a location at Maple Grove, and I'd assume that Maple Grove High School will be there. You know that Centennial is going to be there, but who else? Ooh, there's a big game. Week 4 at Andover. I'm going to be looking at that. Or versus Andover. Nine B football is away at Orono? Oh, that's a weird game. 4A school versus Centennial? And Orono's 9th grade team never even used to play outside of their little sub-district. Like, I remember my very first game I was ever supposed to coach at Jefferson was supposed to be Jefferson versus Orono. And Orono's 9th grade team wouldn't play. We ended up playing Rosemount's B team, my very first football game that I ever coached. That was really bizarre. We smoked them because we had a real 9th grade team against a B team. Oh, but Maple Grove football scrimmage. Game schedule, that's what I want. No, it's last season, brother. I want this season. Oh, it's not there. Oh, I'm gonna cry. Citywide scrimmages? Question mark? What is that? Oh, well. No. When was this? This was 2024. Okay, but that's last year. Gert, what about this year, though? Who's scrimmaging this year at Maple Grove? I know it's Centennial. I know it's Maple Grove. Oh, find past recordings here. Ooh, okay. Rosemount is hosting a scrimmage. Mr. Rich is on it. Look it up. Rosemount football scrimmage. What do we have? 9th grade scrimmage at home. Who are we scrimmaging? 2019. Okay. Yeah, nice try, Rosemount. On me for... It'll be Saturday the 23rd. Saturday the 23rd. Football. Anoka, Owatonna, Woodbury. There we are, Mr. Rich. Nicely done. Got Rosemount. Anoka. That's a real weird mix of teams. Rosemount, Anoka, Woodbury. I can't think of any of them ever matching up. I think Rosemount and Woodbury actually played in the playoffs in, say 2023. Now, who was the other team? Was Owatonna was the other one? Yeah, Owatonna. That's a weird... Okay, so who do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 3, 4 if you count South in there. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, we've got 12 out of 32, Mr. Rich. There's still 20 more teams we got to figure out. Oh, my... Rogers. Rogers is way out there. Rogers, MN, football. I'll probably do one for Moorhead next because they, Away versus Matamidi. Oh, well, we know another one. Matamidi, who are they playing? Rogers. Love the footballs and the hearts. Thank you very much. Doing a little bit of late night research now that the game's over. Rogers. Matamidi, 5A team. That should be under Matamidi. Foot scrimmage. We'll get that out of here. Matamidi scrimmages. That's 2021. That's not what I'm looking for. Matamidi footballs. Oh, Matamidi first down, football schedules. It's got to be here, right? Multiple schools. Who are the schools? Chaska. I know that Chaska's always gone there, but only Chaska and Rogers? Well, I would have thought Rogers would have wanted to scrimmage some 6A schools to get a taste of 6A. I guess they're not about that, though. I'm welcome very much. Gold star. Well, I guess we're up to 13 now. Who else? Wonder if that's Matamidi. We can get Bloomington Bears and St. Thomas out of here. Oh yeah, this is the Centennial Master schedule. We don't need Coaches Diggins seeing that I'm peeking into that. Moorhead. BudsFootball.com. Give me something. Well, that's the regular season schedule, but what about calendar? We got calendar somewhere. Purchase tickets. Nope, I don't think I will. Where find? Coach Lance find. Where find? Varsity. All right, we'll just go to the teams. Moorhead calendars. That's what we're after. A little bit of digging and we'll find it. Scrimmage. 23rd. Oh, there's nothing on here. Unless I'm stupid. Do we see football anywhere? I don't happen to see any football. Huh. I guess Moorhead is not... December? No, it can't be. 'Cause the first game's in August. How could it do that? Oh, knocking my mic over. It's really not on the 23rd? The varsity football game's on there with Rogers. But where in the world is there scrimmage? Okay, the Moorhead has to scrimmage, right? There's no way Moorhead does not scrimmage. Huh. Yeah, I guess we're running out of... Who are some other teams? EP and Champlain Park usually. Eden Prairie football scrimmage. All season info. Well, that's what I'm on. Duh. Same account. They're trying to get money out of me. I don't want money, brother. I just want to see the schedule. I don't care about registration. Game schedule is posted into SE soon. Check my team's SE. Why we doing this? Just want to find the calendar. And there's nothing. Nice. Looking great. Oh, EP. Come on. That's youth football, though. Oh, here we go. Scrimmage. Champlain Fark. I can't talk. 2025. Eden Prairie. So EP is hosting a scrimmage. They always... I could have sworn they always do. Eden Prairie. Eden Prairie. And we're going to... Oh, nope. Click, please. Champlain Park. EP and Champlain Park will be there. Oh, there's usually other teams. I want to say Chaska usually goes to that one. Out of league. I don't need to be. Page isn't working. All right, whatever. Redirect these. There we go. No, I will not be joining the email club CP Rebel Football, but nice try. Oh, Osseo, MN Football Scrimmage. Oh, I just want to see the full calendar, man. It stops on... It's at Osseo, but who are the teams that are going to be there? You mentioned Edina, that's one, but I want to see all the teams. Here we go. Soccer. I want to see soccer. Where's the football scrimmage? I will cry. 2 more events. Football. Yeah, football. Okay, football's buried in there. So it's probably buried in there as well. Saturday. No, there aren't extra events on here. It's just not listed. Mr. Rich, where'd you find that Edina and Osseo are playing? I mean, we know that Osseo is hosting a scrimmage. Edina, well, obviously Osseo. While you're looking for that, I'm going to check STMA. Another obscure one. This year, we want August 23rd. This is all August 21st? Oh, here we go. Boys football is at home versus Bemidji? There's no way that's the only one. That is. STMA is hosting a scrimmage. It's on the Edina football website. I guess STMA is hosting a scrimmage with them and Bemidji. Minnetonka is going to Wayzata for a scrimmage? What a weird way to scrimmage, because they have to play each other. That just seems odd to me. Yeah, you're right. JV varsity scrimmage at Wayzata. Maybe that'll be on Wayzata's website. That's bizarre. It'd be like if Lakeville South scrimmaged Lakeville North. Like, what? Why would we do that? And that's a big rivalry too between Tonka and. Coach Lance want calendar. Schedules. We want the 23rd of August. And there's nothing listed there for football. Huh. 2025 is it not? Did they move it to the day before? No. Alright, well I guess they just haven't posted it to their website yet. Oh, come on, Wayzata. Yeah, there's football versus... Like, see, that's the regular schedule, but I want to know what the scrimmage is. It'll be hidden under their 10th grade here. Yeah, now we got something cooking. Saturday, August 21st. No, there's nothing for football on Saturday, August 23rd. Huh. Oh, well. Alright, I'm missing a lot of teams out of the East. I wonder if, like, East, Stillwater. Maybe four. No, I know where Forest. East Ridge, MN, football, scrimmage, because Woodbury's going to Rosemount. Forest Lake's going to Eastview. Res C registration. I have no idea what that means. Registration with Sowashko? Oh, South Washington County. Andover's also at that Spring Lake Park scrimmage? The one with, Mounds View and Roseville. I guess that makes sense because Mounds View did have a crossover practice over the summer. Thank you, Mr. Rich. I had the Huskies over there. Oh, where's the calendar? The Nest? No, I will not be clicking on the Nest. I will try and find calendar, though. Here we go. Let me see. Oh, well, it's not even going to give me the scrimmage. It just cuts right to the football season. Because there's their first 9th grade game versus Minnetonka. I guess I don't know who Eastridge is scrimmaging. Alright, whatever, Eastridge. Who else are we missing? Rogers. We got Osseo, Champlin, Annual, Anoka, Andover. Where's Blaine going? Actually, we'll cross them off with green once I know that I've got them done. Eastridge, or no, I know Forest Lake. We know Mounds View. We know Woodbury. You know, EP, Edina, Maple Grove, Minnetonka, ST Mayslerone, Wyzetta. Pretty much everybody out of the West. It's not too shabby. Eastview we know, and Roseville we know. Yeesh, I don't know. Rosemount we know. They're hosting their own. If I can color correctly. Doc P we know where they're going to be at. I hope I know where I'm at. Prior Lake's hosting their own. Oh. Where's Lakeville South scrimmaging? You will find out, Mr. Rich. Let's do Egan. That's a weird one. Maybe Egan and Blaine? Calendar. And there's nothing on it. That's awesome. Good job, Blaine. It'll be like hidden under one of the teams specifically. Varsity JV schedule. See if it's hidden here. Nope. It goes right to varsity, their opening game versus Lakeville North. So Blaine's a no-go. Egan, MN, footage. Calendar. Let me see the 23rd of August, please. First, second, and here we are. So there is a football scrimmage at Egan. Okay, so Egan's hosting one, and we know that the Wildcats obviously are going to be there, but who else is going to be at the Egan scrimmage? I think Apple Valley usually scrimmages with Egan. Dude, White Bear always does a midnight practice. That I don't know how they managed to do that. That's pretty nutty. I would cry if I had to practice at midnight. Get up for work at 5:30 a.m. Try Farmington and Lakeville North. North usually scrimmages with Minnetonka and Stillwater. I don't know about Stillwater, but they usually scrimmage with Minnetonka. Let's take a peek here. Oh yeah, North's got the full schedule. Now we're talking. Friday the 23rd. Practice. That's Friday the 23rd. What about... No. This has to be last year. And it doesn't show the games or anything. Oh, White Bear Lake is going to the STMA scrimmage. So it's STMA, White Bear, and Bemidji? That's a weird mix of teams. That takes off another one, though. So, Mr. Rich, here's who we have left. Oh, I accidentally colored the text. Here's who we have left. We got to find Blaine, Farmington, Lakeville North, Stillwater, East Ridge, Moorhead, Park Cottage Grove, Hopkins, and Coon Rapids. Also, I don't know why I typed Wildcats instead of Egan there. Everyone else gets their school name, but Egan gets their mascot. Yeah, you're right there at St. Michael. Doesn't say who else is going to be there, but you at least know them. I guess I just have to check every team. Armington, MN foot. That's 24-25. Oh yeah, scrimmage. And it just cut right to the games. Come on, Tigers. You can't let me down like that. First round of the playoffs, and you think it's going to be a home game at Farmington Tiger Stadium? I don't think that's going to happen, Farmington. Okay, in a section where you've got Lakeville North, Lakeville South, Prior Lake, Shakopee, and Rosemount, that's 5 teams I'd say that are all better than Farmington on paper. That puts Farmington at a top seed of 6. You're not getting a home game as a 6 seed. Guess under the varsity schedule. This is the varsity schedule. Maybe it'll be hidden under 9th grade somewhere. Farmington's going to Waconia? What? That would be so weird. Wait a minute, then why... Is this 2025? This says that Waconia is going to Mound High School. Like, as in Mound West Tonka. That just changed their name to just Mound? I think they're changing the name to just West Tonka High School. I don't know what they're calling themselves. That'd be weird. A 4A team, 5A Waconia, and then 6A Farmington? Strange. Stillwater should be an easy one. Okay, so they're going to be at the Maple Grove scrimmage. That takes care of the ponies. Really weird that they're going to scrimmage Maple Grove and then play Maple Grove week 1. Like, huh. There's logic behind that. I haven't done these maroon teams. What do you think Hopkins is? Burritos for the boys. Nope, not what. Schedule. Bring it on me. Ooh, they got the full list of stuff going on with practice. Saturday. Burnsville High School. Okay. Alright, Mr. Rich, I know for a fact Coon Rapids is not going to Forest Lake because Forest Lake is going to be at Eastview. You have Hopkins. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams left. I'm surprised that we tried Lakeville, North Farmington, Blaine, and Eastridge, and we tried Moorhead. I guess Park or Coon Rapids. And it's not listed. That is awesome, Coon Rapids. Gold star. Volunteer to serve breakfast before the scrimmage. Ruh-roh. Too bad. I'm going to be using my ad blocker. And you still have ads coming through. Piss off. Okay, so they're having a scrimmage at Coon Rapids High School, and they're serving water. Who are they scrimmaging with? So there is a scrimmage at Coon Rapids. We can at least add that in. That takes care of the Cardinals, but I want to know who else is going there. Oh, Coon Rapids put it in their 2025 football schedule. Did I just not see it? There's Cardinal kickoff night. That's not the same thing. Coon Rapids football is looking for an individual who can take stats. Yeah, it's not listed here. So I'm on the home page. Where am I missing? I can go to their Instagram, not where I'm looking. So this is their schedule, but none of those are who I like. That's just the regular 8 games of the regular season. Hidden here. Oh. Oh, well. I guess we just found out where Coon Rapids is going to be. They're going to be at the same scrimmage I am. Also, they're incorrect. Cretin-Durham Hall is not 4A. Well, I guess enrollment-wise they are, but they opt up to 5A. Coon Rapids, you are wrong. Which is funny considering Coon Rapids is a team that also opted up. Well, but they're obviously not listed on here themselves. But that would be interesting. Would you list yourselves as 5A at that point? I guess not, question mark. But Coon Rapids is over here. Again, another weird matchup. Why would Coon Rapids be playing Eastview if they faced Eastview in the regular season? I don't know. Maybe they're... And that's a lot of teams, man. That's 7 teams. Holy buck. No, 8 teams if you include Lake, because it'd be Shakopee, Forest Lake, Eastview, Coon Rapids, Lakeville South, Cretin-Durham Hall, Armstrong, and Holy Angels. That's a massive scrimmage. Wow. Well, I guess that leaves Park Cottage Grove. Golf and cornhole fundraiser. I think I'll pass. Financial assistant. No, I'm just trying to find a schedule here, Chief. What do we got? Is this youth football? CGA, Cottage Grove Athletic Association. Yeah, this is all young. Yeah, bored. Yeah, let me tell you, I'm bored of looking at that. Park, back. All sports, football. The booster club, that's not quite what I want. Calendar. Maybe I can find something on the calendar here. And there is a scrimmage at Park. No opportunities to volunteer. Well, that's okay. I'd prefer to know who you're scrimmaging, but Park Cottage Grove is at their own scrimmage. Nice. Funny if Eastridge pulled up to that scrimmage just casually. Oh, so there's 5 teams left, Mr. Rich. Blaine, Farmington, North, Eastridge, and Moorhead, and we've been to all of their websites, and none of them yielded us any results. I don't know. I feel like there's got to be more teams. Like, Rogers, Chaska, Matamidi, only 3 teams is weird. EP and Champlain Park, only 2 is weird. Osseo Edina, only 2 is weird. Osseo Edina makes sense because of the Coach Lamker connection. The real weird one is Wyzetta Minnetonka. You're the biggest rivals. You play each other every year in the almost every year in the regular season, and you're not and you're gonna scrimmage each other instead of other teams. That's a weird one. I would have thought Wyzetta would have wanted to come and scrimmage a team like Robbinsdale Armstrong to get an idea of, sort of an idea of what Andover's like. Or even like Rochester Mayo. They'll give you an idea of what Armstrong's like. Oh, I think that might be where I have to call it for the night, though. It's 1 in the morning. I don't think we're going to find any other teams on here. It's pretty set in stone. Well, not just those last 5 listed in that top corner. Make that a little bit bigger for those that can't really see. These, I can actually do better than that. Go to 200. So, looking at it, Blaine, Farmington, North, Eastridge, and Moorhead remain TBD. Don't know where they're scrimmaging at. Moorhead especially might be the hardest to find, because I wouldn't be surprised if they're hosting their own scrimmage with, like, North Dakota schools, because they're way out there. But, like, Blaine, North, Farmington, Eastridge, I assume that Farmington and North aren't going to be at the same scrimmage. North and Blaine won't be at the same scrimmage. Maybe North and Eastridge are scrimmaging. That'd be pretty funny after Eastridge smoked North last season. Who knows? I don't know, but we will see. In the meantime, thank you all so much for watching. This has been actually went on longer than I thought. It's now been a 6-hour live stream. If you've not already, please make sure to go subscribe to the YouTube channel. That way you always get notified whenever I go live, usually 7 p.m. every Saturday evening. And then if you have not, also go give the Instagram account a follow, Coach Ryan Lance. This is where I post all the fun stuff. We're in the middle of Road to the Prep Bowl right now, where everyone, basically all the fans, vote on who they think is going to win week to week, and we've already had some surprises. Also, I got this one wrong. It's supposed to be Champlain Park at Andover, not Andover at Champlain Park, so I messed that up. Oops. But yeah, other than that, that's all I got for tonight. Thank you all so much for watching. I will